This is Kim Jang-cheol, an ordinary student from Korea. Or at least he used to be. Yesterday he unexpectedly became the Demon King Kratos, the final boss of a game he enjoyed playing. The objective of the game, Paladin of Blood, was to revive the ancient hero who was dormant. The problem is that he knew he had reincarnated as a demon king from a land that was at a great disadvantage. The doors open and a demon with glasses enters, calling for Lord Kratos. He is Aid Zephyros level 15. He brought news that preparations for war had been completed. The scene shows the demon army with axes in hand and flying dragons. The blood-drinking prince, Azurat, was excited to end their hunger with the new invasion they would undertake today. The cold monarch, Sergei, lamented the tragedy of being born in a barren land and the pain of having to feed on their own kind. The war that was about to begin would make history and bring many benefits to everyone there. The Archduke of Mist issued cold and powerful orders to the army to tear humans to pieces and crush elves. The tyrant of Black Rock, Baal, declared that all enemies should be turned into food. The army stood before the Demon King and Zephyros, all clamoring for a massacre in a war that had not yet begun. Kratos fiercely shouts for the demon army to hear him. The four captains stare at him seriously, waiting for what the Demon King had to say. He finally announces that this war could not happen under any circumstances. From that moment on, they would stop their attack and start cultivating. The thirsty generals are shocked by the absurdity they are hearing and begin to complain to the Demon King. Kratos lets out a roar of terror, terrified of how frightening his own generals were, but his expression was so imposing and dreadful that it made them all tremble. In a distant place from where the demons were, a new notification was announced that the 20th game had begun. Aged Kimchi, a playable character of level 9990 and a dormant enemy, awakens. The King of Demons knew he was at a great disadvantage and that if they started the war, he would definitely be killed by his hands. In a flashback, Kim Jang-cheol is shown. He had become a postgraduate student in an agriculture course at Korea University, hoping to become a rich farmer. He was very intelligent, so he became the best in the course in a short time. But being the best postgraduate student meant he would become slave number one. The professors took advantage of his intelligence to make him write their theses, help with their projects, and even work in the fields plowing the land. He was exhausted, wondering what he was doing with his life and why he was doing all the work while the professors took all the credit. His dopamine was depleted, he was going crazy. And the only way to get his dopamine fix was by playing. An extremely difficult game and very complicated to level up. No player had completed this game for the 19th time. He wanted so badly to feel a sense of accomplishment that he played without sleeping for a moment. He started leveling up, level 1, level 2, level 10, and thus he became the first person to complete Paladin of Blood, defeating the Demon King for the 19th time. Jang-cheol was exhausted from lack of sleep, but he was happy because he was the strongest in the world. The 20th playthrough would have an infernally insane difficulty. Even so, he remained confident that he would be able to level up. After all, he was the strongest. On the heroes panel he played, it showed the equipment he had put on his character. A pink costume with bows and a tight skirt, very reminiscent of a magical girl's outfit, like Sailor Moon herself. The maximum level was 9,999, so he would stop leveling up. At that point he no longer knew how long he had been playing. It seemed like years had passed. A message appeared on the screen, asking if he wanted to start his 20th playthrough. Without hesitation, his finger pressed the button to begin. He held the controller firmly, ready for another round of the game, but something seemed wrong. The television screen began to emit blue light beams growing around him. Suddenly, an invisible pull took over his being. His soul violently exited his mouth in a painful and terrifying way while his physical body remained behind, motionless and unresponsive. A scream of panic escaped his throat, but it was no use. He was being sucked through the TV screen. His soul came like a falling star from the sky, blue and bright. Jang-cheol, suspended between that strange threshold, felt a deep confusion take over him as he fell. What was happening was completely beyond his comprehension, leaving him stunned and without answers. But he needed to stay calm to reach a conclusion. He was blue now, so that meant it was his soul. This meant that he probably wouldn't die if he hit the ground at that height. He could see the life tower, which meant he had entered the game Paladin of Blood. Happiness grew within him when he realized that his life of being invincible and strong was just beginning. An uncontrolled laugh escaped him with this realization. His expression instantly changed as his floating soul approached the unconscious character's body, remembering that he had dressed him in a magical warrior costume. He observed the muscular doll holding a heart-shaped wand resting on his chest. It was, without a doubt, the most ridiculous thing he had ever seen. Looking closely, he didn't even want to transform into that anymore. At the same instant, with the same force as before, his soul was sucked in and sent to possess the Demon King Kratos, the final boss of the game he had already defeated countless times. The flashback ends and shows Kratos on his throne, consumed by frustration. If he hadn't had that idiotic thought after looking at aged Kimchi, he would have become the most powerful character of all. But no, he had to be stupid. A complete idiot. Zephyros was walking down a corridor when he heard someone in a room say that Kratos was getting weak. This would be the reason he seemed so scared and ordered the attacks to stop. Inside the room where the voices were heard were the four generals. Azurat proposed that they join forces and cut off Kratos' head, just as he had taken the reign from the old demon lord. In the end, they would divide the power of the throne among themselves. The Archduke of Mist then reminded them that, if they were mistaken and Kratos was not getting weaker, two of the four would certainly suffer fatal injuries or even die. Sergei hinted that they could try, as long as Azurat offered to be the group's shield. Ball says he is hungry. Azurat raised the possibility that he indeed had evidence of the demon lord's weakening. Sergei confirmed what should be done in that case, which would be to kill him. None of them showed hesitation. They were thirsty for it, with demonic smiles on their faces. Meanwhile, Zephyros heard everything through the gates of the room. Later, Zephyros appeared before Kratos with a worrying report. The army's morale had plummeted drastically. Cases of soldiers attacking and devouring each other became more frequent, and some even abandoned the demon land without warning. The four great demonic generals were furious. They said that Kratos had weakened and that they planned to join forces to cut off his head. Kratos remained seated on his throne, but concern had already settled in his gaze. Kratos realized that if the four attacked together, he would certainly die. He knew that if he appeared weak, he would have no chance. He thought of aged Kimchi. Without possessing him, he was just a corpse. Given this, he concluded that advancing directly into the human world would be the best option. Zephyros then revealed a red sphere, saying it was a record from the Paladin's tomb, sent by General Ogmia. In the video, aged Kimchi appeared delivering several merciless blows against a demon who desperately begged him to stop. He approached in silence, causing the creature, consumed by fear, to wonder what he would do next. Without hesitation, aged Kimchi plunged his thumbs into the demon's eyes, who let out a sharp scream of pain. Kratos broke out in a cold sweat as he thought about it. That scene seemed more like an insane staging than a fight, and he absolutely did not want to cross paths with aged Kimchi. He needed to stay where he was, no matter the cost. If he continued at that pace, he would end up looking weak or opting for surrender, and the four great demonic generals would kill him. But if he tried to flee to the human world, aged Kimchi would tear out his eyes and kill him anyway. He wondered desperately why he had ended up inside that game. Nothing made sense, and not even happiness seemed attainable in that place. It was then that a possibility arose in his mind. A strategy that could at least buy him time. If he could solve the food issue and calm the demons, perhaps he would have a chance to survive. Zephyros saw Kratos walking away and, confused, asked where he was going. Kratos apologized and replied that he would observe some lands for cultivation. Zephyros, surprised by the polite tone, could not hide his strangeness. He thought that, coming from someone as narcissistic, arrogant, and ill-mannered as Kratos, that sounded grotesque and disturbing. It was something he preferred not to hear again. Kratos observed Zephyros with strangeness. What was wrong with him? Was he trying to provoke him? Did he always act this strange way? In his memory, Zephyros was a character who appeared only once shortly before the final battle against the Demon King and without any clear explanation. A flashback shows when he played as aged Kimchi that he faced Zephyros. In the scene, Zephyros addressed the paladin formally, saying that the demon lord did not wish to fight and asking him to retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, aged Kimchi attacked him without hesitation. Defeated and on his knees, Zephyros murmured regretfully for not having been strong enough to protect his master. Thinking now, Kratos recognized that this had made Zephyros a very popular character among players. Many thought he was deeply loyal to the demon lord and genuinely respected him. Zephyros again addressed Kratos, pointing out the recent error as unprecedented. He had never seen a demon lord lose so much trust from his own people. Kratos stared at him in silence, containing his irritation. As much as Zephyros was right, he was unbearable. Zephyros pulled out a notepad, writing something with a provocative calm. He commented ironically on Kratos' intention to cultivate in the demon lands, implying that his memory was as weak as a pigeon's. Kratos reacted, indignant at the audacity, reminding him of his position as Demon Lord and demanding respect. But Zephyros simply ignored the threat and continued as if nothing had happened. Kratos, now consumed by frustration, wondered why he showed no fear at all. Now the two were outside the palace, walking through the dry and barren land. Zephyros recalled that both the old Demon Lord and Kratos himself had already tried to cultivate that soil. With extreme temperatures and severe conditions, he made it clear that nothing there had a chance to grow, and that Kratos more than anyone knew this very well. They continued walking through the dry land when Kratos commented that he knew that place was called the Land of Death. Still, he believed that, with his current abilities, it would be possible to save it. Inside, however, he could barely stand the idea of having to cultivate. He hated it all, but he needed to survive before anything else. Without thinking twice, he knelt and began to dig the earth with his bare hands, while Zephyros watched him in silence, confused by the scene. In a strange impulse, Kratos took a handful of earth and put it in his mouth, only to choke on the extreme dryness. Zephyros pulled out his notepad and, with complete calm, wrote that the Demon Lord had become a beggar who ate dirt. Annoyed, Kratos demanded to know what he was writing, but Zephyros replied that he was just doing his duty. After all, recording the Demon Lord's chronicles was important. He added that Kratos' memory capacity had certainly worsened. Kratos inside was seething with rage. That guy was really unbearable. Even so, one thing was certain: the soil there had absolutely no nutrients. Kratos' thought continued, now guided by technical and desperate reasoning. Nitrogen. An absolutely essential element for plant growth. Even though it makes up 78% of the atmosphere, plants could not use it directly. The atoms formed such strong triple bonds that chemical reactions became almost impossible. Humanity, then, had developed nitrogen fixation through chemical engineering, which led to a huge leap in food production. But to do that there? Impossible. There was nothing that could serve as a basis for cultivation. The only alternative would be to use the nitrogen fixation mechanism present in nature itself: lightning. With its high voltage, lightning oxidized nitrogen into nitrite, which mixed with rainwater and was absorbed by the soil. And then, as if something lit up inside his mind, Kratos remembered that this was exactly the essence of his main technique. He recalled the battle when he played as aged Kimchi and faced Kratos himself. In that fight, he saw Kratos scratch the back of his hands with his claws, releasing blood and a violent electrical discharge. The name of the attack was Bloody Strike. That day he had been defeated by that devastating attack. An attack that released lightning and moisture at the same time. A perfect technique to create fertile soil. Without further hesitation, Kratos warned Zephyros to step away. The other did not understand, only observed him. He began to scratch his own hand with sharp claws and blood flowed. The pain was immediate and strong. It was hard to believe that someone resorted to that technique so often. It seemed crazy. At that moment, Kratos noticed shadows behind a dry tree. The four generals were there, lurking, their eyes fixed on him. In his thoughts, there was only one certainty repeated like a mantra: that he had weakened. Scared, Kratos let out a scream. Zephyros, beside him, merely coldly confirmed what everyone already knew. Kratos began to put the pieces together. This could only be a plan, and that Zephyros was an assassin trying to provoke him and then kill him. But even so, he thought that was better than just waiting for death. He advanced, scratching his own hand with even more force. Blood flowed profusely. Pain took over his arm. But nothing happened. The blood fell on the dry ground and remained there without causing any reaction. He tried to stop the bleeding, pressing the wound. That's when he heard a voice behind him, calling him. It was one of the generals, asking if he was feeling ill, while the others smiled and wielded their weapons. Kratos looked at them, consumed by fear. He knew he was cornered. The scene then changed. Aged Kimchi observed the horizon. Before him, the line separating the human land from the forgotten land of demons. There was something familiar there. He vaguely felt memories of a past life. It was as if he had already lived that more than 10 times. Always following the same path, driven by an invisible force. The call of duty. But now that had disappeared. He looked at his own hand, waiting for an answer. The call of duty was silent. What was left to live for now? On the screen, information appeared above his silhouette. Aged Kimchi NPC level 9990. Then, without any reason to move forward, Kimchi turned back and went his own path. Kratos stood face to face with the demon generals with frightening smiles. Azurat questioned Kratos about the demon rule, saying that the strongest is the demon lord. Kratos broke out in a cold sweat as he thought that all of them were frightening and incredibly strong. He was even unable to use an ability and wondered if he would die. Azurat found it strange that the demon lord was trembling and thought about the incredible pressure, since the fight hadn't even started, but he was already gathering so much strength that his body trembled. However, a smirk appeared on his face. Then he questioned if he could defeat the 4 generals in the state he was in. Azurat looked back and realized that the other generals had retreated, hiding again behind the dry tree. The surprise made him question internally the reason for that. Meanwhile, the generals, observing from afar, just waited, determined to intervene only if they saw a real opportunity for victory. The idea of facing Kratos alone began to make Azurat nervous. Without warning, Zephyros intervened. With a firm voice, he declared that, according to the ancient tradition of demons, all battles should be to the death, with no possibility of surrender. The sudden formalization of the combat caught everyone off guard. Kratos reacted in panic, shocked by the speed with which everything unfolded. Azurat, equally desperate, tried to protest, but it was too late. Azurat firmly wielded his weapon, trying to contain the nervousness that threatened to invade his mind. He knew that his opponent was weakened and that this was his chance. Kratos, on the other hand, was seized by panic, unable to think clearly about what he should do. For a brief moment, he remembered the moment he had raised the throne with his own hands. When he did a strength test. In the end, he realized that he was strong, yes, but not strong enough to boast. Suddenly, Azurat advanced. His movement was fast. Kratos was caught by surprise, but in the next instant, something awakened in his mind. He knew he had seen that blow before, but he couldn't remember for sure. At the moment the blow was struck, Kratos managed to dodge. Even without immediately understanding how he had done it, the memory emerged. He had seen that movement before when he was playing. Kratos remembered that at the time of the attack, Azurat's left foot was turned outwards. It was a clear clue that the attack was a thrust. It was exactly the same movement he knew from the game. And that's what saved his life. Hartok commented to Sergei about Kratos' expression when dodging the attack, remembering how he seemed ready to counterattack and tear off the enemy's arm. Sergei questioned why he didn't do it and suggested they continue paying attention. Meanwhile, Azurat launched another attack, and once again Kratos dodged with precision. He began to question internally what was happening, noting that all of Azurat's movements were exactly the same as in the game. The memory took him back to when he was still human, playing as aged Kimchi, and his character had to fight Azurat for the first time in that game. At that moment he had been completely impressed. He wondered if that enemy could really be defeated. He was fast, applied offbeat blows, and still had a wide range of attacks. He had died several times. He only managed to defeat him for the first time on the 128th attempt. In the next 19 playthroughs, however, he managed to completely turn the game around, to the point of humiliating him with a streak of victories without suffering a single blow. Azurat launched another attack against Kratos, but again without success. Kratos, while dodging with ease, felt a growing joy. His face radiated an insane happiness, mocking Azurat's frustration, whose blows could not hit him. The other 3 generals began to worry. They realized that Kratos was not only at an advantage but seemed to enjoy the situation, laughing at Azurat's futile effort and feeding on the opponent's humiliation. As Azurat clenched his teeth in frustration, Kratos experienced a sense of relief. Although he still knew that this did not mean guaranteed victory, something essential had ignited in his mind. He had understood that that world followed the same rules as the game he understood well. At that exact moment, a translucent blue window appeared before him with a clear message, identifying him as Kim Jangcheol and confirming that he had understood one of the fundamental rules of that world. Surprised, he observed the floating balloon. It was like those he used to see in webtoons. Soon after, a new message appeared, informing him that he had managed to dodge enemy attacks with high concentration. Azurat advanced at high speed, consumed by intense fury, aiming directly at Kratos. In the next instant, a new message appeared before Kratos' eyes, informing him that a part of the system reserved for playable characters had been unlocked. Soon after, another notification appeared, revealing that the aiming function had been activated. Surprised by the sudden change, Kratos realized that a mark had appeared in his field of vision, indicating exactly where he was looking. He immediately understood that it was the aim used for special abilities. Without hesitation, he began to scratch his own hands with his claws, making blood flow. Then, he threw the blood upwards, and a sphere of electricity appeared and hit Azurat squarely. The reaction was immediate. The generals, observing from a distance, showed surprise and tension. Demons around, who had already gathered to watch the combat, began to cheer and acclaim Kratos with enthusiasm. Azurat was on his knees before Kratos, the burned remains of his clothes barely covering his body marked by cuts that still sparked with traces of electricity. Smoke rose from his wounded skin. Kratos observed, surprised that he was still alive after the blow that, in the game, meant instant death. He knew that Azurat had extraordinary recovery and would soon regain his energy, which he could not allow. Without hesitation he launched the same ability repeatedly, giving no time for reaction. The impact of the attacks was so intense that the three generals watching from a distance trembled at the scene. For the demon generals, it was clear that Kratos was not trying to kill Azurat immediately, but rather to inflict pain that would prevent him from recovering. Azurat, now thrown to the ground, enveloped in smoke and completely vulnerable. And yet he did not die. Faced with the impasse, an unexpected notification appeared for Kratos. The system informed him that all of Azurat's clothes had been removed, leaving him completely naked. Surprise took over him when he realized the random and uncomfortable nature of the message. Before he could react, another notification appeared, informing him of the unlocking of a new system, the armor removal system from the inventory. Kratos opened the armor inventory on the floating screen that appeared before him, hoping to find something useful. However, he realized that there was only what he was already wearing, nothing else he could use at the moment. He turned his eyes to Azurat, assessing the situation, and concluded that he needed to get rid of him first. He knew he didn't have enough strength to kill him and that the opponent's regeneration capacity was high, so he would inevitably recover in some time. At that instant an idea occurred to him. Since Azurat was not yet dead, it was still possible to target him. He thought of continuing to fire his bloody attacks and had an epiphany. He would repeatedly use bloody blows and infuse the soil with large amounts of nitrogen. Upon realizing the viability of his plan, he felt overwhelmed by exaggerated confidence, convinced that he had found the perfect solution to the problem with the barren land. Kratos looked at the generals while his body trembled. He was convinced that the fear on their faces was because of him. He decided to put this idea to the test. He called Sergei and received confirmation that she was listening. Then he ordered her to tie Azurat firmly. Sergei was surprised and thought he was trying to humiliate both her and Azurat by making her tie up a naked man. The first step of the plan was to prepare the lightning rod. Azurat was tied with his arms outstretched to a log. He was unconscious until, suddenly, he awoke electrically as if taken by a discharge. His recovery was complete, and he exuded fury, certain that his enemy had weakened and determined to cut off his head. Kratos launched another bloody strike at Azurat, initiating the second stage of the plan. With this, he intended to oxidize the nitrogen in the air into nitrite. Then he addressed Hartok with a precise instruction. Hartok, confused for a moment, pondered the intention behind the request, considering that perhaps Kratos wanted to make the environment more humid to intensify the effects of the lightning. He found it creative and even instructive. Hartok then crossed his arms and began to generate the dense mist needed to cover the entire area. The third stage of the plan was to spread this mist, while the fourth was to repeat the attack. Kratos did not stop launching attacks, even with the intense pain caused by using his own blood. The generals watched in silence, impressed by the uninterrupted sequence of blows. Taken by an almost disturbing animation, Kratos reflected on the possibility of transforming that land into fertile soil with the infusion of nitrogen. The idea of an abundant harvest excited him, and he laughed as he continued launching more and more attacks. Mist, electricity, and blood mixed in a continuous spectacle. After some time he stopped the attacks and took a handful of earth in his hands. He judged that it was enough to continue with that methodology to enrich the soil with nitrogen. The next step would be to improve the quality of the land. He considered that loose, monovalent structured soil did not allow oxygen entry or water drainage. For cultivation, granular and crumbly soil would be ideal. Therefore he knew that what he needed to create now was fertilizer. Kratos turned to the generals and ordered everyone to bring shit. The three generals, who by then already had remnants of the blood shed by Kratos, froze at the order. For a moment they seemed not even to have understood what they had just heard. Then they reflected on the intention behind that absurd order. After making an example of Azurat and subjecting him to torture, now he wanted to dirty the demon with shit. That was unbelievably cruel. The scene changes to a vibrant forest, full of life and dense vegetation. Aged Kimchi walked in silence when he heard voices coming from behind a bush. Approaching cautiously, he found two men asking for help. One of them had a broken leg immobilized with sticks. He explained that they had been attacked by goblins. Both begged for help, promising rewards in return. Aged Kimchi just watched them in silence without giving any immediate response, which made them even more nervous. Despite saying he posed no danger, the two couldn't help but think that this stranger seemed anything but trustworthy. Without waiting for a reaction, Aged Kimchi approached the injured man and lifted him onto his shoulders. Then, he looked at the other man and indicated that he should lead the way. The man nodded and the three followed through the forest. During the journey, the injured man introduced himself as Rivage Asheran, an emissary, and introduced the other as his servant, Diol Frontera, and wanted to know who was helping them. Aged Kimchi's answer was simple and enigmatic. This was something he himself still needed to discover. Back at the demon stronghold, the trio of commanders appeared exasperated. Hartok questioned how they were expected to simply produce feces. He sarcastically suggested if they were meant to create it on demand. Sergi shouted in dismay, appalled, revolted, and clearly overwhelmed. She spiraled into panic. Bal admitted he hadn't eaten in a considerable time and thus couldn't contribute. He speculated that Sergi was equally incapable. She snapped at him, refusing to discuss such matters. Hartok, unwilling to donate his own waste, proposed a more aggressive solution, coerced the lower-ranked demons into providing it. Soon after, in a demonic village, a desperate creature pleaded with them not to proceed. The unfortunate soul protested that he couldn't relieve himself while being observed. He begged them to step outside. Another soldier retorted that similar requests had been made before, yet no progress had been achieved. Hartok grew impatient, demanding results. He confirmed with the demon that, despite all effort, there would be no outcome. The creature confessed he hadn't eaten in days. Frustrated, Hartok seized the demon, summoning his power. He thanked the poor thing for the accidental inspiration. He attacked him, eliciting a painful cry. The assault was cut short when Bal intervened, gripping Hartok's wrist. Hartok asked what the interruption was for. Bal clarified that piercing the abdomen would be fatal, eliminating any chance of obtaining the needed material. He explained that the demons must remain alive to yield the waste required. Hartok released the demon and, surprisingly, praised Bal's insight, especially coming from someone like him. Yet, he followed with a threat, suggesting they feed the villagers Bal's flesh to stimulate production. Bal prepared to retaliate. The captive demon trembled as tensions escalated. Hartok and Bal were moments away from clashing when a powerful voice roared across the area, demanding an explanation. It was Kratos. A single application of bloody strike sent both to the ground. Infuriated, he reminded them that humans weren't the only beings capable of defecation. His irritation was palpable. He proceeded to inform them that excrement lacking nutritional substance held no utility. What they required was waste matter rich enough to serve as effective compost. Zephyros, perplexed, inquired about the meaning of compost. Kratos clarified that it referred to a component that delivers nourishment to the soil. Typically, such compost is formulated using wood ashes, unwanted vegetation, dirt, broken eggshells, and poultry droppings. For the ashes and weeds, they could repurpose the abandoned homes they had encountered earlier. The complication arose with sourcing eggshells and bird waste. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. He instructed Zephyros to fetch the territorial map. Once unrolled upon the surface of a table, it confirmed his suspicions. It was the identical layout he had encountered within the confines of the game. This meant that if he reached a specific location, he should be able to locate what he sought. He was referring to the nesting grounds of the infernal seabirds. In the game environment, flocks of them populated the area extensively. It implied that these creatures absorbed abundant nutrients from the lands of humans, and subsequently deposited both their excrement and eggs in that territory. Kratos considered it an ideal collection point. Zephyros hesitantly asked if the demon sovereign truly intended to gather waste from the seagulls. Kratos acknowledged the accuracy of the observation. Zephyros then disclosed the name of the area, the Cliff of No Return. There were no platforms or resting points, and anyone unfortunate enough to fall would be consumed by violent tides. Kratos confirmed that he was already aware of those hazards. The reason such a place was beyond player reach in the game was because it lacked systematic access. But in this reality he was confident in his ability to scale it. Upon arrival, the scene was unforgiving. Surging waves and towering stone columns dominated the surroundings. The commanders were bewildered by their liege's intentions. Many had attempted to hunt those seabirds in the past. Each endeavor had ended with the hunters succumbing to the sea's wrath. Kratos explained his strategy. He would ascend the cliff and hurl down a sack filled with excrement and eggshells. He commanded the generals to ensure it would be caught. If successful, everyone would have sustenance. Ball stood in silence. In his mind, he recalled the gaunt demon Hartok had strangled earlier, along with the emaciated figures lining the streets. The ocean's surges remained relentless. As Kratos prepared to leap, memories of his 13th playthrough surfaced. He had tried countless methods to reach the peak. Hundreds of failed attempts, dying repeatedly, had defined that journey. But now he leapt, watched intently by the generals and Zephyros. His self-assurance was unwavering, because he had conquered this obstacle before by exploiting a game-breaking flaw. Gripping a protruding rock, he held so tightly that an indentation formed in the cliff's surface. The commanders and Zephyros stared, astounded. Without delay, Kratos summoned his inventory and unequipped every article of clothing. The sight left them stunned. Only portions of his form, his hair, his flexed arm muscles and his rear, were visible. The group struggled to contain their amusement at the absurd image. Kratos pushed his weight off the ledge, needing to rotate his torso. Sergi flushed and averted her face. Yet even as she turned, her eyes flicked back with thinly veiled curiosity. It became apparent, she harbored intrigue regarding the demon lord's anatomy. Kratos proceeded to rotate his form, once again removing all garments. His bare backside appeared again. Then he twisted and re-equipped his outfit. Once more he spun and disrobed, exposing himself. He repeated this cycle of rolling and equipping. With each motion upward, he advanced closer to the summit. The repeated appearance of his rear became almost comedic in nature. And at last he reached the top. He stood firmly atop the precipice, clothed and composed. Within a realm governed by a game-like structure where equipment management and inventories operated like coded functions, and where boundaries marked unreachable zones on a virtual map, Kratos had pieced together all these elements. Through observation and trial, he became certain that reaching this forbidden edge was indeed within the realm of possibility. Baal, driven by the demon sovereign's promise of nourishment, resolved to lend his assistance. Zephyros grew alarmed by Baal's sudden initiative and attempted to halt him, but Baal had already launched himself forward, intent on following the monarch. Zephyros's cries drew Kratos' gaze. In a split second Baal leapt, aspiring to emulate his liege. But the rocky surface offered no grip. Baal began to plummet. Thankfully, Kratos reached out and caught him mid-fall. At that moment, Kratos was bare-chested, only the upper portion of his form visible from behind the stone ledge, as he clung desperately to Baal's weight. To make it work, he needed to activate the same glitch that had allowed him passage earlier. His forearm veins bulged under the immense pressure. Baal's mass threatened to tear his limbs from their sockets. Inwardly, he questioned the rationale for saving someone like Baal, one of the 4 mighty generals who posed a potential danger to his rule. Wouldn't it be easier if the general simply ceased to exist? He voiced this internal conflict aloud, declaring that he held no obligation to rescue Baal. While gripping the general, Kratos' mind wandered back to a memory, a time when a peer, eyes red and voice cracking, had come to him for assistance. The professor had refused to accept this junior's paper, aiming instead to exploit the student endlessly for academic labor. The young man had pleaded with Kratos to speak with the professor, believing that the educator would heed the words of Jang Kyol, the most favored scholar. That youth had admired him. Since he was already serving as the top workhorse, perhaps the professor would be swayed. But fear had gripped him. He'd worried about jeopardizing his position, about placing himself in disfavor. So he told the boy that it wasn't his concern and walked away. And ever since he had wondered, what if he had stepped in? What if he had tried just a little harder? If he had pushed himself to his limits, perhaps the face that haunted him in memory would have worn a smile instead of despair. Now that same sensation welled up as Baal clung to him. In that moment of suspended peril, Kratos resolved to do what he hadn't done then. He clenched his jaw, braced himself and shouted with all his might. His bones groaned under the strain. Summoning every ounce of his physical capability, he heaved the general upward, throwing Baal atop the cliff. The large figure crashed onto the stony surface. Meanwhile, Kratos cradled his fractured arm, pain evident in his posture. Baal, stunned, observed his sovereign's self-inflicted injury. The demon lord had risked his own well-being without necessity. Baal, overcome with emotion, questioned why. For a time, Kratos said nothing. Then, in quiet solemnity, he offered the reason. It was a choice that carried less pain than turning his back on those who relied on him and facing the regret of abandonment. Baal trembled. Moisture welled in his eyes. Within Kratos' thoughts, the act felt like redemption, something he should have done for that pleading junior. The regret of not assisting those in desperate need lingered in him, following him even across dimensions. At that poignant moment, a translucent system notification emerged. It stated that even while still not fully acclimated to the vessel of Demon King Kratos, he had exerted every fiber of strength. As a result, he had earned Baal's genuine gratitude, one of the four supreme commanders. Kratos became aware of the depth of that appreciation. To honor this milestone, the system activated a new feature. From now on, bestowing upon the army a shared sense of deep satisfaction would reward him with a substantial number of points. He reflected on the substantial quantity. The system promptly notified him that the happiness point, or HP, accumulation feature was now active. Kratos pondered what exactly a happiness point was. At first, he assumed it might be something akin to a discount coupon for frozen treats. The system, clearly irritated, rebuked his misunderstanding, questioning what kind of fantasy world would even offer ice cream. Startled by the system's direct and conversational tone, Kratos realized it could respond to his thoughts. It was then clarified that for every demon soldier who experienced satisfaction from a full belly, Kratos would earn a single happiness point. These points could then be used to enhance his attributes. At present, Kratos had access to merely a fifth of the demon lord's total strength. This revelation explained his relative weakness in comparison to his subordinates. The system encouraged him to develop all 5 of his attributes and strive to unlock the demon lord's full capabilities. Curious to try the function, Kratos attempted to increase his stamina by 10%. A notification appeared, explaining that the cost for such an upgrade would be 50 happiness points, a steep price in his view. The system further revealed that abilities could also be upgraded. His current skill, Bloodstrike, was only at its first tier and required a hefty 250 points to level up. Realizing the large quantity of points he'd need, Kratos reasoned that through effective farming, he could steadily accumulate HP and thereby greatly enhance his strength and improve his odds of survival. In addition to this revelation, he received something else: gratitude. With a sly grin, he quietly enjoyed the rare feeling. From Baal's perspective, however, the expression worn by the demon lord was far from comforting. It seemed to communicate a silent threat, a reminder that a debt had been formed and defiance would not end well. To Baal, Kratos appeared as a ruthless leader, one who didn't save lives out of compassion. Shortly after, the demon sovereign lifted a large eggshell and summoned the others' attention. He declared his intent to fill the shell with organic waste and toss it toward them. The trio stood frozen in disbelief, entirely unsure how to respond. As promised, the demon lord launched the container, its contents flung toward the stunned group. The unexpected barrage caused uproar. They had no time to react. It was quite literally a storm of filth. The 3 generals were overwhelmed, certain they had reached their limits. Meanwhile, Kratos believed this was only the beginning. He demanded full dedication to agriculture. The essential elements of natural fertilizer, seabird droppings, fragmented eggshells, scorched wood remnants, and properly tilled soil, needed to be blended thoroughly. He summoned Sergi for this task and instructed her to pulverize and combine the materials. Sergi was dumbfounded. The command seemed beneath her station. Despite her numerous limbs, which made her ideally suited for the work, she was incensed. Proclaiming her status as the frigid monarch, she armed herself, stating that her appendages were not intended for menial duties like compost preparation. However, the intense gaze of Kratos silenced her. He offered an alternative, a simpler task. He directed her attention toward Azurat, who still emitted faint wisps of smoke from the electric blasts he had received. All she had to do was remain in place. A straightforward job, no? Thus, the regal monarch of ice became an unwilling mixer of compost. Rumor suggested she remained in that role to this day. Internally, Kratos was close to losing composure. He reminded himself that these generals were all volatile, and one misstep could easily end in disaster. But then he reminded himself of his position. He was the demon sovereign. With nothing but determination and brute resolve, he would press forward. The next phase in producing the fertilizer had arrived: the application of moisture. He summoned Hartok and instructed him to saturate the air with mist. However, Hartok raised objections to this directive, arguing that the resulting humidity would intensify the already unbearable stench. He had no desire to carry out such a revolting command. Then Kratos revealed his trump card once more. His eyes landed squarely on Azurat. No one was eager to serve as a living conduit for electricity, so Azurat swiftly soared through the surroundings, dispersing dampness across the atmosphere. Kratos then consulted Baal to confirm whether the level of moisture sufficed. Baal acknowledged that the consistency had softened with the addition of water, just as their ruler had anticipated. At last, the third stage called for the compost to be relocated to a shaded, arid location and layered with a covering fashioned from seagull plumage. Yet a challenge loomed. The demon lord knew that even producing a small quantity of this material would demand considerable time. To generate enough fertilizer for the expanse of terrain before him, he recognized that a full-scale mobilization of demonic manpower would be unavoidable. His expression hardened. Something troubled him, but it was an obligation he couldn't ignore. Kratos resolved to proceed under the authority granted by his crown. Later that evening, elsewhere within the dominion of demons, a modest wooden shelter came into view. Inside, two infernal beings resided. One reclined upon a makeshift bed. The figure lying down was a young female demon named Flute. She called out to her father, who inquired softly what had happened. Tears welled in her eyes as she offered a heart-wrenching suggestion, that her father should simply consume her. Outraged, the father rebuked the idea vehemently. He reminded her never to utter such despair again. But the girl, still mourning the absence of her mother, insisted, and her words struck deeper than any wound. Then a flashback unfolded. A monstrous demonic beast had once attempted to devour the child. She had cried out for aid, and just before the gaping maw reached her, a figure emerged, shielding her fragile body. It had been her mother. Without time to react, the maternal figure was swallowed whole, sacrificing herself to spare her daughter. In the present, her father spoke gently, explaining that without her, he would have no reason to keep living. Their somber exchange was disrupted by noises outside. The presence of Kratos and his subordinates had arrived. Flute's father froze, overwhelmed at the sight of the demon lord himself, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Hearing his reaction, Kratos concluded the demon still had vitality and thus issued the order for his capture. The father pleaded, explaining that there was no one else to care for his child, and if left alone she might fall prey to more powerful demons. Flute sobbed, begging them to release her father, but the demon lord remained unmoved. He then turned to Zephyros inquiring about the current count. Zephyros confirmed they had secured 20 demons and required 30 more to meet their goal. As Kratos turned to leave the residence, his eyes once again rested on the girl. She continued to cry, believing she was about to lose another parent. Inside the game she had been featured as a berserk adversary, a demon child driven mad. He had frantically tapped his controller, initiating a rapid slash to eliminate her. The look in her eyes now was identical to the one from that moment, and it momentarily stirred something inside him. But he was the Demon King and emotion had no place in policy. Maintaining his stoic demeanor, he issued one final decree before departing. He commanded the cessation of all cannibalistic behavior among the demon kin. He also directed Zephyros to assemble the remaining infernal beings and order every one of them to begin working on fertilizer production immediately. At last, the protagonist fully accepted the mantle of leadership, and with it the accompanying burdens and trade-offs. Several days later, the demon inhabitants who had been conscripted had already begun to labor diligently across the fields. Wielding their weapons as crude tools, they turned over the composted earth. Among them, Flute's father, now known as Dyrok, voiced his skepticism. He questioned the value of this toil, convinced that their exertions over the past few days were fruitless. The notion of agriculture to him seemed utterly absurd. A companion cautioned him to be careful with such statements, warning that they could cost him his head. But Dyrok stood resolute, maintaining that regardless of what happened, their fate was already sealed. Even if the terrain became arable, they still lacked any viable crops to sow. As if summoned by the critique, Kratos materialized and addressed the doubt directly, posing a rhetorical question about the future of their planting efforts. Dyrok immediately recognized that he had spoken out of turn and was now in jeopardy. The Demon King instructed him to come along. What Dyrok was unaware of was that Kratos had already identified a potential answer days prior. On the very occasion he had faced opposition from his high-ranking officers, a particular violet blossom had caught his eye. He had instantly recognized it as a candidate for cultivation. And so, he guided Dyrok to stand before this same flower. Kratos informed him that they would be planting the roots of this plant. Baal and a segment of the agricultural unit had already retrieved samples from different areas. Dyrok, now unnerved, humbly explained that the root of this flower was inedible, capable of inducing severe stomach agony, even fatal consequences. The demon sovereign then tugged the flower from the ground, stating plainly that this was the only resource at their disposal. The trial to determine its edibility should have concluded by now, he added. Dyrok was stunned by the revelation. his composure nearly shattered. In a state of panic, Dairock raced to his daughter's side, crying out in desperation. He questioned the demon lord's morality, demanding to know why such a cruel experiment had been inflicted upon an innocent child. He pleaded for his daughter to be spared from ingesting the roots. Barging into their home, Dairock halted abruptly at what he witnessed. Flute, appearing far healthier than before, was cheerfully consuming the roots without discomfort. Dairock, trembling, asked in disbelief if she truly felt fine. Flute affirmed that she did. She also mentioned that both Zephyros and Baal had fed her the same food the previous day, and she hadn't experienced any ill effects. At that moment, Kratos re-entered the scene and inquired whether Dairock had now come to trust him. In the past, Kratos explained, there had been humans from a distant region who had also managed to transform this very toxic vegetation into a safe food source. They succeeded in growing it and overcame their hunger crises. With a wicked grin stretching across his face, the Demon King unveiled the truth, that this very plant was now recognized in the human realm as the potato. Flute looked up and sincerely expressed her gratitude, thanking Kratos for his compassion toward someone as insignificant as her. At that instant, a translucent prompt manifested before the Demon King. The system had taken note. A portion of the demon population was now content from being well fed, and Kratos had earned his first happy point. The counter increment, 1 point added. A display showed the current tally of HP. Kratos was genuinely taken aback by the notification. He looked once more at Flute, who beamed with genuine warmth. Then a memory surfaced, a recollection from when he had been merely a player. It was that same Flute, rendered within the game, a naive demon child who had been coerced into doing terrible things just to survive. The image back then starkly contrasted with what stood before him now. A faint smile crept across Kratos' face. He acknowledged to himself that, as a demon lord, perhaps he didn't always need to wear a stern mask. He smiled, awkwardly, perhaps grotesquely. But it was a real smile. Internally, he mused that a little demon like her just needed to eat well and grow up strong. Unfortunately, this sentiment was wholly misunderstood. His attendants misread his intentions, interpreting the look on his face as sinister. Baal, in particular, assumed the Demon King had ulterior motives, that he was merely fattening the girl up to devour her later. To him, Kratos was the embodiment of a truly malevolent monarch. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the expression Kratos had revealed was the one he had always hoped others would see, though it could not have been further from the truth. Following those events, it was revealed that the most remote location within the expansive dominion governed by the Demon Lord bore the name Chavain de Antier. The entire region was segmented into 5 distinct sectors, and this frigid expanse lay within the most secluded one. Temperatures plunged to icy extremes by nightfall, only to surge into sweltering heat during daylight, a climatic pattern reminiscent of the high-altitude terrain of the Andean Plateau. In historical accounts, inhabitants of the Andes often faced food shortages, leading them to consume wild tubers laced with toxins. But did such desperation lead to extinction? On the contrary, humankind exhibited a remarkable talent, the ability to transform harmful provisions into digestible sustenance. That very human ingenuity was now being emulated by Jeshiel, now recognized as Kratos, the reigning demon sovereign. Soon after, Dirac appeared and informed the Demon King that the tuberous roots had already been positioned across the cultivated terrain. In response, Kratos instructed Baal to pulverize them. Without hesitation, Baal launched himself high into the air, landing with tremendous force to smash the roots beneath his immense weight. Under such crushing pressure, those potatoes stood no chance of remaining whole. Baal's task was far from over, as he would be repeating this action throughout the entire day. Kratos had devised a meticulous process. The roots were to be frozen under the cold night sky for 5 consecutive evenings. Then, under the scorching heat of the day, they would be softened and subjected to Baal's powerful impact. This repetition, freezing, thawing, pounding, would extract the poisonous content and allow it to dissipate. Once this cycle had been executed enough times, the remnants would be dried, preserved, and lightly heated for consumption. Thus was created the demon realm's version of chunyo, wild potatoes rendered edible through careful preparation. The narrative returned to Kratos, who summoned Zephyros and instructed him to assemble the group of demons assigned to fertilizer production. Wearing a wicked grin, the demon lord declared that it was time for a break, snack time to be precise. He anticipated that his underlings would savor the food. As distribution commenced, the demons formed a queue, awaiting their share. Kratos announced that only 2 pieces would be allotted per individual due to limited supply. Zephyros, noting the sizable reserve of processed potatoes, inquired whether additional portions could be produced. Kratos expressed skepticism, stating that the remaining quantity wasn't sufficient to nourish the entire legion. Instead of consuming all of them, he planned to replant the tubers, allowing them to multiply exponentially. Moments later, as the wild potato portions were distributed, hesitation filled the air. The farming squad looked uneasily at the unfamiliar food, memories of lost kin weighing heavily. Dairock stepped in, reassuring them that the Demon King had neutralized the toxic effects and that the roots were now safe for consumption. However, a particularly eccentric demon with a bizarre haircut mocked Dairock, calling him naive. He gestured toward Kratos, describing him as a sinister figure who wouldn't distribute food without an ulterior motive, likely intending to poison them. Yet Dairock remained undeterred. He boldly took a bite of the food. All eyes followed his chewing, their tension growing until he casually swallowed it. With tears brimming in his eyes, he shouted praise for the Demon King. The rest of the laborers, observing Dairock's survival, promptly devoured their portions as well. And soon a second line formed, they eagerly sought more. Dairock, basking in his moment of vindication, was filled with pride. It was true, the Demon Lord had genuinely provided them with edible nourishment. The odd-haired demon, now swayed, began to lead a chant. Raising his left arm, he bellowed with enthusiasm, "Yes, Kratos." The Demon King, however, was unimpressed by the awkward slogan and silently resolved to replace that ridiculous cheer at a later date. Off to the side, Zephyros studied Kratos' expression. He noted that the Demon Lord's countenance reflected unwavering belief that even in this barren wasteland, he would produce viable food. In that gaze, Zephyros sensed the possibility that Kratos might indeed be the one to finally end the cycle of starvation and despair that plagued their kind. At that very moment, the interface reappeared. A system notification declared that a segment of Kratos' forces was content due to having eaten. This time, the tally rose by 50 happy points, a reward for successfully feeding 50 members of the agricultural squad. The new cumulative total displayed boldly: HP equals 51. The protagonist observed the unfolding scene with visible amusement. A subtle grin crept across his face as he internally acknowledged that the total number of points accrued so far was quite respectable. With this accumulation, he could now afford to bolster his strength a bit. However, a decision had yet to be made on which attribute would be prioritized. At the moment, he remained uncertain. Perhaps it would be more prudent to continue stockpiling points for the time being. While he contemplated dividing labor between the fertilizer production group and the wild potato extraction team, Zephyros began to rally the attention of the field workers. The astute assistant had devised a plan to spread word throughout the village that a consumable crop could now be cultivated even in this desolate terrain. An incentive was offered. Any demon who unearthed wild potatoes would receive food coupons redeemable for chunyo. The announcement stirred celebration among the farming squad, while Kratos quietly evaluated Zephyros. He mused that the subordinate was every bit as clever as he appeared. Despite his irritating personality, he was undeniably one of the most resourceful allies in the group. Thanks to this campaign, the village demons diligently scoured the earth, unearthing every last wild potato. Meanwhile, fertilizer grinder Sergi and artificial precipitation specialist Hartok remained hard at work, each fulfilling their respective assignments. Lastly, Aserat, still securely restrained, awaited his next relocation. Kratos had merely been shifting the location where his living lightning conductor would be positioned. Upon determining the most suitable area, preparations were finalized. The Demon Lord then proceeded to discharge a series of electric bolts upon the familiar target, harnessing Aserat's endurance for the benefit of nitrogen enrichment. He truly toiled to ensure proper soil infusion. With fertilizer production reaching adequate levels, it was time to commence the subsequent phase, distributing the compost uniformly across the terrain. However, the sheer size of the land posed a significant challenge. The territory was far too extensive for a malnourished workforce sustained by only a few morsels of chunyo. Suddenly, Aserat summoned the strength to plead with the Demon Lord, asking for death to be swift. Yet the request was ignored. Instead, another jolt was sent his way. In Kratos' mind, eliminating an individual capable of remaining operational even while famished, all thanks to his regeneration trait, was foolish. He considered it a free source of nitrogen after all. Still, the dilemma of territorial expansion lingered. The Demon King pondered whether reinforcements were the only viable solution. He had previously instructed Zephyros to send requests for aid to the Star Masters. In the message, Zephyros had penned a firm directive: all offensive actions must cease, and manpower should be redirected toward agricultural development. Although this appeal had been dispatched to every sector within the Star region, no replies had been received. Kratos found this worrisome. He even speculated whether the courier had perished from hunger before reaching any recipients. A serious problem loomed if farmland expansion could not proceed swiftly. Elsewhere, in the realm of the demons, the first star zone, named the Cliff of the Dead, harbored its own developments. A servant knelt before his superior, relaying a reconnaissance report. Demon Lord Kratos had genuinely begun agricultural operations and seemed to have succeeded in creating edible sustenance. The master of this domain sighed, attributing Kratos' actions to fear, specifically fear of himself. This sinister figure, one whose power amplified with each demon's demise, interpreted Kratos' agricultural efforts as a tactic to halt both warfare and famine, thereby slowing his own growth. This elderly, Zeus-like entity was Saruthal, overseer of the First Star region and commonly referred to as the Father of the Dead. It was disclosed that his subordinate had already intercepted and eliminated the messengers dispatched to the other star sectors. In essence, the appeals for aid had been silenced, reaching no one beyond Saruthal's domain. The ruthless overlord was resolute: demons must perish from starvation. Only then would their corpses serve as nourishment for him and his forces. Saruthal declared his intent to exterminate Kratos and claim the demon throne for himself. He issued a critical mission to his adjutant, Fikimir. The order was simple yet grave: annihilate every vestige of Kratos' agricultural progress. With an ominous tone, Saruthal formally proclaimed war. Fikimir, ignited by the opportunity for conflict, bristled with excitement. Back at the location of the designated living lightning conductor, Aserat shuddered as a biting gust swept through the area. Fikimir eventually disclosed his presence. He remarked that Kratos was exceptionally cruel for reducing Aserat to a breathing husk, merely to serve as a deterrent to others. He then reassured Aserat not to fret, explaining that his superior, Saruthal, appreciated his fierceness and would gladly welcome him once Kratos was eliminated. Fikimir summoned his elite unit, phantasmal entities known as wraiths. With manic enthusiasm, he bellowed a command to obliterate the barren land beyond repair. The spectral soldiers lost no time and gleefully embarked on their destructive rampage. One of them stumbled upon the compost scattered across the ground, and in his typical cluelessness, Fikimir instructed them to fling the waste across the terrain, cackling in delight. He reasoned that the enemy might attempt to reclaim and reuse the manure, so it should be evenly distributed to prevent retrieval. With blind zeal, the wraiths dutifully worked the material into the earth, dispersing it so thoroughly that no visible traces remained. Fikimir's unhinged laughter echoed, while Aserat watched the ridiculous display with an expression of disbelief and silence. He could only exhale in resignation. He recalled Kratos' exact instructions about finely grinding the manure and mixing it deep into the land. Ironically, this very task was now being accomplished by Fikimir, who remained blissfully unaware of his contribution. In Aserat's mind, a lingering question arose: what exactly are these fools trying to accomplish? The following morning, just before sunrise, one wraith commented on the endless nature of their assignment. Nevertheless, his peers remained tirelessly committed to their labor. When he voiced his complaint, he was promptly scolded for slacking. They operated under the belief that if even a single corner remained untouched, the demon king Kratos would transform it into farmland. The indolent wraith then questioned why wraith number 2718, notorious for his laziness, was especially diligent on that day. The numbered wraith confessed to his typical slothful tendencies but noted that something felt different this time. Observing the meticulously worked earth, he admitted feeling pride, as though he had contributed to something meaningful. The lazy wraith was left dumbfounded. After clicking his tongue in annoyance, he declared that he too would be a fool for the day. He resumed tilling beside the others. Unexpectedly, the scene took a turn. So focused were the wraiths on their exertions that they lost track of time. When dawn broke, they had failed to retreat, and all perished beneath the morning sun. Yet they passed with contentment, gratified by their efforts. The once empty fields were now cultivated with purpose. All phantoms in the expanse had faded, except for Fikimir. With tears welling in his eyes, he mourned his comrades, proud of their dedication. He silently wished their souls would find repose and wondered with solemn anticipation how Kratos would respond to their unintended accomplishment. Elsewhere, within the barn where the harvested potatoes were stored, Kratos could be heard murmuring about how tilling had taken more time than anticipated. Gazing at the dormant vegetables, he explained to Zephyros that potatoes in such a state wouldn't sprout, rendering immediate planting ineffective. He likened the condition to a tuber peacefully resting underground, abruptly yanked out by its stem, thrown into shock and left biologically frozen. Deep in contemplation, Kratos considered that dormancy could be interrupted more rapidly by storing the potatoes at 4 degrees Celsius for 2 to 3 weeks before transferring them to a warmer, darker location. He intended to request Sergi's aid in cooling them with her frostborn magic, but she was fuming with rage at present. Hartok likewise was currently unreliable. Kratos knew that provoking both simultaneously could be perilous, so an alternative solution was necessary. As a last resort, the Demon King had even instructed the farming squad to perform physical drills near the potato cache, in the hopes that their body heat might hasten the warming process. They all ended up exhausted rather quickly, rendering that strategy a failure as well. Thus the issue remained unresolved. Left with few alternatives, Kratos resolved to head over to the farmland and attempt whatever measures he still could. His focus narrowed to at least enriching the earth with nitrogen. A short while later, Kratos stood silently before the completely turned and fertilized soil. The ground had been thoroughly tilled and integrated. The pungent odor hung thick in the air, so intense that Aserat lost consciousness from the fumes. The demon lord stood stunned, speechless at the sight of the now prepared fields. He questioned internally how such a feat had come to pass, suspecting a miracle. Suddenly, an oblivious figure burst into laughter, the same fool who had unknowingly contributed to the miracle. He cackled in triumph, declaring their success, but his gloating was short-lived. Baal, looming behind him, lifted him effortlessly and presented him to the demon lord. This individual was none other than Fikimir, who had attempted to remain hidden. Kratos recognized him immediately as one of the notorious bosses from the Cliff of the Dead. He speculated that Fikimir might have arrived as backup. Without delay, Kratos demanded to know the reason for Fikimir's presence, a question that caused the demon to tense in panic. Just as Fikimir opened his mouth to reply, a swift blow from Kratos interrupted him. Zephyros, bewildered, questioned why the demon lord would strike before hearing a response. Kratos clarified that the act of withholding information was already suspicious enough, and sometimes brute force was the most effective interrogation tool. Fikimir, though pained, conceded that this approach was to be expected from the Demon King. Still, the demon remained tight-lipped, until he was subjected to a relentless barrage of punches. Blow after blow rained down. Eventually, Kratos himself grew winded. Fikimir lay motionless, barely conscious. Then, a prompt from the system materialized, reminding Kratos of his ability to enhance attributes using accumulated HP. With 51 points available, he invested in boosting his stamina. Refreshed, he resumed pummeling the unfortunate demon with renewed vigor. Thousands more strikes followed. In this act of merciless interrogation, Kratos demonstrated his fitness for the role of Demon King. Ultimately, Fikimir broke. He confessed not only his actions but the plot to eliminate Kratos altogether. The scheme traced back to Saruthal, who had deliberately severed the flow of reinforcements. The goal was to grow stronger as more demons starved. Zephyros remarked that such sabotage amounted to insurrection. He advised Kratos that eliminating Saruthal would send a clear message to those protesting the halted expeditions. However, Kratos recognized that even if he succeeded in taking Saruthal down, other adversaries would persist. What he truly required was a definitive method to overcome them. Zephyros warned that Saruthal was no ordinary enemy. Kratos was already aware. Saruthal possessed a spectral ability, allowing his body to shift into an incorporeal form. Even within the game, Saruthal had been a constant menace on the intricate terrain of the Cliff of the Dead, transforming the entire encounter into an elaborate pursuit. Still, Kratos had already begun formulating a plan. As in the game, if exterminating pests was impossible due to their concealment, the answer was simple: extract them from their den. Elsewhere, Flute found herself standing before Aserat. She looked upward timidly. The mere sight of her nearby presence visibly irritated him. She initiated a hesitant conversation, lowering her head in gratitude. She expressed thanks for his sacrifice as it was the reason they now had sustenance. However, praise directed toward a demon for noble deeds was considered deeply offensive. Aserat seethed. He accused Flute of derision and threatened her life. Frightened, Flute fled. With a burning glare, Aserat issued a vow, one drenched in fury. The moment he escaped, he would hunt Kratos down and destroy him. His moment of solace was abruptly interrupted as a chorus of demonic voices rose in melody directed toward him. From a distance, his gaze locked onto Credos approaching with a waving banner. As the image grew clearer, the banner's inscription came into view. Congratulations. Second Conductor of Thunder in the department. Alongside him was Fikimir, trussed up identically to Aserat. This unhinged entourage chanted jubilant hymns, as if commemorating the induction of a fresh recruit into their labor force. The agricultural detachment was gradually expanding its membership. Aserat mulled over the title of Second Conductor of Thunder. Moisture welled in his eyes at the hopeful prospect of being released. The thought of finally being spared from being a perpetual spit-roasted avian stirred deep longing. Yet within moments, Fikimir was merely positioned adjacent to him. No soul even considered unfastening him from the pole. With fervor, Credos erupted into bellows, activating his sanguine surge technique. Aserat's stomach dropped as the full weight of reality set in. Credos intended for both of them to share the burden of lightning absorption. The pair, defeated in spirit, yielded to their fate. All the while, Saruthal observed from afar through his scrying orb. The notorious overlord shrieked with horror as his elite subordinate, Fikimir, was officially baptized as the next electro-grilled minion. The unsightly, celibate demon monarch persisted, unleashing strike after strike. Fikimir's wails echoed, his form writhing under the surges. Saruthal wept for his underling's torment. Still, Credos showed no mercy. The thunder cracked. Fikimir's cries escalated, almost indistinguishable from unholy moans. He was beginning to show signs of perverse enjoyment. Surveying this grotesque display, Saruthal howled in protest. At that very instant, Credos turned his attention sideways. There hovered the familiar reconnaissance specter from the game, a spectral avian clenching a crystal globe. This confirmed Saruthal's active surveillance. Rage simmered anew within Credos. His adversary had not only sabotaged his crops, but was now watching with contemptuous amusement. He vowed to ensure Saruthal rued the day he meddled. By morning, young Fluck was seen burrowing around in the earth. Aserat monitored her from his constrained vantage point. He noticed the roughened texture of her palms. The roasted warrior questioned her motives. She meekly explained her desire to assist. After all, the Demon King, the 4 exalted generals, and every grown-up were toiling tirelessly in the fields. She longed to contribute. Aserat scoffed, branding her a naive, low-tier demon child. He grumbled that the idiot tethered beside him had already cultivated the patch she was digging. He suggested she direct her efforts somewhere useful. Hearing that, Fluck beamed with gratitude. She extended heartfelt thanks to Fikimir for tilling the field and offering himself as an additional lightning conduit. Fikimir's eyes glistened. Her words moved him. Suddenly the agony felt worthwhile. Aserat muttered under his breath that the man had officially gone off the rails. He mocked their agricultural ambitions in this forsaken land. He pointed out that the absurd potato they were trying to raise hadn't even sprouted. According to him, unless the spud cellar was warmed, no buds would grow. He predicted starvation. Fluck took that statement to heart and dashed away, almost skipping with determination. Aserat rolled his eyes, convinced that a feeble demon like her couldn't change anything. At high noon, Zephyros expressed subtle unease about the demon monarch's scheme. He suspected that Saruthal was surely aware of their ambush. He doubted the commander would risk showing up to rescue Fikimir. Credos, however, expected no such thing. He anticipated Saruthal would dispatch underlings first. The goal was to decimate every single one of them, to force Saruthal's hand. He commanded his forces to ensure no survivors remained. The cultivator battalion now stood sentinel around the second lightning pillar. As the reconnaissance wraith soared above, Saruthal sneered at Credos' strategy. He believed this idle vigil would prove fruitless. While admitting it was unfortunate for Fikimir, Saruthal remained fixated on one objective, crippling the harvest. He deployed his crop wraiths. And for the surprise of no one, they appeared at the heart of the potato deposit. Numerous reptilian phantoms emerged. Then, with no hesitation, the spectral invaders surged forward. Saruthal gave the directive to annihilate the entire stockpile of potatoes, ordering them to crush and obliterate every last one. The harvest phantoms stormed the storage barn. Unbeknownst to them, everything was unfolding exactly as Credos had foreseen. The crop specters found themselves startled. Positioned atop the structure, the demon sovereign awaited. With a sly grin curving his lips, Credos acknowledged their presence like a host welcoming guests to their final resting place. The ghostly intruders faltered, taken aback by the ambush. His mind drifted back to his initial encounter with these exact entities during his gaming days. Moments steeped in hopelessness. These were Saruthal's second-tier elite division. The greatest hazard lay in their tendency to swarm en masse. A mere touch from their incorporeal forms could trigger rapid aging in the afflicted. Worse still, they could replicate the skill sets currently equipped by their opponents. Truly an affliction. But Kratos, now seasoned in the mechanics of this world, had already calculated their downfall. With a vicious sneer, he declared his readiness to roast the first of them. Lightning-based implements were their kryptonite. The specters realized they had walked into a trap and began to withdraw. However, Kratos warned them that the real snare had only just begun. The ghouls glimpsed crimson streaks near the entryway, blood that Kratos had deliberately smeared the night before. Now activating the second tier of his technique, Kratos brought his palm crashing against the ground, unleashing arcs of electricity. The current surged along the blood channels until it reached the door, where it surged upward like a net of lightning. The move, known as wide-range crimson discharge, electrified the entire vicinity. In that moment, the crop wraiths resembled writhing motes, floating helpless. The strike landed, eliciting their silent shrieks, even though they possessed no vocal cords. With their resistance neutralized, physical strikes now became effective. Kratos summoned the Cultivation Regiment. These fierce warriors, long aching for battle, barreled into the fray with scythes and rakes so lethal they would intimidate any foe. Though outwardly unimpressive, these soldiers were secretly the most formidable units of the final battleground. With that knowledge, Kratos no longer considered the crop wraiths a threat. For the first time he felt like a cold, calculating apex demon ruler. He scanned the area for any lingering phantoms that had survived the barrage. Determined to personally finish them off, he prepared his next move. But a piercing cry shattered his focus. Fluck emerged from beneath the mountainous heap of potatoes. Her sudden appearance stunned Kratos. A spectral assailant locked onto her. Her father, locked in his own skirmish, was unable to reach her. Kratos, agitated by the chaotic unpredictability of it all, forced himself to prioritize. Eliminating as many fleeing phantoms as possible had to take precedence. Still, his eyes stayed fixed on Fluck. He knew the range of his crimson discharge wouldn't reach her position. In a desperate act, he hurled a potato toward the ghost. Of course he knew it was futile, but instinct took over. The vegetable bounced off the specter's head, which then caught it mid-air. To his astonishment, the tuber began to pulsate like a capturing sphere. A pink vortex enveloped it, and the creature's essence was absorbed into it. Then, poof, a faint sound echoed. The soul emerged from the potato and ricocheted toward the stockpile. Distracted, the remaining crop wraiths retreated unnoticed. Kratos blinked in disbelief at what had just occurred. The potato had sprouted. Suddenly, understanding dawned. These apparitions accelerated aging. They had inadvertently jump-started the dormant biological rhythm of the potatoes. Without pause, Kratos clasped Fluck in his arms. His gaze softened slightly as he offered her an expression of approval. Her body trembled. Turning to his militia, he summoned their attention. The time for drawing Saruthal out had ended. From now on they would take the initiative. An offensive approach would serve them better. Elsewhere, someone's eyes fluttered open. Confusion clouded their vision. The location was none other than Lightning Pole number 1. It was Aserat. His mind muddled, he pondered his own identity and purpose. The warm sunlight bathed his face, and he felt a fleeting moment of gratitude. Then his stomach let out a deep growl. He came to understand that, despite his condition, a deep yearning for existence still burned within him. His focus shifted when he heard his name being called. It was Fluck. She expressed her gratitude, explaining that thanks to his tip regarding potato sprouting, everything had turned out well. She had even received a generous supply of chunyo as a result. She went on, mentioning how Kratos had assembled a considerable force of agrarian warriors. Yet, by this point, Aserat was no longer registering her words. His entire attention had zeroed in on the food she carried. The moment he laid eyes on the edible chunyo in Fluck's possession, his mind unraveled. Overwhelmed by hunger, he fixated on the meal. Aware of his craving, Fluck attempted to feed him by tossing a piece his way. Unfortunately, the morsel struck him square in the eye. Letting out a sharp groan, he threatened the child in irritation. Apologizing, she tried again. This time, she launched 3 pieces simultaneously, hoping at least one would land correctly. One chunk successfully entered his mouth, while the other 2 landed on his eyes once more. Despite the pain, tears welled up in his eyes, not from sorrow but from the sheer flavor. As he chewed, the delight overwhelmed him. At that moment, a notification arrived for Kratos. A member of his demon legion had experienced joy. 1 happy point was added. His cumulative total now stood at 302. This puzzled Kratos slightly. With the latest batch of recruits who had eaten chunyo, the total should have been 300 demons and fluck. He couldn't quite figure out the identity of the extra source of happiness, but ultimately dismissed the thought. More points only meant more power, and he intended to conserve them for the upcoming raid on Sarathol. Rousing his troops, he ordered the cultivation warriors to press forward. With fervent energy he rallied them in the name of a prosperous yield. Hours passed until they reached the threshold of Sarathol's stronghold. Sarathol, foreseeing the assault, instructed his minions to sever the rope bridge. As the bridge collapsed, the phantoms mocked the approaching demons, ridiculing them with jeers. Their amusement didn't last long. Without hesitation, Kratos lunged across the chasm. Panic swept through the wraiths, until they realized he had miscalculated. He was plummeting. The phantoms erupted with laughter, calling him brainless for attempting such a reckless leap. Then the laughter died. They spotted fragments of his form embedded into the cliff face, once again with his posterior exposed. The ultimate glitch maneuver had been activated. The spirits flushed, blushing in discomfort. Slowly, Kratos began his ascent, turning once, turning again, revealing his backside with each twist. His expression remained grim and menacing. With a few more contortions, the demon lord reached the top. The specters, thoroughly unsettled, groaned in disgust. Kratos then gestured toward Zephyros, signaling the next phase of the operation. Zephyros gave a subtle nod in return. Kratos bolted inside. As per his calculated tactics, the food wraiths were expected to fear the potatoes. But by charging in unarmed and alone, he increased the odds they would fall for the trap. As predicted, Sarathol dispatched his food wraiths, believing the Demon King lacked the cursed tubers. Any contact with him would be their triumph. The spectral attackers surged forward. Kratos initiated a concealed maneuver, his so-called quantum leap. A glitch-based strategy now branded with an impressive name. Once more, his frame merged with the terrain, his posterior protruding as before. Then he vanished. The wraiths, unnerved, muttered about the bizarre nature of his movements, wondering when he gained the ability to phase through solid matter. They sensed him overhead. Lunging, they managed to grab hold of him. Victory seemed imminent, until he disappeared yet again. This marked the 19th occasion on which Kratos had executed this plan. He had memorized every crevice of the terrain. Having visualized the entire battlefield by combining all areas of enemy spawn from the game, he stood dead center, surrounded entirely by the food wraiths. Drawing in a breath, Kratos steadied himself. The phantoms believed he must be fatigued, even as the sovereign of demons. But Kratos declared internally that he no longer stood there as a ruler. He was a seasoned gamer. In the distance, Zephyros shouted the cue. He ordered the next step. From all directions the cultivation squad appeared, launching their weapons. Not balls but potatoes. The tubers struck the agricultural phantoms directly. Simultaneously, Kratos instructed them to commence cultivation efforts. A few more seconds passed, just enough to fully appreciate the grandeur of the moment. Initially, Zephyros harbored some uncertainty regarding the strategy, yet soon came to grasp that the demon sovereign had once again devised a flawless approach. Earlier, Kratos had informed him that while he lured the crop wraiths into a single confined location, Zephyros was to direct the cultivation sentries along a mapped-out route. Zephyros reviewed the diagram of a forsaken, ancient watercourse, nothing but a cul-de-sac, or so it appeared. Kratos insisted otherwise. He declared that something was indeed hidden there, a covert passage, one he had personally uncovered. Following his escape from the nightmarish cliff of the deceased, just before entering the ultimate zone, he had explored thoroughly and noticed something unusual. Despite the area appearing empty, the craftsmanship of the environment seemed deliberate. Then he observed an odd section on the stone wall. After slashing it with a blade, the wall shifted open. That's how the areas had been linked. The hidden corridor bridged the battlefield where the initial confrontation with Sarathol had occurred and the cavern deep beyond. At first, he hadn't been able to access it until he cleared the surroundings. Only then could he claim the elixir of metamorphosis. If such an artifact existed in the real realm, he was advised to retrieve it. The elixir was a distillation of numerous fallen fleshly souls. It could only be ingested once, with its exact effects unknown. Back in the present, the field hands rejoiced as they gathered the sprouted spuds. The sight of it implied they were ready to sow them. Flute's father thought tenderly of her and of how they might finally enjoy full meals. But witnessing all of this, Credo's features darkened. A memory surfaced. He once starved so severely that a kindly elder woman offered him food. She had even promised a hearty supper if he could just hold out a little longer. The next thing he remembered, an ambulance was parked nearby. That thought soured his expression. With that grim recollection fresh, he declared a statement that caused the workers to cheer. Anyone who interfered with their long-awaited nourishment would be utterly annihilated. Just then someone called out to the overlord. It was Baal, announcing his readiness to assist against Saruthal. Credos, however, ordered Baal to focus on carrying the provisions. Combat belonged to the head of the chain. Meanwhile, Saruthal invoked the great spirit of glacial heart. He beseeched it to ensnare more souls with its frozen wrath and grant him a surge of reinforcements and might. Out of nowhere, Credos landed a forceful kick square into his back, sending him to the ground. Saruthal lay stunned, face against the dirt, shocked by the Demon King's sudden arrival. Credos coldly responded that it was no longer his concern. Pest extermination was now underway. As Saruthal remained crouched, Credos loomed above. The former rebuked Credos, branding him foolish to believe he could triumph single-handedly. Saruthal's form began to morph. He disclosed his genuine prowess. Despite the dramatic transformation, Credos showed no reaction. His expression was blank, almost disinterested, for he had witnessed this countless times, 19 to be exact. In past playthroughs, while chasing the ever-fleeing Saruthal across the hazardous cliffs, aged Kimchi's player frequently ran into his minions. By the end, nearly every creature inhabiting those bluffs had been eradicated. Eventually, Saruthal retreated into the chamber containing the Heart of Ice Spirit. A fearsome relic, allegedly forged from the death of an ancient drake, it unleashed a chilling energy that ensnared wandering phantoms in the land of the living. Saruthal made attempts to summon additional allies using the relic's force, but the paladin always arrived in time for the final confrontation. There, Saruthal activated his most formidable power. He conjured a whirling gale, signifying his acceptance of Credo's formidable nature. Gradually, the vortex assumed shape, an exact replication of Credos himself. Saruthal was convinced this was the key to victory. Credos knew all too well what was happening. Saruthal's signature ability allowed him to flawlessly duplicate his adversary's attributes and embody them. That was the climax of the encounter. At that moment, Saruthal possessed identical statistics to Credo's own character, which were maximized to their limits. With staggering offensive capacity and a near-untouchable evasion trait, even a single misstep meant instantaneous defeat. Nonetheless, the attributes that Saruthal replicated were from the current demon monarch Credos, whose prowess was no longer as formidable. Saruthal lunged forward. Simultaneously, Credos received a prompt to utilize his HP to acquire various attribute enhancements. He had the option to allocate 10% more to his existing stamina, which stood at 30%, as well as his psychological fortitude, bodily power, nimbleness, and arcane energy, each resting at 20%. With a reserve of 302 HP, Credos spent 50 of them to elevate his agility to 30%. Saruthal was taken aback when Credos sidestepped his strike with ease. Following that, Credos delivered a punch with all the force he could summon. Another 50 points were consumed to boost his brute force from 20% to 30%. He met Saruthal's clenched fist directly with his own. The impact prompted Saruthal to cry out in pain, bewildered as to how Credos remained unscathed. Credos retorted that cultivating land also required intellect. Enraged, Saruthal attempted to unleash the Bloody Strike technique, but Credos had already invested 50 points to amplify his magical force, raising it to 30%, and another 50 to augment his mental endurance to the same level. Both unleashed their lightning-based abilities. Saruthal was caught by surprise as his spell backfired, and he was struck by his own electrical discharge. The so-called Zeus impersonator began to liquefy, reduced to a viscous pool. His form now resembled that of gelatinous goo. At that moment, Credos was informed that he had expended his HP to elevate all of his core attributes to a uniform level of 30%. Then, a notification appeared. His development quest was now fulfilled. As a consequence, a fresh ability had become accessible. Summon Farmer's Throne, which required 100 HP to unlock. This throne, a clear homage to Game of Thrones, was armed with an array of sturdy agricultural instruments. Credos found the timing fortuitous, as he was in need of superior equipment. Even as a puddle, Saruthal still had the ability to speak. He addressed Credos, questioning whether he believed the battle had concluded. Credos responded in the negative. He was well aware that all second-phase encounters had a follow-up transformation. Saruthal's mass shifted again, now transforming into an archaic, malevolent dragon. He claimed that this was his true origin. Kratos was stunned. Witnessing it firsthand, the creature's offensive capability and reservoir of vitality were staggering. But it was expected. Saruthal served as the boss directly preceding the game's ultimate antagonist. Kratos, however, felt no dread. That was precisely when Baal and the agricultural enforcers arrived. He informed Saruthal that he had already emerged from the final stage himself. Then he issued a challenge. What could Saruthal possibly do now? Saruthal froze. Overwhelmed by the sight of reinforcements, he began to panic. He pleaded for a conversation to negotiate. But his appeal came too late. The farm enforcers stormed toward him, impelled by their yearning for a successful yield. They unleashed their accumulated frustration on Saruthal for disrupting their tilling. Saruthal begged for leniency. Kratos recognized that he could overcome Saruthal through direct combat, but the entity's capacity for speech and motion gave him pause. It didn't feel right to destroy it with his own hands. Still, he observed that his comrades were too malnourished to land efficient strikes. They had been battering Saruthal for some time now, yet he refused to perish. He contemplated a more effective tactic. Kratos activated the Summon Farmer's Throne skill, draining 100 HP and leaving him with just 2 points. A beam of verdant luminescence descended from the heavens, slowly lowering the throne. Then, without warning, it plummeted with explosive velocity. Kratos flinched in astonishment. The throne landed squarely atop Saruthal, generating a crater upon impact. The farm guards exulted. One demon jubilantly praised their monarch for not allowing Saruthal to simply expire, but instead, annihilating him with a brutal, skull-crushing blow. They admired how ruthless, savage, and infernal the move was, worthy of a true overlord. Another cried out that such a feat could only be pulled off by the Demon King himself, and that lesser beings like them could never imitate such dominance. They chanted Kratos' name in triumph. He blended with the celebration, shouting with pride. Elsewhere, among the lightning-bound, Fikimir came to a realization. With his superior defeated, he now understood that it was time for his own ascension. By now, the entire farmland had been cultivated. The purpose of Lightning Rod No. 2 had been fulfilled. With the raid concluded, their principal objective was achieved. The potato shoots had sprouted, and Kratos had successfully eliminated every blight that jeopardized the upcoming yield. With those hurdles overcome, he exclaimed with fervor that it was the moment to sow the tubers. Yet before they could vacate the premises, the crystalline orbs situated upon the pedestal stirred. Kratos took notice. A notification appeared, confirming that his objective of vanquishing Saruthal on the Cliff of the Departed for the 20th instance had now been fulfilled. That led him to wonder whether he had simply resumed from the 19th attempt in the game. The system then alerted him of a concealed scenario now being unlocked. A sealed essence confined within the core of Frozen Spirit had been released due to mishandling. The Heart of Ice began to emit vapor. Its structure opened gradually. As Kratos approached, he was met with astonishment. A diminutive azure hatchling emerged. He stood speechless, eyes wide in disbelief. The juvenile dragon noticed him. With excitement it uttered a name, T-Bone. Their gazes locked in stillness. The small WRM pondered if this bizarre entity before him might be his parent. As Kratos extended his hand, the little one shuddered with sensitivity. The dragon remembered hatching from its shell in pitch blackness, overwhelmed with fear, yet now relieved that its father had found him. That sense of comfort quickly faded once it got a good look at Kratos' unfortunate visage. Even though Kratos made an admiring remark about the creature's cuteness, the hatchling quaked in apprehension. As the group began to exit the chamber, the overzealous agricultural enforcers jokingly hollered about cooking the baby drake. This left the creature misty-eyed. Kratos rebuked them, labeling them fools, and reminded them that raising the beast first would yield greater returns. This, of course, led the little one to suspect that its supposed caretaker might actually intend to consume it. Kratos came to a halt when he noticed the awaiting crowd. The demons had gathered to welcome back the farming corps, their expressions sincere with joy. Fluck ran directly into her father's arms. Families reunited in warmth and relief. The baby dragon's cheeks turned rosy as it sensed the shared affection in the air. He glanced up at the figure holding him, realizing that perhaps they weren't so frightening after all. That was until he looked once more at the face of his so-called guardian. His opinion reversed immediately. No, they were absolutely terrifying. As twilight descended, the hatchling trembled in a shadowy corner. He cautiously peeked out, only to catch sight of the demon sovereign's ominous expression again. It made the little dragon assume they were merely biding their time until he matured enough to be eaten. Meanwhile, the overlord himself was absorbed in thought, primarily concerning how to nourish the young drake. He had heard somewhere that juvenile dragons fed on polished minerals, yet there wasn't a single gemstone in sight. Only piles of corroded scrap littered the storage. Zephyros soon arrived to give his report. As anticipated, significant setbacks had arisen during the construction of embankments. To cultivate vegetation properly, earthen ridges were necessary, raised mounds lining the fields. Ideally, such structures required untainted soil, but their terrain was littered with fragments of stone. Despite their efforts, each attempt by the farm guards to dig deeper resulted in the emergence of more debris. The baby dragon misinterpreted the situation, thinking he was already being forced into labor like the others, though in reality, Kratos merely held him. The demon lord reflected that their terrain more closely resembled a coal excavation site than a field. At the current pace, merely removing the stones would take an eternity. Worse yet, relying so heavily on the workforce daily would rapidly deplete the store of chunios intended for incentives. Even the prospect of receiving backup from other high-ranking demons wouldn't solve the dilemma. A sinister expression again crept across Kratos' face. He daydreamed about being the protagonist in a fantasy serial, one with the ability to summon a magical companion. He imagined some sort of burrowing beast like a wombat, capable of clearing the stones effortlessly. The hatchling in his grasp visibly shook once more, unnerved by the increasingly dreadful countenance his parent was making. Kratos observed Fluke as she diligently dug into the terrain. Her expression was firm with resolve. He continued watching her and came to the realization that it was time to stop complaining and instead devise a solution. While he was immersed in his own reflections, a sudden cry pierced the air, razor squall. Kratos turned pale. A colossal whirlwind was barreling toward them, gaining speed rapidly. It slipped his mind completely. He had known that this expansive barren land occasionally produced vents that released slicing gales at random intervals, and getting caught in one would result in being torn to shreds in moments. He shouted for everyone to seek shelter behind the stone formations. They scrambled toward anything that could provide shadow and dropped low to the ground. Kratos also bolted for cover, but even though the slicing wind was still a distance away, the sheer force of the air pressure was staggering. What he had experienced during gameplay didn't even come close. This was a calamity of nature, the greatest peril to cultivation efforts. But amidst the chaos, he spotted Fluke dashing toward the incoming vortex. Kratos' eyes widened. She wasn't fleeing, she was heading to Azurat. Her father took off after her. Irritation surged in Kratos at the reckless girl. Without hesitation, he handed the hatchling to his own father, instructing him to protect the young drake, warning that anyone who pursued him would face consequences. Bale cried out in protest, warning Kratos that the area was too treacherous, that death was likely. Kratos was fully aware of the risk. But he couldn't bear the thought of losing either his vital lightning conductor or an essential laborer. Cultivation wasn't some peaceful, leisurely endeavor involving leisurely fruit picking. Fluke, struggling, attempted to move the pole, but her efforts were fruitless. Azurat shouted for her to abandon the attempt and escape. In Kratos' mind, he likened both agriculture and survival to waging war. He yelled at the child to step aside, then drove his foot into the stake, shattering it. Azurat let out a piercing scream as he toppled, smacking the ground face first. The demon sovereign's cheek was sliced open. Fluke, though lacerated across her body, continued attempting to untie the restraints. Azurat insisted the knot was one of the binding types, so tight not even one of the 4 heavenly generals could release it. He was adamant she wouldn't succeed and told her again to retreat. Fluke gasped in shock as she was abruptly lifted. Kratos had hoisted both her and the stake. The young WRM could sense the sheer exertion of strength. It knew its guardian was no paragon of durability. Blood poured from Kratos' wounds as he let out a roar and sprinted with all the energy he could muster. The tiny drake, understanding the toll on his caretaker's body, gazed in astonishment at how far the Demon King was willing to go for others. The bladed wind storm drew near. Kratos ran, leaking crimson from his injuries as the storm approached with unrelenting speed. Eventually his body gave in. He collapsed, clutching Fluke tightly in his arms. The pole slipped from his grasp as he hit the dirt. The baby dragon flapped toward his guardian. He now perceived him as a benevolent being. The hatchling inched closer, then inhaled deeply and cried out the name T-Bone at the top of his lungs, unleashing a torrent of glacial wind. It clashed directly with the approaching razor storm. Kratos sensed the violent wind current diminish. He concluded the young dragon had utilized its cryogenic breath to disrupt the upward drafts fueling the vortex. Meanwhile, the tiny creature continued its effort. Despite its small frame, the dragon released a remarkably potent blast of frigid air. At that moment, Kratos resigned himself to his fate, understanding that such a feat might be overwhelming for a hatchling. The shredding wind loomed ever nearer. But then salvation arrived. 3 demons raced to their aid. Fluke's father lifted Kratos, Zephyros swept up Fluke, and Baal carried Azurat. Alongside the infant dragon, they fled from the deadly storm, exerting every ounce of speed and strength they possessed. Later on, Kratos was resting on his bed. 2 commanders approached him, both wearing sinister expressions. Hartok remarked that at last the demon overlord had drifted off, and that he would finally sever his head. Sergi concurred and mentioned that once they dealt with the remaining 2 fools, one of them would rise as the new demon monarch. They both pledged to remain partners until that moment. They pushed open the door and stepped into the chamber, immediately advancing toward the bed, ready to unleash their assaults. However, they froze midway, noticing something odd as the demon overlord had his eyes wide open with a chilling stare. They stood frozen, feeling as if they had been anticipated, yet chose to push forward since it might be their only shot. Just then, Baal and Azurat entered the chamber, questioning what the 2 thought they were attempting. The towering figure warned that the demon overlord was resting peacefully and that they shouldn't interrupt him. He also added about the expression Kratos made while dozing off, creepy enough to deserve the title of demon overlord even in slumber. With that, he stressed that if they dared disturb their master's rest, they would deeply regret it. The one wearing the monocle admitted he understood the muscle-bound brute's point, but questioned whether Azurat was in the same boat, considering siding with a demon overlord obsessed with agriculture. Azurat answered that he wasn't particularly thrilled about it, but owed his life to Kratos, and thus was merely repaying that debt. Hartok then asked if he hadn't realized yet that this entire potato farming scheme was only causing chaos, certain that beyond failing, it would drive them all into famine. So he wished to know if that didn't bother him. Without delay, Azurat responded that things were simply like that, and recalled young Flute toiling so earnestly despite her age. For that reason he stated if they wished to survive, they had to be willing to risk their lives. Even though he preferred risking it in combat as that was simply his nature. The one with the monocle firmly declared they would regret that decision, then exited the room with Sergi. At that instant, the commanders heard a noise from the chamber and saw that the demon overlord had awakened. Kratos, bewildered, called out Azurat's name, and the general questioned whether he might have overheard their entire discussion, though he quickly clarified he wasn't supporting him or anything similar. He insisted that he was merely repaying what he owed or something along those lines. Nonetheless, Kratos, with a menacing glare, demanded to know what on earth the lightning rod was doing walking around. Azurat, puzzled, had no time to react before receiving a bloody strike so intense it was visible from outside the fortress. They left the room, with Baal carrying the battered Azurat on his back. And the demon overlord stated that they couldn't waste any more time and urged to gather everyone to resume clearing the lands. The general then mentioned that in truth, the stones had already vanished and that Zephyros had taken care of it. He appeared puzzled upon hearing that, until he noticed his subordinate giving orders to the farming squads. Observing this, he moved closer and questioned the patrol about what had been done with all the stones. Zephyros gestured toward a certain direction, stating he was with a particular creature. From a distance, Kratos glanced over and asked if it was T-Bone. The young dragon carried as many stones as possible in his mouth and flew back repeatedly to fetch more. He figured he couldn't shield his father from the slicing wind since he was still too small. But he was determined to eat plenty so he could grow swiftly. While soaring, he realized his father was calling him and immediately changed course toward him. Which made Kratos thrilled to see his child even while wearing a fearsome expression. He contemplated that the slicing winds didn't occur frequently, and that if his baby dragon kept watching the sky and released the icy breath at just the right moment, they might manage to block the hurricane, but he considered there was no alternative, since avoiding this would lead to an even bigger problem. Then Zephyros mentioned that the Chunho supply was running low and asked whether they should prepare more. Kratos answered that it wasn't necessary and pondered that the first challenge of farming was natural disasters, and the second was cost, hurdles they would need to conquer. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, Sergi rested in her chamber until she removed her helmet. She, a stunning blonde, shook out her hair and remarked that the stench of manure still clung to her even after so many days without stepping into the fields. At that instant, Kratos called at her door, saying they needed to discuss something. She found it odd, since the demon overlord had never come to her room before. So she questioned what he wanted, claiming they had nothing to discuss. He stated he truly needed her assistance and asked her to please open the door. She became enraged and ordered him to leave, but he insisted, warning her that he would enter. Sergi spun around, shouting that there was no reason for them to talk, until she saw Kratos nearly naked crossing the doorway and became frantic at the sight. She then demanded to know if he was insane for entering a woman's room like that. Immediately, he dropped to a crouch, prompting her to ask what on earth he was doing. Kratos explained that without her, he was helpless. She didn't understand and blushed furiously. Kratos reflected that in order to cut costs, he was even prepared to kneel since he urgently needed her sharp blade at that moment. Sergi, still flustered, said that if he needed it so desperately, she was willing to hear him out. He quickly noticed her reaction and couldn't believe she had suddenly changed her demeanor. They proceeded to the storage area and stood before the potatoes. Kratos requested her to slice the potatoes since they needed to be halved for planting. Upon hearing this, she flew into a rage, feeling completely deceived, while cursing the demon overlord with every possible insult. He attempted to clarify that the task was simple, and that she shouldn't cut potatoes with 3 or fewer sprouts, but if there were 4, then she could proceed. He stressed that she must keep in mind the number of sprouts on each side of the slice, since they needed to be evenly divided. After sharing the instructions, he held the potatoes and declared he would toss them. But Sergi firmly stated she never agreed to do that. Nevertheless, he threw them anyway and without time to react. She braced herself and, using remarkable skill, sliced all the potatoes perfectly in half, cutting with extreme accuracy that even left Kratos astonished. He began inspecting them one by one and questioned how she managed to slice so precisely. Turning toward her, he praised her once more, saying he had always known she was the only one capable of it. She thought about that half-hearted flattery and became wary, knowing she wouldn't fall for his sweet talk again, calling him a deceitful trickster. Instantly, he stood up with an intimidating aura and stepped closer to her. Then he grabbed a cloth and wiped his blade until it gleamed. The general felt flustered and asked what he was doing. He answered that potato juice had splashed on it and it needed to be cleaned. She, burning with embarrassment, wondered if he had lost his mind, unable to comprehend why he was acting this way. Besides that look in his eyes, sincere, warm, and intense. Kratos noticed the sword was now spotless and admitted that it felt satisfying, imagining that if the blade wasn't thoroughly cleaned, infections could spread to the potatoes. So it had to be washed meticulously. He approached her again and, with a captivating gaze, asked her to please lend a hand, insisting she was the only one who could accomplish it. Inside, he thought she was the sole demon capable of cutting potatoes while also helping to store the chunos. Sergi, still blushing, took a deep breath and agreed to assist this time. Inwardly, she called the demon lord foolish. He rejoiced at her response and said he would fetch hot water and towels so they could spend the entire night cutting together. She simply couldn't understand why the demon lord was so thrilled, once again calling him silly. After that, they continued slicing all the potatoes, while Hartok watched from afar, seeing the two working in total harmony as they cut. He fumed at the sight, thinking Sergi had also become one of the pitiful fools, volunteering to serve the demon lord simply because she received a few compliments. Meanwhile, beneath the scorching sun, Azurat was still tied to the cross, contemplating what it meant to truly live and wondering what purpose a lightning rod had to keep existing since such a harsh life seemed worthless. Then Flute approached and mentioned that the elders had saved Chunos for him, and asked if he wanted to play the game of tossing them. He called her a brat and asked if she truly believed that a great general like him would ever play a game with a low-ranking demon, warning that he would devour her alive if she dared come closer. Regardless, she tosses the food, but it lands directly in his mouth. This infuriates him so much that he demands to know if she doesn't understand how to throw correctly, ordering her to do it properly. From a distance, the one with the monocle observes and concludes that Azurat has already lost his sanity, thinking he has taken so many blows that he can't think clearly anymore. Then he spins around after hearing someone yelling. It was Kratos announcing that they would finally begin planting the potatoes in the fields. Hartok watches the scene and decides that he never expected anything from him anyway. At that exact moment, the farming squad begins expressing gratitude to Sergi for slicing all the potatoes for them. She, slightly embarrassed, responds that she didn't cut them for their sake. The monocle wearer notices her reaction and questions what kind of expression that is, since it doesn't resemble the face of a great demon general. He also notices the lower-ranking demons weeping over the potato seeds, and questions whether they aren't ashamed of themselves. He concludes they are all fools and internally declares that the greatest mind among the demons will rise to take the demon lord's throne. Meanwhile, Kratos instructs them to keep planting since soon the sprouts will emerge and break through the ground. He further warns that when that happens they should start removing the extra sprouts. Bahal claims he's very skilled at cutting, but the demon lord orders him to stay quiet, and explains that each seed piece can produce 3 to 6 sprouts. Following this explanation, he poses the question of what is preferable, more or fewer sprouts. The demons answer that more would be better, but Kratos corrects them, stating that fewer is actually ideal. They appear bewildered and question why fewer is better, convinced the demon lord must be mistaken. Hartok, witnessing the conversation, becomes frustrated and calls everyone utter fools. Then he urges them to think for a moment because if there are too many sprouts, they will compete with each other for nutrients. In other words, the potato itself will end up with fewer nutrients. Kratos overhears from afar and admits his surprise, asking how Hartok knows that, and whether he has cultivated before. Hartok replies by questioning if they truly need to be taught something so fundamental, explaining that the sprouts and the potato share the same nutrients, which should be obvious. Kratos then asks how many sprouts would be ideal, and Hartok responds that 2 would be the obvious answer. But after thinking further, he concludes that practically speaking, they could assume 1 sprout is best. However, if that single sprout damages the potato's root, it might die. He also proposes that they could create fertile soil artificially, by adding manure and turning the earth to improve airflow. Everyone stands in awe at his explanation as he continues, stating that the soil group won't only benefit the potatoes but also weeds that compete for nutrients, which means those weeds will need to be eliminated. The demon lord simply cannot comprehend what he has just heard, and loudly demands that everyone applaud since they have a true genius in their ranks. All the demons begin shouting, "Genius, genius, genius," and Hartok becomes agitated hearing it as they don't stop praising him for even a moment. For a brief instant, he recalls how his mother always called him foolish, and turns around, overcome with emotion, trying to hide that he is tearing up, not fully understanding why he feels that way. Then Kratos steps forward and calls him wise, declaring that from now on, he will appoint him to lead the farmer troops as their commander. Hartok internally thinks this is absurd since his intellect exists to conquer and annihilate other species. However, Kratos yells, asking what everyone is standing around for, insisting they show respect to the supreme elite of the demon kind. All at once, they begin shouting that the general is the elite among elites, and Hartok, seething inside, considers everyone beneath him, but with authority, he orders them to follow him from this moment onward, imagining he will command only briefly since those in front of him continues celebrating endlessly about the new leadership. At that point, a system notification appears stating that Kratos has won the psychological battle. He feels confused by this since he has no idea what it refers to. Another notice informs him that he recognized Bahal's neglected childhood, and transformed him into a loyal subordinate. He questions internally if he really did this unconsciously. There's also a notification mentioning that Azurat, who had never had a friend, has gained a new companion and thus lessened his violent nature. Kratos doesn't quite understand which friend it's referring to. Meanwhile, Sergi's heart softened. She was a woman who had never experienced love. He also established trust in Hartok, who merely desired acknowledgement. Because of these developments, he now has access to a new skill by using 200 happiness points, and the skill revealed is blood vision. He feels shocked because this ability wasn't in the game at all, and is probably original, just like the Farmer's Throne skill. The system explains that this ability allows him to glimpse the near future of his target, currently up to 6 hours ahead. It also specifies that the target can be a living being or an object. But his surprise intensifies immediately after. A new notification says it can even be used on the sky. This revelation excites him immensely since it's essentially a weather forecast. Meanwhile, somewhere between the forsaken lands of the demons and the human territories, specifically in the village of exiles, a man arrives announcing that he has completely recovered. His subordinate greets him warmly, expressing relief to see him well again. Rivage thanks him for all the support and admits he wishes he could be reborn with a sturdier body next time. Diol chuckles and responds that he'd rather be rich like a noble so he could boss people around. Rivage laughs at that and turns to Kimchi, telling him they plan to return to the kingdom and asks if he wants to join them. With a serious look, Kimchi replies that he's unsure. Since, as he mentioned before, he doesn't remember his true identity and hasn't lived among humans. Because when he first arrived in that village, the inhabitants didn't exactly welcome him warmly. For that reason he wonders if someone like him would truly be accepted anywhere. The two observe quietly for a moment until Rivage proposes that perhaps he should start by wearing different attire. However, this doesn't happen when Diol teasingly asks if the hero really doesn't want to take off those strange clothes. The messenger concludes that Kimchi must truly be fond of them. Yet, in his mind, the hero admits that he actually wants to change clothes. But he cannot figure out why they simply won't come off, as if they are fused to his body. Rivage thanks one of the villagers for their hospitality and remarks that living there solely because one is a descendant of an exile is extremely harsh. He adds that when he returns to the kingdom, he will inform the king about this situation. Kimchi watches this exchange and imagines that Rivage is a nobleman sent to explore the territories near the demons under royal orders. And he is indeed not an arrogant person but rather kind and worthy of respect. This reflection makes him ponder who he himself used to be and concludes that all he remembers is following orders and eliminating others repeatedly. Thinking about this causes him to lower his head, as he wonders if he is even capable of doing anything besides taking lives. Back in the demon realm, the farming squad starts to notice the sprouts emerging and cheers excitedly since they are finally appearing. The generals approach to witness it too, realizing that the plants are truly growing. Flute rushes over to Azurat to share the exciting news. He erupts in anger upon hearing it and demands to know what he's supposed to do with that information. Then, the Kratos calls for the agricultural division and announces that the next phase will be burying, asking the wise Hartok to elaborate further. Hartok explains that burying means covering the sprout stems with earth to prevent the young potatoes from being exposed to sunlight, because if that happens they will change color, lose flavor, and even become toxic, thus becoming what are called spoiled potatoes. Kratos requests applause since the explanation was so insightful, which leaves the general slightly embarrassed. He then gazes upward to examine the weather that day and reflects that he ended up spending 200 happiness points on the weather prediction ability, and his blood vision skill has already evolved, with the activation condition requiring him to stare for 200 seconds without blinking. However, he starts making an expression like a stray dog since his eyes begin burning and it becomes exhausting. The lower-ranking demons witness this and believe that the Demon King is shedding tears of joy because the sprouts have grown. After some time, the ability finally activates, revealing that for the next 6 hours, the weather is expected to stay mostly clear and dry, suggesting that it might be wise to put away the humidifier. Kratos finds this intriguing and tells T-Bone that he will be able to rest peacefully since there won't be that ridiculous windstorm. At that moment, Zephyrus approaches and mentions he has an urgent report to deliver, explaining that the subordinate of the second Star Master has returned. They then head back to the castle and soon after LaFleur introduces himself, stating he received the message about pausing agricultural activities and reports that the third Star Master, Ruster, launched an assault on them, claiming that the Demon Lord had grown weak and that he should seize his position. The Kratos becomes irritated because he thinks all demons behave the same. Zephyrus remarks that this truly poses a problem because if the third Star Master defeats the second Star Master and they ally, it will not be easy to handle them. Kratos agrees and points out that although they are low in level, their numbers are overwhelmingly large. He contemplates that he must find a solution before the second Star Master collapses, even though he cannot neglect the agricultural tasks for too long. The region attacked by the third Star Master is a deep underground abyss known as the Swamp of Decay, which, when compared to the game map, is actually 10 times larger and absurdly distant. He heads to the opposite abandoned area, which should provide bonuses in the game and is located inside the Demon Lord's castle, but it isn't functioning. This makes him ponder how to resolve this and manage the farming at the same time. He pauses to think, not fully understanding why he is so concerned, and with a wicked grin, decides that since he is the Demon King, the boss doesn't have to do everything himself. So he sticks to his plan and Sergi makes a fuss, claiming she isn't fighting because of him. Bahal proudly announces he will follow orders no matter what. The Kratos concludes that he can dispatch 2 of his 4 generals to the battlefield, and along with some powerful demons, they can make a significant impact. He knows that in the boss's domain, the shortcut system is fully connected, including one that leads directly to the Swamp of Decay. Aware of this, he orders the long-range sprayer to be launched, believing that if he and Hartok fully concentrate on the fights, everything will succeed. The Second Kingdom is engulfed in flames and Planus, the second Star Master, is kneeling on the ground and confronts the enemy, demanding how he dares challenge the Demon King and commit treason. The demon approaches and declares that this is a revolt, saying he had no other choice. This is Ruster, the third Star Master. He claims that ending that war will only bring devastation to their race. Planus becomes even more infuriated and argues that the Demon King promised to provide fertile lands, so they no longer need to battle humans for sustenance. Ruster responds that this is not the issue, and with his weapon lifted, he states that fighting with bravery is the pride of their kind. Suddenly, a weapon flies toward them and strikes the Star Master's club directly, knocking it away. He turns to see what caused it and realizes it is two of the celestial generals. Sergi wastes no time and admits to Ruster that he is correct, as their race truly was born to battle. She says they adore fighting more than anything else but wonders how things ended up like this and why they even started enjoying it in the first place, but she finally understands after observing everything that happened lately. Flute runs with a bright smile on her face. She bursts through her house door, shouting and calling her father to hurry to the fields. Once they return to the field, they are amazed to see the beautiful crops that have grown. Witnessing this brings tears to the lower demons and even Azurat, who also weeps because of it. Hartok and Zephyros watch from afar, as does Kratos, standing proudly before his grand accomplishment. The little girl runs, calling for the Demon King, and Happy says that it is truly beautiful and that she has never seen anything like it before. Kratos simply remains quiet. Back with Sergi, she charges fiercely at the demonic master and attacks with her countless swords. The opponent, distracted, fails to notice the tyrant closing in and gets grabbed. She seizes the chance and unleashes an endless barrage of strikes while her target is restrained. Ruster starts begging her to stop and insists he never mentioned finishing anyone off, claiming he was there to save lives and doesn't understand what they are doing. She reflects that this might be true, but she doesn't stop attacking, declaring that sometimes one must be eliminated to protect many others. He becomes enraged hearing this since it makes no sense to him. Meanwhile, Kratos, in front of Flute, remarks that finally they started to sprout and that there were many at once, then orders the useless flowers to be cut immediately. The demons are upset about this, and Azurat starts yelling, declaring he will never forgive the Demon King for being so heartless. Hartok enjoys hearing this since even in that situation, the king stayed true to his nature. Because of that, he asks what everyone is waiting for since they must carry out the order at once. Dirok, though upset, kneels in front of the flower and sees it looking sad. Another demon laments, saying he cannot do it because they put in so much effort to make them grow and had never seen anything so beautiful on that land. The general, with little patience, warns that if they leave the flowers there, they will consume all the nutrients instead of the potatoes doing so, and the priority is to make the potatoes grow large and well-fed, not create a flower bed. The farming troops then comply even though it pains them deeply. Kratos watches this with excitement since he enjoyed hearing the word potato echo in his mind. After that, the generals return and report that they have captured Ruster. The Demon King makes it clear that this is the consequence for sparking a rebellion and that everything he built was destroyed by another, and he will do something about it. The Star Master simply asks to finish him already since a demon who lost his honor in combat deserves nothing but death. Without delay, Kratos uses his ability to fry the demonic master, but he laughs as he didn't even feel a tickle because he wears excellent armor. Kratos questions if that really happened and if he didn't take any damage at all. Then he drags him to the plantation and uses a lightning rod, explaining that he actually found the task quite useful. Then he uses his ability again, making Ruster scream in agony and also beg to be finished already, and since now they have a new lightning rod. The Demon King requests someone to take Azurat off the cross since he isn't recovering well and it's long overdue to retire him. They untie him and Flute runs toward him to help, but stops midway because his expression was terrifying. The general keeps muttering that the little demon girl humiliated him for too long and that's why he wants to devour her first. She freezes in shock upon seeing his ominous aura. However, his legs give out and he collapses face first to the ground. He curses it all since it has been ages since he last walked until Bahal approaches and lifts him into his arms, leaving Azurat inconsolable to the point of demanding what the hell he thinks he's doing since he's not a princess to be carried around like that. The big guy ties him to his back to carry him and says it was an order from the Demon Lord and that he'll stay like that for now. The Prince of Darkness is furious about it, swearing that he will never forget this humiliation. Meanwhile, Kratos watching from a distance admits that he was worried that Lunatic would snap again, but when he used his blood vision skill, he quickly knew the weather would stay the same for 6 hours and so he decided to release him. He points his finger and says that harvest day will come soon so they need to move faster. But deep down he's relaxed since he has a super fast weed cutter that can eliminate the flowers instantly. He also has a professional transporter that makes everything much smoother. He reflects that, in a way, the autumn harvest isn't far off and the food supplies are steadily depleting, and even though demons are used to famine, he can't bear to see how exhausted they'll become. At that moment, someone approaches calling out to him. It was Planus, who introduces himself as the master of the second star and is there to express his gratitude for having been saved. Kratos stands quiet for a moment, and so does the star master. Then, he abruptly shifts his expression to rage, leaving Planus bewildered as to why he suddenly turned furious. All Kratos can think about is why that demon showed up empty-handed to offer thanks when he could have at least brought some wine or a few fruits. The Star Master mentions that he is currently gathering some of the third star subordinates and will soon put them to work. All the Demon King can think about is that the potatoes are thriving splendidly, and he wants to harvest them quickly to prepare chunos. He says that what he really wants is to watch the demons eat until they are completely satisfied. Only then does he pause to think about why he started doing this in the first place. While lost in his thoughts, the second Star Master announces that he will prepare the troops and then leaves the field. Kratos watches him depart and considers that this Star Master was among the weakest and least advanced, yet he liked the confidence he carried and his unwavering loyalty to the demon homeland. He also guesses that this demon is technically like a plant, so in the end he might turn out quite valuable. As Planus walks through the field, he feels under his feet that the earth is incredibly rich and brimming with nutrients unlike anything he had ever sensed before. After strolling for a while, he imagines that at first he was merely a sprout and therefore never grew properly using nutrients. But he finds that soil remarkably different because it was nurtured by Lord Kratos. He uses his power and begins to root himself into the mountain, concluding that he can become stronger in that ground to the extent of potentially rising to the level of Demon King. Thinking about this, his roots start spreading throughout the entire land. The next day, Kratos shouts at the low demons to prepare for exercise time. Starting with arm movements, the Demon Lord guides them with bizarre music. The low demons sing along with him, copying every single demonstration. Kratos, watching T-Bone enjoying the exercises, thinks about how messy the crew was at the beginning and feels amazed by how precise they are now. Thanks to their demonic physical properties, they can follow even the most surprising instructions. While they roll from side to side, Kratos realizes that the low demons will become essentially strong under his command. Suddenly, Bahal arrives, shouting loudly while carrying Azurat on his back. He announced that all the potato leaves had turned yellow, immediately catching Kratos' attention. Everyone hurried to the field and quickly noticed the obvious change in the color of the potato foliage. Zephyros sighed heavily at the sight and questioned aloud if it would truly be impossible to produce anything now. Sergi grew visibly disheartened witnessing the scene. Hartok, on the other hand, found himself completely puzzled, unable to comprehend what had gone wrong. He speculated whether it might have been due to the absence of wind or perhaps even a shortage of water. This left him feeling frustrated and betrayed by his own expectations, causing him to angrily question why on earth he had pinned his hopes on something that now seemed nothing more than a foolish delusion. Just then, the brother stepped forward, approaching the generals and making his way over to the potatoes. He knelt down, grabbed one sprout and carefully pulled out a potato. This action startled the monocled general, who immediately noticed that while the potatoes appeared slightly pale, they were still impressively large, even 2 or 3 times the size of the first potato they had planted. Kratos broke into a satisfied grin and pointed out that they were overlooking the real success. The potatoes had effectively done their job. By absorbing all the nutrients from the leaves, they had grown larger and, as a result, likely tastier. He declared proudly that everyone had performed exceptionally well and emphasized that this achievement had only been possible thanks to their collective effort. Hearing this, all the generals became deeply moved, realizing that their hard work had not been in vain after all. Later that night, back at the castle, Kratos lay in bed reflecting on the praise he had given to the demons earlier. This moment of appreciation stirred up memories from his past life, when he had once planted a tomato plant and his grandmother had complimented him, saying the tomatoes were thriving because of his care. The next memory that haunted him was seeing her being taken into an ambulance, and all he could do was scream helplessly as he watched her being intubated. After dwelling on these thoughts for a while, he rolled over and began to criticize himself, thinking that such sentimental feelings were pointless. As the Demon King, someone meant to embody coldness and authority, he believed he shouldn't allow himself to feel emotions like that. He also reminded himself that even though they would soon have hundreds of potatoes to eat, they could not afford to let their guard down. Relying too heavily on potatoes could lead them straight into starvation if something happened like a pest infestation, similar to the infamous Irish famine. In other words, he understood clearly that while potatoes would solve the immediate crisis, they would eventually need to plant a variety of other seeds to ensure future survival. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, prompting him to leap up and demand to know what was happening and if there was any issue within the castle. At that exact moment, a massive crack split open, and a gigantic root erupted from below, smashing everything in its path and shooting up to a towering height before him. Kratos stood there, stunned and horrified, shouting in disbelief, questioning what on earth that monstrous thing was. Meanwhile, outside in the fields, Flute was still carefully examining the potato leaves. She recalled that the Demon King had mentioned that the leaves would naturally fall off as the potatoes matured. However, she sensed something felt terribly off and began to dig with determination, convinced that something was wrong beneath the surface. When she finally pulled one of the potatoes out, she was horrified to discover that the vegetable had simply vanished. She prepares to dash off, intending to alert the adults immediately, but soon freezes in place as the entire castle becomes engulfed by countless enormous branches. Kratos finds himself ensnared by the massive tendrils, and just then the Star Master emerges, laughing mockingly and remarking that the Demon King now resembles a helpless insect. Kratos cannot comprehend what he's seeing since that towering figure is actually Planus, the very one who had assisted them only moments earlier. Planus reveals, boasting proudly, that thanks to the nutrient-rich, fertile earth Kratos had cultivated, he was able to grow into this monstrous form. It is only then that Kratos pieces everything together and realizes in horror what must have happened to his precious crops, his rage boiling over as he roars, calling Planus a bastard and demanding to know exactly what he had done to the fields. The Star Master taunts him, asking sarcastically if he's furious and what exactly he plans to do about it. Without warning, Planus violently swings Kratos back and forth before hurling him forcefully to the ground, causing severe injuries instantly. Meanwhile, the generals scramble frantically around the castle, struggling to make sense of the chaos, while Bahal pleads to be freed so he can rush to rescue the Demon King. Sergi and Azurat question if he's lost his mind, pointing out that even if they attempted something, facing that star demon would be impossible. Yet, Bahal remains defiant, asserting that indeed the Demon Lord is weak, a truth he discovered when he himself was aided by Kratos, proving how fragile the king truly is. The devastation within the castle continues without pause, until Planus, having absorbed all the nutrients from the earth, assumes a gargantuan form. At that moment, Kratos plummets helplessly from the immense height. The generals gaze upward in disbelief, and Zephyros is left aghast, questioning if that towering creature is truly Planus. Planus commands all to listen and with a chilling voice, declares that Kratos is dead. All the generals are left in utter shock, unable to process it, and the loyal servants and the baby dragon share the same disbelief. The lower demons are overcome with grief, especially Flute, who breaks down sobbing uncontrollably. Planus continues his proclamation, reminding them of the ancient demon law that dictates power belongs solely to the strongest. For that reason, he officially declares himself the new Demon King and orders every last one of them to bow before his overwhelming might. Hartok reflects on the unfolding scene, realizing that the Star Master had indeed absorbed all the land's nutrients, and with Kratos incapacitated, he is now unquestionably the strongest. Accepting this brutal truth, he bows, resigning himself to the rule that demons always follow strength above all else. Sergi, filled with frustration, reluctantly bows as well, followed by Bahal and Azurat. Zephyros remains in disbelief, paralyzed by the reality of the situation, while Azurat urges him impatiently, demanding that he show proper respect. Seeing no alternative, finally bows too, and in that moment, everyone submits to the colossal new king, while Zephyros can only cry, mourning the loss of his sovereign. Meanwhile, Kratos finds himself in a different realm, where he hears the voice of his mother from his childhood, calling to him and inviting him to play hide and seek. He senses something odd about that day and wonders aloud if this might be a dream. His mother instructs him to close his eyes tightly, promising to count to 10, and only after that should he begin searching for her. The young boy begins to count, and when he finally reaches 10, he calls out, asking desperately where she is, unable to locate her. In a rising panic, he starts to scream, pleading for his mother to come out, and wonders if counting to 10 again might somehow bring her back. Kratos observed that moment with his head lowered, as his childhood self could do nothing but cry out for his mother, sobbing and insisting that he had finished counting and for that reason, wanted her to appear. Suddenly, a system notification called out to Kratos, urging him to wake up. He eventually forced his eyes open, trying to comprehend what had happened and questioning whether the message had truly addressed him by name. Confused, he asked the notification where it was and if, by any chance, he had already died. The system instructed him to move, warning that if he did so, he might still survive. He wondered if he could use the glitch technique but quickly realized he couldn't, since there wasn't even enough space to shift his body. However, he noticed that at least one of his hands could still move, so he decided that even if it had to be slow, he would begin digging. Despite the agony, he kept pushing himself, determined not to give up. Meanwhile, outside, Planus called for the scribe to come forward. Zephyros approached and introduced himself formally as the recording secretary. The Star Master then commanded him to record everything accurately, declaring that this was their first grand step and announcing that they would soon begin the invasion of human territories, making it clear that they intended to dominate all humans and raise them like livestock to be consumed. Hartok lamented the situation, remarking that it seemed they had gone back to the beginning. Azurat thought it was actually good news, as at least he would get to fight and slaughter as many as he pleased. Sergi reflected that this was the life demons had always led anyway, and if it meant satisfying his hunger, then so be it. Bahal, on the other hand, didn't think about anything at all. At the same time, all the generals struggled to understand why this new situation left them feeling so uneasy. Meanwhile, Kratos kept trying to crawl out from beneath the debris but felt his breath slipping away as he struggled to breathe properly. Back outside, Planus ordered all the demons to seize their weapons, declaring that it was time to march forward. Zephyros had a thought and warned the new demon king that they couldn't go to war at that moment. Planus didn't appreciate hearing that, and his menacing look caused all the generals to tense up in fear. The secretary tried to clarify that the only food they currently had was a small supply of potatoes, which wouldn't even be enough to feed half the army. Planus dismissed the concern, saying they actually had more than enough food. Then, using his massive branches, he seized Flute, leaving her terrified. Her father began screaming desperately in horror. This immediately caught Azurat's attention. Planus displayed the frightened girl and announced that there were many weak, worthless demons there, ordering that they be used as sustenance. The girl screamed frantically, insisting that it wasn't like that anymore, and that nowadays they could survive without devouring each other. She shrieked louder and louder, reminding everyone that the king had promised them such a future. Planus watched her desperate cries and then dropped her from the towering height. Meanwhile, Kratos, still trapped under the rubble, realized that his heart was stopping. He concluded that if he died now, all the demons would starve. So, he forced his eyes open and activated the bloody strike technique on himself, electrocuting his own body. He decides he cannot allow everyone to starve again, so he resumes digging, screaming with all his might to draw out energy, and with that effort he manages to dig even if only little by little. Outside, Planus is watching as Azurat rescues the little girl, cradling her in his arms. The MC keeps struggling to climb, and whenever his heart threatens to stop, he uses his bloody impact technique to jolt himself awake, but he realizes he's far too exhausted. Then he starts to contemplate whether he still has a long way to go, or if at least he is heading in the right direction, questioning whether his efforts still hold any meaning. Thinking about this weighs him down even more. Outside, all the generals stare wide-eyed, watching Azurat holding the child. Flute is speechless after being saved, and the Star Master asks if he has completely lost his mind. The Blood Prince just keeps staring until he feels the tremor and realizes the massive demon is closing in. Panicked, he tries to cover up by claiming that the little girl is his snack since he had been eyeing her for a long time. However, Planus doesn't buy into this absurd excuse and strikes Azurat harshly with a branch, sending him flying past the generals and leaving him knocked out on the ground. Zephyros laments the scene since he's powerless to intervene. The Star Master once again demands that everyone get ready for battle. Zephyros musters courage and shouts that there's no valid reason to proceed like this. Immediately after saying that, one of the branches lunges at him, but the tyrant general moves swiftly with his axe and intercepts the strike, making Planus even more enraged. Bahal yells that the Demon King had left a mission for the secretary, questioning who will count the potatoes if he perishes. The Star Master retorts, asking if they are suggesting a rebellion. Hartok quickly denies it, saying such a thing would be unthinkable, but he stresses that they believe the former Demon King Kratos' plan to invest in farming was a much wiser directive. Sergi requests permission to speak and recalls that the previous Demon King showed them a path where no one needed to die, and because of that, she questions why they should go to war if another solution already exists. Planus loses patience at being defied and begins summoning countless roots while screaming that he is the strongest and, therefore, everyone must submit to him. However, they refuse, declaring that true strength comes from what is just, and all the generals ready themselves for combat. The lower demons also shout that the Real King is only Kratos, warning Planus that he will pay for what he did to the fields. Instantly, the roots move toward the demons, but Hartok doesn't allow it, using his mist barrier to block the attacks and protect the farming troop. Bahal places Sergi on his hand and hurls her into the air, giving her the opportunity to slice through all the incoming branches. She then looks directly at the Star Master and yells that she will start by tearing out his eye first. However, he finds this amusing and, besides blocking her attack, also captures the generals with shocking ease. Then he announces that they are all going straight to the canopy for daring to oppose the new Demon King and makes it clear that he is 1,000 times more majestic than the feeble Kratos. While attacking the entire troop, he declares that the former king was nothing but a weakling who perished without even resisting, and because of that, he questions what was so special about that fool since he saw nothing admirable in him. He gets ready to deliver the final strike on Zephyros, who is trying to protect Flute, until suddenly he hears a voice from the MC asking why he's hurting his self-esteem like that. Then Kratos appears, fist clenched, intercepting the attack aimed at his secretary. Next, he smashes the branch into dust in an instant. Planus is stunned to see him alive, unlike Flute, who immediately smiles upon seeing him. The system message appears, stating that Kratos has unlocked a new system and skill at the edge of death, and that concentrated nutrition has been activated. Zephyros and Flute stood frozen, wide-eyed, as Kratos emerged with sudden violence, his crushing blow stunning them both. His bruised and blood-stained knuckles tore deep into the terrain, a brutal signal of his relentless battle to claw his way back. His gaze radiated an intense crimson blaze, forged from the strength of his former self. To grasp this overwhelming energy, one must look back to a time when Kratos was younger, untamed and broken. A frail elder had once asked why he kept speaking as if surrender was his only path. A despondent, youthful Kratos, hunched low and consumed by despair, confessed that existence had become unbearable. Calm but firm, the woman pressed on, questioning if life truly was that unbearable, then why bother surviving at all? Holding a tiny seed gently between her palms, she told him that each of us is a seed. She insisted that all life begins as a seed, forced to fight upward through difficulty to reach the light. With optimism and patience, she claimed one sprouting life would inspire others, and that inspiration would spread. In her serene certainty, she imagined a world reshaped by growth, starting from a single act of resilience. She had promised that all would turn green, conjuring an image of rebirth and flourishing beauty. Kratos, young and raw, rejected what he saw as hollow sentiment, drowning in the weight of his own suffering. Furious, he screamed, questioning why he had been forsaken by his parents, wondering aloud if he was nothing but a failed seed. Tears fell as he vowed he would survive, on his own terms without anyone's help. In a flash of dread, that bold promise shattered as he raced into a hospital room, reality crashing down. With breath caught in his throat, he watched the dying elder, her words echoing like fate's final whisper. She had said that they were all destined seeds, haunting, gentle and profound words. It was in that moment, as her life faded, that Kratos's true path and inner power began to awaken. Now, with a fierce resurgence in the present, a glowing system prompt appeared, triggered by the immense force of Kratos's awakening blow. Brilliant golden energy radiated outward, signaling the unleashing of his unrestrained power. Kratos took notice. A system called Mana Seed had activated, something unknown, clearly not from the game's usual framework. It presented a third-tier Mana Seed, enhancing his attributes and unlocking a sliver of hope for escape. Then came the unveiling of a rare function, concentrated nutrition, an ability allowing all stats to be funneled into a single category, usable once each day. Kratos's eyes lit up, burning with determination. His course was now clear. A baseline boost of 30% to all attributes appeared as the seed took root. A radiant blue nucleus, shaped like a seed, materialized before him, the heart of this new strength. His power now amplified further to 39%, the metamorphosis drawing near. Letting loose a primal roar, Kratos invoked concentrated nutrition, directing the totality of his stats into raw physical might. His physical prowess skyrocketed to an incredible 155%, all other stats falling to mere fragments. With explosive force, he erupted from below the surface, his body wrapped in dirt, a walking embodiment of brute strength. Planus recoiled, visibly staggered by the crushing weight behind Kratos's punch. The towering foe stumbled, disoriented by the sudden reversal of momentum. The earth itself groaned and cracked beneath Kratos's return, unable to withstand the magnitude of his reawakening. From the rubble, a golden-lit arm thrust upward, declaring the return of a forgotten legend. His flowing cape swept the air dramatically, a banner of war revived. Kratos, once demon lord now reborn, stood unyielding, staring down the immense form of Planus. Still trembling from the impact, Planus demanded answers, voice shaken, asking how Kratos had managed to survive, if it's really him standing tall. Kratos, wounded but intact, responds sarcastically by asking if seeing him isn't clear enough to know that he is in fact himself. Nearby, the demon farmers gazed on with faces lit by both relief and awe, recognizing their true sovereign at last. Kratos now stood before them, restored and resolute, the leader they had long awaited as the farmers erupted into cheers for a harvest yet to come. T-Bone, seeing his father, rushed toward Kratos without hesitation. Seeking solace, the little creature pressed affectionately against Kratos' cheek, drawn by warmth and familiarity. Hartok, though visibly relieved by Kratos' return, concealed a storm of lingering doubts beneath his expression. Sergei, clad in battered armor and stained with defeat, trembled at the thought that Planus might be insurmountable. Even Bahal, wounded yet breathing, questioned whether even a demon lord's strength could match Planus' monstrous force. Planus, however, perceived Kratos' reappearance not as a threat, but as an ideal opportunity to extinguish all resistance. Its glowing eyes radiated murderous intent as it promised the annihilation of Kratos and anyone who dared follow him. Yet Kratos, cradling the young dragon, answered the beast's declaration with a calm, unwavering grin. He would not back down. He spoke with clarity, explaining that despite Planus' sheer magnitude, its movements followed a set rhythm, like a predictable raid boss. Internally, Kratos assured himself, every one of the creature's attacks could be sidestepped. He had seen all of these patterns before. Tactical and methodical, he knew the farmer battalion, who had endured brutal training sessions under his command, were equally prepared. Their bodies had been conditioned to react, trained to dodge even monstrous blows without hesitation. As Planus thundered forward, unleashing a deafening battle cry, Kratos issued the call for formation. His troops assembled without delay. The titanic foot of the enemy came crashing down, aiming to crush them in one strike. Kratos ordered them to shift left, and the squad moved with perfect unity. The ground split violently beneath the place they just stood, but their synchronized movement spared them. He called for them to veer right, and again they executed the maneuver like clockwork. He barked for them to hit the ground as a sweeping limb cut through the air just overhead. Kratos' voice rang out, commanding them to roll and not stop moving as the team ducked and spun through the chaos. He commanded them to fall back, leading a coordinated retreat as Planus' pounding blows tore craters into the battlefield. Explosive and relentless, Planus' might was staggering, but Kratos' core adapted with every strike. He shouted again for them to leap, as an enormous limb shattered the terrain where they'd been moments earlier. The beast howled in exasperation, unable to grasp why none of its punishing blows landed. Kratos' grin widened. He had seen it clearly, Planus' patterns left it exposed during the recovery after each assault. He directed them to rotate formation, preparing his unit to capitalize on that fleeting moment of vulnerability. Together, Kratos and his steadfast farmer legion turned as one, primed for the next phase. He raised a hand and pointed, marking the moment to act with pinpoint precision. Fuming, Planus trembled with suppressed fury, its rage mounting as futility dawned on it. A deep red glow enveloped the beast, and with a deafening cry, it descended into full frenzy. Its enormous form writhed and convulsed, overcome by a wave of destructive mania. Unstable and savage, the creature pounded the earth in a blind fit, toppling all within reach. Kratos muttered with a knowing smile that this was it. Planus had entered its berserker phase just as expected. He bellowed for T-Bone to go, releasing the little dragon into battle. Brave and bubbling with resolve, the tiny dragon inhaled deeply, puffing up its chest with purpose. Focused and icy, it released a torrent of freezing breath, a concentrated blast of frigid air. The frost-laced attack struck Planus directly, clinging to its thick hide and beginning to immobilize its form. Caught off guard, Planus recoiled, its body twitching as the unnatural cold seeped through its enormous limbs. Kratos observed thoughtfully, even with his reinforced strength, brute force alone wouldn't be enough to break through such a massive frame. Yet the creature was still a plant. That simple fact anchored Kratos' calculated approach. The thought sparked a glint in his eyes as his mind unfolded its ruthless scientific logic. Bitter cold, merciless and methodical, would expand Planis's internal structure. The extreme temperature would rupture the beast's fibrous body from the inside out. A smirk crept across Kratos's face. He knew the moment of execution was drawing near. T-Bone swiftly retreated just as the massive entity began to groan under the freezing pressure. A sharp, echoing fracture resounded across the battlefield, the sound of Planis's colossal figure starting to splinter. Its eye widened with dreadful realization, now grasping the brutal ingenuity behind Kratos's plan. The once rampaging beast, burdened by its own towering weight and brittle form, had become its own undoing. Kratos's smile grew colder, savoring the impending ruin. Planis howled in panic, asking what was happening as its insides shredded themselves apart. Surrounded by crumbling chaos, Kratos stood motionless, collected, victorious, as T-Bone fluttered back to him. The little dragon nuzzled against his arm, weary yet triumphant. Kratos gently praised him, acknowledging the effort. Cradling his companion, Kratos stepped forward, preparing to deliver the concluding blow. He crouched low, muscles coiling with power as he readied his final offensive. He growled that this would end now, hurling himself forward with blistering velocity toward the faltering titan. As he closed in, Kratos exposed another botanical vulnerability, one that plagued all tree-like foes. A hollowed, dark knot, the heart of weakness, yawned open across Planis's bark-like chest. That cavity, the very flaw in its otherwise impenetrable surface, marked the end. Summoning the full might of his enhanced power, Kratos reared back his fist. With a primal cry, he drove it into the knot, striking with terrifying force. The impact unleashed a chain reaction. The titanic frame of Planis convulsed and shattered. It broke, splintered, and groaned as its structure buckled from within. Each fragment of its wooden flesh fell like shards of a collapsing tower. Finally, a guttural moan escaped the beast's core, and Planis's massive frame began to cave in, signaling its annihilation. As its form disintegrated further, its essence evaporated into the air, dissolving, scattering. A violent explosion ripped through the landscape as the core burst apart, dispersing corrupted energy in all directions. Onlookers, Kratos's allies, gazed from below in stunned reverence. Their demon lord had triumphed. The final wail of Planis echoed briefly before silence took its place. The great tree's reign ended, or so it seemed. Yet amidst the settling dust and shards, a haunting remnant remained. A piece of its frigid form, suspended in crystalline stillness, pulsed with eerie green light. It refused to dissolve. Refused to fade. Perplexed, Kratos narrowed his gaze, unsure if the monster had truly perished. He watched as the distorted visage of Planis receded, only to sink unsettlingly into the soil. Its root-like appendages slowly disappeared beneath the surface, its presence lingering like a toxin. This wasn't how boss-level enemies were supposed to die. Suddenly, a chilling certainty gripped him. From the tainted ground below, Planis began to reform. Its essence twisted upward, reshaping into something darker, more fearsome. Kratos tried to move, but it was too late. Tangled tendrils of living bark ensnared him. He was bound, immobile. Towering above him stood a newly reborn monstrosity, a twisted, humanoid tree abomination. Across the battlefield, the farmer corps stared in horror, their morale cracking as the nightmare renewed. Planis, now reawakened and grotesque, announced the truth behind its rebirth. It had not fallen, it had fed. Consuming the battlefield's nutrients, it had returned stronger. A cursed seed, that's what it called itself. A cursed seed, nurtured in poisoned earth. And now, bearing the legacy of corrupted might, it declared its new purpose, to drench the world in venomous death. With a menacing promise, the reawakened plant monstrosity lunged forward, intent on annihilating Kratos. Bahal interceded, swinging a massive axe in defiance. Ancient, thudding, his strike landed with a solid crash against the beast's hide. But the blow had no effect. The grotesque creature remained untouched. Before the warrior could react, Planis retaliated with overwhelming force, sending him hurtling through the air like a broken doll. Sergi emerged, retaliating with a storm of razor-edged blades. Her flurry barely grazed the surface before Planis's unyielding form repelled her offensive. A counterstrike followed instantly, leaving Sergi wounded and crumpled beside Bahal. Witnessing his allies falter, Hartok surged forth, releasing a tremendous retaliatory strike. The blow connected, forcing the towering plant to stagger, pained and furious. Eyes burning with resolve, Azurat drew forth a lethal dagger, prepared for a precise, vital blow. His blade pierced Planis, acting with grim determination. Crying out for bountiful harvest, he prepared to finish the battle with a decisive slash. Though comrades had fallen in the clash, he understood the true menace still loomed. He was the last one facing the abomination alone. Besieged, surrounded by silence, with every companion subdued, he prepared himself for the climactic confrontation. And then, with a swift and stunning motion, Hajarat severed the creature's head. Crumbling, eerie, the lifeless head tumbled as an ominous green glow radiated from the decapitated body. The colossus began to break apart, its hulking frame dissolving in slow, glowing disintegration. Sparkling motes scattered as the beast was reduced to dust. At last, every trace of Planus, even its twisted origin, had been obliterated, cleansed completely from the world. A peaceful, radiant shimmer lingered over the battlefield, casting ethereal light upon the victors. The farmer corps and surviving warriors stood still, bathing in the fading glow, their trials ended. Freed from the plant's corruption, the former demon lord spat curses upon Planus's demise. Hartok and comrades, though wounded and wearied, began to recover as the echoes of battle died. Meanwhile, Zephyros pledged to amend the betrayals that had transpired and claimed the victory of the demon lord's army. Hartok proudly proclaimed the triumph of the demon lord's ranks. Kratos watched the cheers, but concern took him. The cheers drowned the moment. The farmer corps roared with joy, hailing the victory and their fearless leader. Kratos stood at the center, basking in the adoration of his steadfast legion. Kratos screamed loud for them to stop, desperation climbing in his tone. His crimson gaze flickered, filled with unwavering intensity. Before him stretched a field of ruin, lifeless bodies, scorched remnants and shattered earth. He stared in silence, absorbing the devastation, the quiet cost of their conquest. Even a single fallen leaf bore witness to the catastrophe. He dropped to his knees, the weight of their loss crashing down. Their crops, their people, they would face famine again. Could he demand more suffering from them? No. He couldn't let that cycle repeat. His closest allies gathered around him, their silent presence echoing his sorrow. Then, sudden and radiant, a glowing sphere emerged above him. Mysterious and pulsing, it hovered precisely over a solitary, lifeless leaf. Slowly the orb descended, merging with the brittle husk. Hopeful, unexpected, a miracle revealed itself. And then the dead leaf shimmered. It pulsed once, vivid, alive, renewed by unseen power. Zephyros observed Kratos, whose drooped posture betrayed a storm of frustration, and an unexpected wave of empathy stirred within him, not only for the present moment but for a memory rooted deep in his past. That recollection carried him to a dank prison cell where frightened demons cowered in silence. Among them, one muttered cynically about the new demon lord, dismissing any significance it might bring. To him their fate as livestock was unchangeable, mere fodder under any rule. Then came the sound of rusted hinges creaking open. A green-skinned demon stepped inside. Panic surged through the cell like wildfire. Most recoiled into corners, trembling. All except one. Young Zephyros remained seated, his expression void of emotion. The green intruder, puzzled by this apathy, approached. Without hesitation, it seized him by the collar like one might handle poultry. Still, the boy's demeanor remained unchanged. Just as the creature drew its blade, an explosion of motion ended its advance. Kratos had arrived, silent, lethal and filled with fury. In an instant the green demon's skull was pulverized, collapsing like overripe fruit under pressure. In the aftermath, Kratos questioned the boy's lack of fear. Zephyros responded with startling calmness. He confessed that fear had long left him, and perhaps death would be more merciful than an existence spent in dread. Their struggles felt meaningless, just cattle awaiting slaughter. There was no use in delaying the inevitable. That blunt honesty struck a chord within Kratos. With a rare smirk, he recognized something familiar in the boy's bleak clarity and extended an invitation. From that moment, Zephyros became the demon record keeper. That day Kratos made a vow to break the cycle of internal predation that plagued their kind. In the present, Zephyros now witnessed a once revered demon lord, one not defeated by force but by the weight of remorse. Rather than speak, he simply moved. Without a word, he grabbed a hoe and began tilling the earth. This subtle defiance caught Hartox's attention. He understood. Orders rang out. The field transformed into action. No war cries, no blades, just hands and tools. The demons, hardened from countless battles, responded to a different call now, one of soil, sweat, and solidarity. Their chants became rhythmic, echoing their new resolve. They sang of plowing through hardship, of oxen moving slow but steady, and of calloused hands pushing through resistance. Kratos, watching in silence, slowly grasped their intent. They had not been broken, they were ready. His eyes sparked with realization. Assignments were given with purpose. One unit would seek out every viable potato. Others prepared tools, sliced seed potatoes, aligned rows, raised soil beds. Zephyros would ensure the blades remained spotless. Hartox would take command of the front effort. Agerat was sent to gather all equipment. Kratos, filled with renewed conviction, raised a clenched fist. Their unified response echoed, a declaration of purpose, of harvest. Among them, Baal charged like a beast of burden, rope clenched between teeth, dragging a plow with raw, unfiltered strength. The image struck Kratos deeply. In that instant, the act of farming revealed itself not as mere cultivation, but war. Against drought, against blight, against failure. Elsewhere, Flute discovered a tiny sprout. Her expression radiated wonder, as if she had unearthed a priceless gem. Declaring it valuable, she lunged for it. But it wouldn't budge. Still tied to a post like a scarecrow, Raster mumbled suggestions half-heartedly. Just when she nearly gave up, another hand joined hers, Agerat's. Together they heaved. From the stubborn soil emerged an enormous root cluster, a potato so massive it could rival a final boss. In a cruel twist of irony, it landed squarely on Raster's face. Flute beamed with accomplishment, and Kratos turned at the commotion. His expression froze. What lay before him wasn't imagined, it was a real potato. Enormous, healthy, and alive. He was speechless. The soil, once barren, had come alive. The explanation came to him suddenly. After the defeat of Planus, faint sprouts had begun appearing. It all made sense. The walking colossus of a forest had redistributed nutrients into the land through its very collapse. Without hesitation, Kratos ordered a full excavation. The farmland burst into activity. Reports of colossal tubers echoed from all sides. A farmer lifted one that nearly needed transport clearance. It was undeniable. The soil was overflowing with bounty. Cries of discovery rang out. T-Bone, ever relaxed, lounged atop a potato the size of a cart, licking it like a sun-warmed treat. Tough demons, once warriors forged in brutality, now danced in joy, arms full of produce, faces beaming like children in spring. Zephyros, voice shaken with emotion, glanced toward Kratos with a question that needed no answer, asking if this is a bountiful harvest. Kratos held the massive crop in his arms. His gaze softened. The weight was real. His voice, usually stern, carried warmth. Tears welled up, not of sorrow but relief. Around him, laughter broke out, unrestrained and pure. And so it was. Against all odds, with hands once trained for war now sowing hope, they had achieved what once felt impossible. A true, bountiful harvest. A harvest awaited, one where hunger would no longer shadow their lives. Within the newly established demon stronghold, Kratos, bearing the title of Demon King, examined a cluttered assortment of makeshift reports pinned to a worn-out board. His gaze was sharp, expression solemn, as he reviewed the current status of the Forsaken regions. The first territory, labeled with a solitary star, Sartl. Its ruling lord had made the mistake of rebelling, an error swiftly met with destruction. Adding to the fortune, once the heart of Frost ceased to pulse, his followers had disappeared like unpaid apprentices on the eve of a festival. The area now lay deserted, an open canvas for any ambitious settler armed with determination and a shovel. Next came the two-star zone, Planus's former domain. The death of its master left his scattered forces in complete disarray. Unsure of their moral compass, they wandered aimlessly, like forgotten side characters abandoned mid-quest. Then there was the third-star domain, Raster. An individual whose most notable legacy involved acting as a literal lightning rod. Oddly enough, perhaps his most meaningful contribution to date. Kratos considered retribution for past disobedience, but it felt akin to blaming a hamster for steering a sinking galleon. The final and most complex, the four-star territory, was home to a serpentine figure known as Tartu. In the original game framework, Tartu had proven trustworthy, which, within demonic standards, implied he was unlikely to commit betrayal that particular day. Kratos weighed the idea of mobilizing reinforcements from regions 2 and 4. These areas remained relatively stable and responsive. However, expanding forces meant escalating logistical demands, additional supplies, more mouths, and the ever-growing challenge of managing resources, particularly meals. Until the next yield, caution was necessary. Zephyros, known also as Ender Zephyros and now a demon monarch in his own right, provided an update. Mass stew production had commenced under prior instructions. Kratos acknowledged the report with a rare glint of satisfaction and ordered that the food vouchers be organized accordingly. At that moment, a subordinate rushed into the chamber, announcing that standby communications had been dispatched to each territory. This piqued Kratos' attention. Were they complying? A brief hesitation followed. The 4-star district, it appeared, was not responding. Tension flickered in Kratos' expression. Why the disobedience? The messenger, wide-eyed and clearly bewildered, offered no reason. No explanation had been given. With evident restraint unraveling, Kratos leaned forward. The messenger hadn't even asked? And worse, ask whom exactly? The situation frayed further. Kratos, now stretching his wings with irritation like a worn warrior returning reluctantly to the battlefield, struggled to comprehend how basic inquiries had gone unmade. His thoughts spiraled. This was equivalent to dealing with bureaucratic buffoonery, where forms were submitted in crayon and logic abandoned ship. Zephyros, ever the harsh observer and unsparing commentator, noted how Kratos, despite his current air of benevolence, remained wholly and unmistakably a demon king. A visage so hideous that even time itself would struggle to produce anything more grotesque. Kratos, though calm on the surface, recoiled inwardly at the idea that something even worse could one day emerge. Attempting to bring order back into the conversation, Zephyros inquired about the servants. Had they offered any insights? Where was the Fourth Lord? The truth landed like a bolt of divine punishment. The Fourth Lord had crossed into human territory, amassing bodies for agricultural use. Outwardly, Kratos maintained his composure. Internally, however, he was erupting with alarm. That specific scenario, etched into the game's history, was the trigger. A moment not of balance or challenge but of utter devastation. The ancient paladin, a harbinger of annihilation, would be awakened not by intention, but by invasion. As long as no borders were crossed, the paladin would remain dormant. But with that blunder, the future became a parade of corpses. Fallen generals, himself shattered and impaled, entire regions crumbling beneath divine wrath. His pulse thundered with urgency. Zephyros, noticing his movement, called out, "Where was he going?" The answer was self-evident. Kratos had already launched forward like an arrow loosed from a desperate bow. Assistance? Unnecessary. Solo was swifter. As he dashed across the lands, his mind raced. The fall of Planus had elevated the mana seed to level 4. Attributes had shifted, agility now at an explosive 160%, while other stats such as stamina, mental resilience, strength, and arcane potency remained at modest 10s. He screamed inwardly, embracing every exploit he knew, shortcut pathways, unintended movement techniques, even bending terrain boundaries if needed. A mental map formed, with precise markers, demon-controlled wastelands bordering the Tower of Life, the sacred grave of the Elder Paladin. His destination clear. His panic justified. His mission urgent. He ran, not to conquer but to prevent annihilation. And further out stood Magrav Fortress, a border stronghold separating demonic realms from human dominion. Perched atop the fortress walls, one sentinel narrowed his eyes and raised a hand to signal. Recognition flickered as a familiar figure approached. Another watchman leaned over the parapet, noting the presence of only a single disheveled attendant and an assortment of odd-looking travelers. Below, the fortified gates creaked open. From within strode Commander Wokos. The report came swiftly. Envoy Azrahan, also known as Javier, returned from the wilds looking worn and hollow-eyed. His explanation was simple. A monstrous horde had begun to stir but hadn't even crossed into demonic territory before retreating. He acknowledged the outcome as yet another failed expedition into enemy lands, just like the rest. The soldiers were permitted to rest. As Javier and his companion Lloyd made their way toward the inner gate, a sudden metallic clash halted their steps. Kimchi stood silent as the mood shifted. Wokos's gaze turned glacial, reminding all present of the rule: only those who had once left could return. Javier's pulse quickened. He attempted to defend the old man's presence, claiming the aged one had rescued him in the lawless zone and posed no danger. Yet Wokos remained unmoved. Before tensions rose further, Lloyd stepped forward, donning his most charming merchant facade, and pulled a glittering bribe from beneath his coat. The gesture backfired catastrophically. With a punishing blow, Wokos struck Lloyd so violently that his future lineage might have felt it across generations. The commander's fury ignited, and his accusation struck deeper than the slap itself. What followed escalated swiftly. The blade that had stopped them now hovered dangerously close to the old man's throat. A demand was issued: the cloak must come off, and if there were even a hint of treachery, death would follow. Javier inwardly panicked. He knew that whatever lay beneath the fabric would bring disaster. H turned his gaze slowly toward Lloyd. The moment stretched, and then something erupted. A pressure flooded the air. Killing intent, thick enough to cut through steel, surged from the cloaked figure. The world seemed to pause. Even Woko's faltered in that instant. A horn sounded. Sirens wailed from every tower. A sentry screamed from above. The enemy was here. Beyond the gates, a nightmare force advanced. Giants of flesh and scale, row upon row of demons, forming a living wave of horror that darkened the land. Orders barked through the wind. Lines of defense scrambled into motion. Among the chaos, the supposed servant stood unmoving. Within his mind, something stirred, a familiar sensation like a buried prompt from an old game. Detection of hostile units, directive to eliminate. Outside the fortress, chaos reigned. Huge logs slammed into the gate with thunderous impact. Archers fired volley after volley from the walls, arrows slicing through the sky. But the enemy struck back with crude ingenuity, stones tied to ropes, flung like siege hammers, smashing barriers and skulls alike. It was less a battle and more a construction site gone mad. The main gate creaked under relentless pressure, wood splintering with each ram's hit. Inside, civilians cowered in corners, eyes wide, breath shallow. The aged instincts screamed to act, centuries of battle reflexes flaring. Past incarnations, all ending in blood, all forced into violence. His hands twitched, yearning for a weapon. If not for Javier's restraining grip, those hands would already be tearing through the enemy. But this time was different. The old warrior scanned the room, families, the elderly, even children, paralyzed with fear. Perhaps now was not the time to flee but to fight. Then the moment broke. A wooden groan echoed louder than before, and the gate collapsed inward with a final, devastating crash. The flood began. Demons surged through the opening, claws, teeth, war cries. At the head marched a serpentine monstrosity, Tartu, weapon raised, issuing his command to raise the defenders and turn their corpses into fertilizer. Commander Woko's shout split the chaos. He called for the destruction of the rear bridge. A soldier hesitated, stunned. The commander's eyes burned with desperation. Death was inevitable, but the homeland had to be protected. No demon could be allowed to cross. The order flew, and in moments, the rear bridge detonated into a storm of debris and smoke. Any escape was now severed. Javier's complexion turned ashen, lips dry. He could hear the explosion ringing in his skull. The bridge was gone. Lloyd beside him turned a shade paler, nausea clinging to his features like sweat. The grim truth settled: there would be no escape. Among the defenders, one cried out in despair over dreams unfulfilled. Without warning, a cataclysmic blast ruptured the air. A segment of the outer wall shattered next, sending stone and dust cascading into the chaos. Tension turned instantly into bedlam. Shrieks filled the air, bodies scattered in all directions, many stumbling in blind panic. Amid the frenzy, a colossal demon surged from the ranks, its massive hand descending into the sea of people to snatch a young girl. Her shrill cry pierced the air, matched by the agonized scream of her mother. Instinct seized Javier. He sprinted forward, but was immediately halted by a firm grip from Lloyd. Meanwhile, the kimchi remained still, entirely composed. A moment later, the demon's torso simply vanished, erased in an instant as if sliced from existence. The child plummeted from the severed grasp, but Javier broke free, diving through the smoke to catch her midair. He cradled her during the roll, absorbing the impact. Even Lloyd stood stunned, struggling to comprehend what had just unfolded. Above, Kimchi descended, his cloak catching the wind in a silent display. His gaze swept the battlefield until it locked onto Tartu. With no sound but the whisper of fabric, Kimchi landed directly in front of him. There were no theatrics, no glowing runes or swelling music, only a solid thud as his boots met the ground. Tartu's eyes narrowed, puzzled by the Kimchi's attire. The outlandish clothing seemed out of place, almost comical. Kimchi remained unshaken, projecting calm authority as he attempted to de-escalate. Tartu, amused and defiant, dismissed the Kimchi's authority entirely, questioning what he could possibly do in such garb. What followed was silence so tense it pulled the air taut. Kimchi didn't so much as blink before delivering a threat with the cold finality of a closing tomb. The atmosphere shifted like a storm front arriving, weighty, electric. Tartu let out a low snarl, lifted his weapon and lunged. Kimchi didn't budge. His head tilted slightly as though listening to an inner voice. Deep in thought, he questioned whether this confrontation was inevitable. Resolution settled into his bones. There would be no more hesitation. In that instant, his eyes flared with chilling focus. Before Kimchi could react, Kratos delivered a powerful hit, creating a dramatic entry. The decision was made, he would become the blade against his own kind. His foot struck with sudden ferocity, colliding with Tartu's neck. The demon's weapon spiraled away, landing far beyond the skirmish. Kimchi stood impassive, unreadable, as Tartu skidded across the earth like discarded rubble. Not far away, Kratos, the current demon king, watched in mounting panic. Sweat poured down his temples, his thoughts unraveling. This unexpected appearance of his other self had sent his mind into chaos. Breathless and overwhelmed, he felt as though he'd sprinted headlong into a nightmare. His gaze locked onto Kimchi, internal dread rising. Why had this version chosen now, of all times, to appear? Tartu, dazed and battered, turned his gaze toward Kratos. A flicker of recognition passed through his eyes. He attempted to speak. Kratos answered not with words but with a savage stomp to the face. Rage poured from him as he delivered blow after blow, his fury a physical storm. It wasn't just violence, it was punishment, frustration, desperation. Questions spilled out in angry bursts. Why the insubordination? Why wage war against humanity? Tartu weakly attempted to justify himself, claiming rank, but another crushing strike silenced him. Kratos barely paused, turning only briefly to glance at Kimchi before unleashing another round of furious kicks. Each strike carried not just power but disbelief. They had worked for peace. They had built something stable, quiet lives in hidden fields, trying to exist like harmless vermin beneath notice. That was the agreement. No bloodshed. Just survival. And now, because of one reckless act, everything teetered on collapse. Beneath the rage, what truly gripped Kratos was fear. He silently pleaded for leniency. Just this once, just this one mistake, he hoped would not bring ruin. Let the demons live. Then Kimchi finally spoke, breaking the silence with a revelation that froze Kratos in place. Recognition had struck. Kimchi had seen through everything. He knew exactly who stood before him. Kratos's foot halted mid-kick. His entire form stiffened, breath catching in his throat. Knees trembling, sweat running cold, his thoughts spiraled. His identity had been exposed. The worst-case scenario had just arrived. It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up. The reptilian at the front of the warriors stopped, clearly confused, having just heard something far too strange to ignore. He looked back to where aged Kimchi and Kratos were, with the reptilian king lying on the ground. But the distance made it impossible to understand the conversation. Suddenly, Kratos seemed to have made a life-or-death decision. His body leaned forward as if about to attack with full fury. Aged Kimchi kept an impassive expression while Kratos suddenly took a step, then drove his horns into the ground, leaving both reptilians and warriors equally perplexed. Kratos was in a position far from dignified for a demon lord, upside down, with his claws and horns embedded in the earth and his rear proudly pointed toward the sky. Aged Kimchi watched the scene, unsure whether what made him more uncomfortable was the situation itself or the fact he was staring at Kratos' rear. The reptilians tried to process what they were seeing. One noticed the enemy didn't know how to react, while another wondered if this was the demon lord's newest and most intimidating threat pose. Aged Kimchi looked at Kratos and asked what he was doing. Kratos remained in that position, explaining that he was performing a bow, a gesture expressing extreme gratitude or an apology. He stated that, as demon lord, he had no intention of invading the human world, and that his subordinate had acted on his own, which was why he came quickly to contain the situation. The hero doubted Kratos, questioning if he really thought anyone would believe the words of a demon. Kratos began driving his horns into the ground repeatedly, asking to be believed and promising to apologize dozens, even hundreds of times, until his horns were completely worn down. A little farther away, one reptilian thought that act of tearing the ground with his horns was a threatening stance, like that of a bull. Another thought it was exactly what was to be expected from a demon lord. Kratos thought about how pathetic and shameful he must look, but knew that if he didn't do it, all demons would die. Sweat ran down his face as he clenched his teeth, determined to act as a responsible leader. He remembered that when he was a child, he once saw a worker kneeling before his superior, with his forehead almost to the ground, begging for forgiveness. The superior, with a cruel smile, mocked him and made it clear it would not end anytime soon, even threatening his reputation. Kratos had decided he would endure any humiliation if it meant protecting his people. Back in the present, he kept striking his horns against the ground countless times without stopping, opening holes in the dry earth with each blow. Aged Kimchi watched the scene with a steady gaze, stating that all of it was useless and that he existed to kill him. With a grim expression, Aged Kimchi raised his heart-shaped wand, determined to end Kratos right there and then wipe out the remaining demons. However, Kratos made no attempt to defend himself. He simply continued slamming his head against the ground with force. That echoed in the hero's mind, that he should kill them all. Until Aged Kimchi stopped, noticing a strange pattern in the demon lord. The hero realized that Kratos had been hitting his head on the ground exactly 10 times, then making a brief pause and then another 10 strikes. It felt oddly familiar. Then he had a revelation. The Call of Duty bore a resemblance to Kratos. While scouring the demon's land, he always did everything in sets of 10. Before stepping into a trap, he would count 10 times. Even when doing some odd, meaningless act, it was always intense, repeating the pattern as if following an invisible command. Back to Kratos. He looked regretful, pleading for mercy with such emphasis that it completely contrasted with the usual demeanor of a demon lord. Aged Kimchi stood there, surprised, keeping still while Kratos remained kneeling, head bowed before him. In his thoughts, he questioned why the Call of Duty had presented itself in the form of the demon lord. Feeling lost, he told Kratos to stop it. Kratos lifted his sweaty face toward him, and Aged Kimchi merely muttered for the demon to disappear, warning that he was one step away from losing his patience and killing him right there. To Kratos, that threat sounded like a relief, making him smile. Quickly, he picked up the reptilian king of the 4th region and placed him over his shoulder, thanking him in an emotional tone and promising never to forget that gesture for the rest of his life. Then he ordered the other reptilian demons of the 4th army to retreat immediately, shouting for everyone to withdraw quickly. The reptilians were confused by the sudden turn of events, not fully understanding what had just happened, but they followed the demon lord's order without question. Kratos led the way, carrying the reptilian king on his shoulder, followed by the other reptilians advancing with swords in hand. Meanwhile, Aged Kimchi remained still amid the cloud of dust raised by their rush. The reptilian king lifted his head, beginning to regain consciousness, and saw Aged Kimchi's back as he stood apart from the group. In a burst of fury, he broke free from Kratos and charged with determination toward his target, claws aimed at an enemy who seemed unaware of his presence. Kratos tried to stop the attack but failed. Aged Kimchi, with minimal effort, extended his arm to push the opponent, and thanks to his overwhelming strength, that simple gesture was enough to shatter and sever the reptilian king's arms, hurling him violently toward the Rocky Mountains. Kratos, standing behind the other reptilians, watched the scene in disbelief, his hand still raised in a motion of attempted intervention. Soon, the heavy, dull sound of the reptilian king's body smashing against the rocky wall echoed, followed by the impact of his arms falling separately to the ground. The king's blood slowly trickled down the mountain as Kratos watched, body trembling and sweat dripping down his face. Aged Kimchi's bright blue eyes were fixed intensely on him. Horrified, Kratos felt a whirlwind of negative thoughts flood his mind. Aged Kimchi acknowledged that this decision had not come from Kratos, but from someone else. Without another word, he tossed his cape back and began to walk away, leaving a clear warning that if Kratos so much as showed his horn in the human world again, he was certain he would kill him. Kratos grew tense at those final words and remained still, staring at the hero's silhouette as it grew more distant. The scene shifts back to the wall that separates the village from the surrounding Rocky Mountains. Ryjav, surprised to see Aged Kimchi, asks what happened to him. At his side, Diol expresses concern over the hero's sudden disappearance. Aged Kimchi, wearing a serious and downcast expression, replies that there was a battle. Ryjav, incredulous, asks if he really faced those fearsome demons. Wokos appears from behind and, placing a hand on his chest, acknowledges Aged Kimchi's courage, apologizing for any previous disrespect. He mentions how everyone saw the hero defeat the demons with a single blow and make the rest kneel. Aged Kimchi remains silent, unsure what to say, while Ryjav, surprised, confirms the hero's strength but leaves the sentence unfinished. Suddenly, Wokos raises his voice and calls on everyone to cheer for Aged Kimchi, the one who protects the fortress. The warriors raise their weapons in celebration, shouting in unison. Despite the acclaim, Aged Kimchi keeps a blank expression. At that moment, a message appears stating that this is his life in Zoth, and that he has finally escaped the cycle of repeated massacres. Aged Kimchi tilts his head and eventually reveals that he chose the path of sparing others, even though he killed 2 of them, leaving the warriors wide-eyed in surprise. The scene changes to the abandoned region known as the Fourth Star, a land of storms and desolation. Kratos was running across the dry, cracked ground, with an army of reptilians following at a distance. Already impatient, he thought they had finally arrived, mentally complaining about how slow it was to drag such a large group along. Stopping, he turned, clenched his fists, and ordered the reptilians to return to their castles or homes, warning them that if they invaded the human realm again, he would kill them himself. One of the reptilians stammered, explaining that they only acted that way because they had received orders from Lord Tarthu. Kratos, with no patience for excuses, replied that he didn't want to hear justifications and ordered them to go home immediately. He continued walking, his footsteps echoing over the hardened earth. In his thoughts, Kratos reflected that he was following the path set by the game, where there was no room for mistakes or shortcuts, which made everything take even longer. He knew he needed to hurry to tend to the great potato harvest. Kratos then came across a well in the middle of that abandoned place and thought that, if it still worked, traveling wouldn't be such a big problem anymore. He approached the well, looked inside, and recognized that it contained the system that controlled power-ups and teleportation. He had already tested several of them before, but none had worked. Kneeling down, he placed his arms inside the well and wished to teleport, but believed it wouldn't happen because he wasn't a paladin. Suddenly, a blue light began to illuminate the well, surprising Kratos. A blue screen appeared, informing him that because of his encounter with a paladin, a new game system had been unlocked. The teleportation function through abandoned wells was now available. Kratos' body was sucked into the well, initiating teleportation. Then, another blue screen appeared, stating that all the wells he had visited since arriving in this world had been activated, and asking where he would like to go. During the journey he thought about going to the Demon Lord's castle underground, but wondered if the location was still intact. The screen confirmed that the well remained intact. Kratos confirmed his choice, and the screen indicated that he was being transported to the underground of the Demon Lord's castle. His body continued to be propelled by the intense teleportation energy, wrapped in a blue blur that dragged him at high speed through the unknown space. Azurat and Flute were in the underground of the Demon Lord's castle. Azurat was holding a broken piece of wood in his hand, frustrated over yet another useless tool. Flute, kneeling beside a pile of small stones, was carefully removing the debris, hoping to find at least one farming tool that still worked. In the middle of the hole Flute was digging, a sudden intense blue glow appeared, leaving her confused. Suddenly, the face of the Demon Lord emerged in the middle of that blue light, wearing an expression of pure dread. Kratos' body burst out of the hole with a thunderous roar, sending rocks and dust flying in all directions. Flute's eyes went so wide in shock it seemed they might pop right out of her head. The scare was so great that she simply collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Azurat turned toward the noise, desperation on his face as he tried to understand what had just happened. Flute lay sprawled on the floor, fainted, right in front of Kratos. He in turn tilted his head back, fighting against an intense wave of nausea, his hands pressed firmly over his mouth, trying to hold back what seemed on the verge of escaping. Kratos couldn't contain it. Suddenly, a powerful stream erupted from his mouth, forming a vibrant rainbow. Realizing what was about to happen, Azurat rushed toward Flute. In a desperate move, he threw himself in front of her just in time. Kratos' rainbow-shaped vomit sprayed forcefully, landing squarely on Azurat's back. Flute, who had been unconscious on the ground, woke up in shock. Kratos sat at the edge of the well, wiping his mouth with a tired motion, his stomach churning, mentally grumbling about the lack of delicacy in the teleportation. He wondered if they couldn't just transport him more smoothly the way it would happen in a game. In front of him, Azurat lay sprawled on the floor, covered in that colorful vomit, while Flute scrambled frantically to help her friend. Flute tried to hold back the tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Azurat lying there. Ignoring the entire scene before him, a smile spread across Kratos' face. He reflected that, considering he'd managed to get here with only one bout of vomiting, it was actually a good cost-benefit ratio. Without wasting time, he was already preparing to get started on whatever came next. Kratos rose gloriously, fists clenched, an eager smile on his face, already full of determination to begin mass production of giant potatoes. Meanwhile, Flute wailed in despair, crying over Azurat, who still lay unconscious on the floor. In the storage area, Kratos stood beside Zephyros, admiring the massive pile of giant potatoes, thinking that no matter how many times he saw it, he was always impressed. Zephyros reported that the mist created by Hartok had already been completed. Kratos remained silent for a moment, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the potato pile. Then he leaned down, picked one up, and immediately felt that something seemed off, an inexplicable discomfort at the touch of the potato. He froze for a moment, gripping it tightly, his gaze locked on it with intensity. Frustration spread across his face as though something was terribly wrong. Kratos climbed onto the pile, picking up each potato to examine before tossing it aside. His sharp gaze searched for something amiss, any detail out of place that could justify his frustration. Zephyros watched with curiosity and asked if there was a problem with the potatoes. Among the pile, Kratos clenched his teeth, glared at one in his hands, and declared that the giant potatoes had no sprouts. Zephyros asked if the absence of sprouts meant the potatoes wouldn't grow. Kratos, teeth clenched and eyes shut in disbelief, confirmed that these potatoes were sterile. In the Demon Lord's temporary castle, Kratos sat in a makeshift wooden chair serving as a throne. Beside him, Zephyros stood, while the 4 demon generals waited before him. Resting his head on his fist, frustrated, Kratos explained that even if they planted those giant potatoes, not a single one would sprout. Hartok explained that the potatoes had been unnaturally genetically altered and, as a result, had lost their ability to reproduce, becoming mutants. Baal lamented, asking if that meant they couldn't eat them. Beside him, Sergei turned and replied impatiently that eating them wasn't the problem. The real issue was that they couldn't be planted. Once they ate everything they had now, that would be the end. Still disheartened, Kratos remarked that he had never planned to rely on potatoes forever. They were vulnerable to disease and once infected, the entire crop would be lost. Azurat observed that sooner or later they would have to plant something else. Then, with irony, he questioned what else could possibly exist in that land besides potatoes. Kratos answered bluntly that there was simply nothing else. The Demon Lord went on, revealing, however, that he knew of a place full of seeds for planting. Zephyros, upon hearing this, grew thoughtful, wondering if Kratos was referring to what he suspected. A land full of crops. Kratos finally revealed that it was the land of humans, and the general stood still, staring at him intently. Baal burst out in excitement, imagining invasion, plunder, and another full-scale war, while Sergei, irritated, shouted back at him, trying to get him to calm down and contain his enthusiasm. Then, more serious, Sergei turned to Kratos and noted his dejection, recognizing that no one hated war more than the Demon Lord himself. Kratos began giving orders to each of them. He instructed Zephyros to immediately begin construction of the giant Chuno and ordered him to remain there to assist Hartok's team of farmers, helping to manage them. Then, turning to Sergei, Baal, and Azurat, his expression shifted completely, now terrifyingly eager, as he announced that they would go to the human lands, sell the Chuno, and use the money to buy seeds. He remembered the problem that was aged kimchi and thought that as long as they didn't run into him, everything would be fine, and even if they did, he already had a plan ready. Kratos already had a contingency prepared should his plan fail. His commanders stood frozen, unable to process the sheer boldness of what he proposed. Zephyros, in particular, believed that Kratos had completely lost his sanity and questioned why such absurdity was even being considered. Pointing toward the 3 generals selected for the mission, he highlighted the glaring weakness in the strategy. He remarked on Baal, emphasizing how monstrous his appearance would seem from the perspective of any human. His assessment continued with the hooded Azurat, whom he described as a walking omen of disaster, resembling a serial killer with unnatural skin. Finally, his scrutiny landed on Sergei, whose armored frame and pallid complexion gave him the appearance of a frostbitten human-octopus hybrid plagued by illness. In Zephyros's view, no human would hesitate to brand them as demons and attack without warning. The blunt words sparked outrage. Azurat and Sergei seized the advisor with fury, though he defended himself by claiming he had spoken only the truth. Azurat's temper flared, making it clear that silencing him permanently would be an entirely reasonable course of action. Baal interjected, insisting that Zephyros's assessment was accurate, claiming he alone looked normal among them. Azurat, however, was quick to counter, declaring that his fiery hair made him resemble a demon more than any of them. The hooded figure scoffed at Hartok's lack of self-awareness, labeling him as nothing more than a corpse-like husk compared to his own supposed elegance. Sergei, amused by the chaos, remarked that they all resembled boiled fish. This sparked an eruption of insults, with the others turning on him, mockingly reminding him that he was the one likened to a sickly octopus. The quarrel escalated rapidly, devolving into an undignified brawl across the floor. Kratos observed the disorder with his chin resting on his hand, silently reflecting on their fragile egos and how pitiful their squabbling truly seemed. A simple gesture from his raised hand was enough to bring the chaos to a halt. Attempting to ease the tension, Kratos offered a mocking remark about their lack of attractiveness, implying none of them were worth showing off in the first place. The room fell into dead silence at the jab, but Kratos considered the awkward stillness a victory, since it restored order. Turning his attention back to the matter at hand, he asked Zephyros about the supplies taken from the hidden passage in Saruthal's castle. The advisor confirmed, producing a red cloth that concealed a cluster of small writhing blue creatures. The beings, known as Kekyu, wiggled and squeaked with an odd, almost endearing charm. When one of the blobs leapt forward with a squeal, Sergei stared in bewilderment, unsure of what he was looking at. Kratos revealed the truth with a wide grin. They were living elixirs of metamorphosis, meant to be consumed in order to transform into non-demonic forms. The commanders stared at the slimy creatures in shock as Kratos declared that this would be their method of infiltration into human lands. Disgust rippled through the group, some horrified at the suggestion of consuming them. Kratos, dripping with sarcasm, retorted that they surely had not expected the blobs to be applied like ointment. Bahal, far less concerned, bellowed that he had no issue with strange food. Without hesitation, he seized one of the squirming elixirs and shoved it into his mouth. A loud crunch echoed as he chewed, while the others watched in disbelief. He roared in outrage at the foul taste, leaving another to wonder aloud if he had truly expected something so grotesque to be palatable. The sight left the room in stunned silence, the tension now mixed with sheer disbelief. Without warning, Bahal began to radiate a dazzling golden light, while the others observed in astonishment. Kratos noted that the outcome of the metamorphosis depended entirely on the user's personality, silently hoping that none of them would emerge too feral. From his vantage point behind a stone pillar, Kratos watched as the glow intensified, flooding the area with blinding brilliance. When the light finally weakened, a new outline appeared within the dispersing smoke, accompanied by a hesitant voice announcing the change. In a sudden burst, Bahal's body reshaped into that of a striking, well-built man with flowing crimson hair, adopting a shy, almost awkward pose. Kratos understood then that the elixir of metamorphosis drew upon one's innermost wishes, realizing that this refined form represented Baal's true self. Obeying the decree of their demon lord, Sergei struck at one of the blue elixirs, giving rise to speculation that her hidden desire might have been beauty itself. Kephiros produced a mirror to reflect the result, revealing Sergei transformed into a fluffy azure alpaca with long eyelashes. The transformed creature shrieked its new identity while a caption revealed the truth. Sergei, the cold sovereign, had secretly yearned to embody the warmth of a gentle spirit. Impatience surged through Azurat, who seized the hooded demon's face and forced the elixir down. Moments later, a massive, gray pelican-shaped beast with crimson eyes emerged from swirling clouds, its screech echoing across the skies. The caption revealed this form as Azurat, the blood-drinking prince, whose deepest desire was the freedom of endless years. Kratos then declared himself next, biting down on a blue elixir. Within the veil of transformation smoke, a shadowy figure took shape before finally clearing, unveiling a pale man with long hair, carrying the air of a bitter graduate student. The transformation was underwhelming, and Kratos worried inwardly that it lacked impact. In the mirror's reflection, the change seemed almost trivial, drawing uncertain stares from the alpaca Sergei and pelican Azurat. He remarked mockingly to himself that he appeared no more than someone with failing health, then issued the order for the expedition team to depart. Thus began their strange march across the desert, Kratos, Baal in his new form, an alpaca and a pelican. A sudden chime resounded as a glowing system window materialized before Kratos, startling him. The notification warned that receiving damage or activating abilities would revert them to their original demon bodies, forcing the party to proceed with caution. Their plan required using an abandoned well as a teleportation anchor. By joining hands they activated the warp and were pulled through together. Upon arrival, Kratos clutched his stomach uneasily, while the others struggled with the disorienting side effects, rainbow-colored vomit marking their discomfort. Raising his gaze to a distant fortress, Kratos pondered how they might gain entry past its fortified gates. His thoughts turned to the hero-aged Kimchi, suspecting that the man had likely already advanced deeper into human territory. Enough time had passed, he reasoned, for the hero to have moved on, and the disguise from the elixir should be enough to prevent recognition regardless. Even so, sweat beaded on his brow as his hand gripped at his throat in nervous anticipation. Meanwhile, from the fortress walls, a scroll was unfurled as a lookout cried out about the approach of a suspicious group. Guards speculated whether demons were near, though one dismissed the idea, claiming the newcomers did not resemble such beings. Another muttered that the strangers merely appeared sickly. From the gate stepped a man clad in blue armor, his short white hair and pointed goatee giving him a severe presence. He planted himself firmly before the travelers, barring their path. Identifying them as exiles, he ordered their immediate retreat, denying them passage. Within the mind of the alpaca, the thought arose that this obstacle had been inevitable, for the mission was never destined to be simple. Kratos internally confirmed this expectation, attributing the blockade to heightened vigilance following recent demonic incursions. Yet a sly smirk crossed Kratos' face, for as a seasoned player who knew the entirety of the game's narrative, he already possessed a strategy. His eyes burned red with calculating intent. Kratos, consumed by greed, let out a chilling laugh as he proclaimed that even as an exile, he had brought genuine treasures from demon territory. The guard's stern demeanor faltered, his brow arching in surprise at the mention of such a claim. Kratos reveled inwardly, certain that the human king's hunger for intelligence about the demon lands would compel the guards to allow passage. The guard's attention shifted toward what trailed behind, questioning if the so-called treasure lay there. Kratos, grinning broadly, confirmed with enthusiasm. He presented the alpaca and the pelican, proudly declaring them exotic beasts brought from the heart of demon territory, even boasting of their supposedly delicious meat. With grand gestures, he indicated his disguised commanders, who strained to pull a small cart. The guard examined them with suspicion, muttering about the absurdity of claiming such creatures were captured alive from demon lands. With a dismissive glance, the guard identified them plainly as nothing more than an ordinary pelican and alpaca, questioning the sense in offering such things to a king. Kratos was left dumbfounded, internally railing against the flawed logic of a medieval setting where pelicans and alpacas apparently roamed in abundance. The guard, unimpressed, declared them foul-smelling and worthless, demanding their immediate departure. Rage boiled within the alpaca, her pride deeply scarred by the insult. She erupted in fury, her voice directed squarely at Kratos, before storming toward the guard in wrath. The guard froze, astonished by the creature's articulate speech, realizing instantly that it was no mere animal. Kratos recognized the opening and seized upon it. Bursting into manic laughter, he seized the furious alpaca and proclaimed that beings from the demon land spoke with clarity. To enhance the illusion, he grasped the pelican and prodded it to mimic animal-like sounds. A sharp blow struck the bird, and with a resounding cry it shrieked its strange call. Convinced at last, the guard raised his voice and granted them passage through the gates. As the mismatched band stepped forward, one among them declared the ruse a success. Yet the guard halted them once more, cautioning that although they carried rare beasts, they remained exiles and could not wander the royal domain freely. A compromise was offered: they could join the company of a royal envoy encamped nearby. Kratos inwardly seethed at the inconvenience but forced himself to adapt. Feigning humility, he assumed the role of a lowly traveler, claiming embarrassment at having brought no true treasures from the demon's realm. He introduced himself under the name Kim Jang-chil, presenting Baal under the alias Bob Badstinch, before the envoy Javier Azrahan and his attendant, Diol Frontera. Both Javier and his servant regarded the pair with suspicion, remarking that such names were strange for supposed exiles. A soldier in the envoy's retinue stepped forward, exposing the lie by insisting he had never seen them in the village. Panic struck Kratos as the envoy's guards unsheathed their weapons, demanding the truth while he realized they had been exposed. Meanwhile, Diol whispered under his breath about his young master's chronic face blindness, recognizing it as the cause of the confusion. Attempting to redirect, he discreetly pointed toward Kratos, but Javier only grew more puzzled. Desperate, Diol urged his master not to accept the strangers, warning they might indeed be demons. Javier, however, dismissed the concern with firm denial. Clasping his hands nervously, the envoy covered the situation by claiming he had no memory of them simply because no conversation had occurred before. Kratos, smirking slyly, perceived at once how easily the potato-faced envoy could be bent and exploited. Diol plotted quietly, considering the sickly Kratos frail and imagining he could discard them once their usefulness ended. Javier then cheerfully announced their departure, mentioning that the remainder of their escort awaited outside. Among them stood a blonde-haired warrior introduced as Aged Kimchi, tasked with accompanying the group. At that moment, Kratos felt icy sweat bead along his skin, his expression collapsing into sheer horror at the disastrous revelation. The hero Aged Kimchi regarded them sharply, his calculating eyes cutting through the air. Kratos faltered, forcing a trembling greeting while convinced inwardly that death was imminent. To his astonishment, Aged merely remarked on his ill appearance and advised him to look after his health. Stunned into silence by such unexpected courtesy, Kratos could only gape in utter bewilderment. As Javier proclaimed the beginning of their journey toward the capital, the newly assembled company set out together. He silently marveled at the fact that aged Kimchi had failed to recognize him, proof that the elixir of metamorphosis had fulfilled its purpose. Yet the hero's sharp eyes still lingered on them, carrying the weight of suspicion. That evening the combined parties, the demons in disguise and the envoy's retinue, gathered around a crackling fire. Kratos inwardly trembled, realizing the peril surrounding them. A single strike would shatter their altered forms, leaving them doomed before the hero's strength. His mind raced, deciding he had no need to continue all the way to the capital. Simply selling the Chuno and abandoning these humans would suffice. Aged Kimchi's gaze flickered with unease, as if he sensed something unnatural. Kratos felt dread tighten his chest, cold sweat beating across his skin. Forcing a strained grin, he attempted to appear harmless, though the crushing weight of the hero's stare drained his body of strength. Making his decision, Kratos resolved to flee into the night with his subordinates. Beyond the tents, Sergi in her alpaca form and Azurat in the shape of a pelican slept soundly. Kratos shook Baal awake, who muttered complaints about losing precious beauty rest, which only earned the demon lord's scorn. Together with their companions, they quietly prepared to vanish into the darkness. Moving cautiously through the encampment, Kratos concentrated on their escape. Suddenly, Sergi broke the silence, speaking clearly and startling him, admitting it had taken effort to master speech in her new body. Grimly, Kratos dismissed the humans as irrelevant now that the fortress lay behind them, though unease gnawed at him, knowing their mission must be completed before exposure doomed them all. Their stealth was cut short when aged Kimchi appeared suddenly, outlined against the silver glow of the full moon. An eye patch now concealed one eye, his expression unreadable as he stood barring their path. Kratos let out a horrified cry, realizing the entire plan had collapsed. Meanwhile in the wastelands Hartok encountered an army that had been left without a leader. Before he could even grasp the reason for their presence it became clear that they sought shelter. The situation grew worse when another army appeared with the same intention. And it did not end there. Hartok and Zephyros soon found themselves with no way out. In Kratos' absence the responsibility to act fell on them. That weight drove Hartok into panic. Back with Kratos and his group facing Aged, they are confronted about their true identity. Kratos panics trying to explain, but Bahal reassures him saying he can neutralize Aged if Kratos allows it. Kratos grows even more anxious at such recklessness, pleading with Bahal to notice that it is Kimchi standing before them. At a closer look Kimchi does not seem so powerful, yet at first he appeared frightening even to Bahal. Kimchi interrupts, warning that he can hear the two of them. Kratos freezes in fear. Kimchi reflects on the reasons behind Kratos taking such a path and why the summon of duty remains at peace with it. He seeks the hidden truth within Kratos' actions. Kratos then devises a plan, saying he came to offer a tribute to the king. This surprises Kimchi. Kratos explains that their land lacks food and they must find a way to cultivate. For that reason they carry spices in the cart. He reveals these spices are called chunos and he intends to sell them to buy vegetable seeds, trusting that Aged will understand. He justifies his secrecy by saying the capital is too far away, so they aimed for the nearest city to trade. Kratos then plays the victim, begging Kimchi to let them leave without trouble. For a moment the two stare at each other. Kimchi thinks to himself that Kratos is hiding something. Yet he knows the demon lord did not lie. He also knows demons devour humans due to the lack of food. Decided, Aged finally speaks. Kratos hears that he was understood yet cannot simply walk away. The reason is that Azrahan promised Kratos would deliver the tribute and such cannot be undone. The agreement is simple. Kratos must first stop and act as a merchant. Then he must fulfill the promise and head to the royal capital. Kimchi also reminds him that the agreement includes the two creatures as tribute. Kratos laughs in relief, shocking the two victims as he fully agrees with Kimchi's stance. He even remarks that creatures like them are nothing but trash from where they come. Though he seems serious inwardly, he plans to shake off the hero at the first chance. The next morning Kratos is asked what chunos look like. He invites his new companions to see for themselves, explaining that they are giant cooked potatoes. He lifts part of the cloth covering them and proudly reveals them. The pair reacts differently, one with surprise, the other with indifference. The contrast grows clearer when the ugly one becomes irritated for showing disinterest, though he was obviously intrigued by the goods. Diol steps forward, telling Kratos to offer the chuno as tribute since they seem far more valuable. Credos answers in confusion, not understanding the interest in oversized ugly potatoes. Diol retorts that they are not merely big, they are enormous. Credos counters that if size alone mattered, the tallest man would be king. Azrahan jokes that Diol only likes the potatoes because they resemble his face. Diol fumes, swearing that one day he will grow rich and enslave Azrahan. The group then continues their journey. Inside his mind, Credos considers Diol's words, thinking he might gain something in return if he used the potatoes as tribute. Yet that is not the focus now. What matters is shaking off Kimchi's eyes. It does not take long until the group reaches their first destination. The city of Daparakia stands ahead. Everyone settles down except Sergei and Azurat. Time passes and they prepare for the sales. As they walk toward the marketplace, Azurat asks if Credos truly plans to offer them as tribute. Credos quickly denies it, calling it foolish to think he would give away his lightning rod. Azurat grows confused, believing their mission was already complete. Credos replies that he is only on a sabbatical. Sergei cuts the talk, sensing something strange. The place should be filled with merchants. Instead, the reality is grim. The market is emptier than the land of demons itself. Credos notices the situation. He thinks he arrived on a bad day in the middle of a shattered economy. He fears he will not be able to sell the chunos. Ignoring the worries, he decides to stick with the plan. The potatoes are laid on the ground. It is time to begin. He calls out to the crowd, announcing the sale. 1 for 22 for 30. Slowly people start to appear. Credos shouts with energy, pouring everything into his performance. Delicious and nourishing chunos. Bahal mutters that he feels ashamed of both the scene and the demon lord's attitude. Credos snaps, reminding him that they need food. There is nothing shameful in that. They are here because days ago they were cannibalizing one another. If this much shame is the price to prevent those days from returning, then so be it. Bahal has no argument left. He yields. Now both shout together to sell the chunos. Credos then turns to Sergei and Azurat, who were still standing idle. Soon all four of them are involved in the effort. Kim as a player reflects on Isekai stories where adventurers often sell modern goods such as ice cream or fine dishes. Yet all he has is potatoes. Before long the first customer appears, shocked at the price, which is quickly confirmed. Soon after, a crowd gathers in front of the goods. The demon lord himself is surprised. Sergei and Azurat notice his distraction and urge him to focus on selling. It does not take long for the stock to run out, leaving behind a bag of money. Excited, Credos tells the generals to wait while he goes to buy seeds. Before leaving, they cheer together. For a bountiful harvest. Moments later, Credos meets a merchant to negotiate. But harsh reality strikes. There are no seeds for sale in the city. No one has any. The news hits him like a bucket of cold water. Credos asks why there are no seeds in the city. The merchant replies that nearly everything was sold to a large company. Credos asks the name. The man notices the pallor of Credos. Credos tells him to ignore it and say where the company is. The merchant then notices someone arriving with a troubled expression. He tells Credos to ask that figure instead. The man, seemingly a noble, asks if Credos was the one selling the giant potatoes. Credos confirms. The man introduces himself as Russ Lin, secretary to someone important named Richmond. He is in charge of handling the company's trade operations. Credos understands and asks why there is such interest in him. Rustlin goes straight to the point. He wants to buy all the potatoes for 20% above the price Credos was charging. Credos sees through what is happening. Before moving forward, he asks the price of a handful of cabbage seeds. The man answers they cost 100 coins. Credos confirms his suspicions. By analyzing the situation and comparing average prices, reaching a maximum of 50, he realizes the company are hoarders. They control distribution channels with these strategies, seeking absurd profits. This explains why the city is deserted and why people were desperate to buy the chuno. After putting the pieces together, the demon lord's cunning comes to light. Rustlin is struck by Credos' expression. The plan is simple. Even if he sold everything, Credos would not get enough seeds. So he concludes he does not need to buy from these people. Looking to the side, he notices Kimchi watching him closely and full of suspicion. Yet Credos already has a way to shake him off and still obtain seeds. Turning back to Rustlin, who suggests a contract, Credos goes straight to the point. Bring your master here. Rustlin is caught once again. Angrily, he stresses that he is responsible for the business. Credos mocks him and ignores it. He claims Rustlin is nothing but an employee unfit to negotiate with him. Rustlin insists he is the commander of company deals. Credos mocks again. To prove him unworthy, Credos gives his counteroffer. 200 coins for each potato. Take it or leave it. For the third time Ruslan is stunned by the demon lord's sharpness. Saying the price is too high only makes Kratos laugh. He points out the hesitation. Kratos argues that the potatoes are easy to store and useful for the royal army. Ruslan's master would accept the deal without hesitation. By questioning their distribution strategy, Kratos corners him completely. He finishes with the same demand. Bring your master. By nightfall Sergei and Azurat wait in the rain. Azurat grows irritated by the conditions they are left in. Sergei tells him to keep quiet so they do not draw attention. Azurat turns his anger toward her. She stands firm in loyalty. He asks if she is not upset with their situation. Sergei replies that she is actually enjoying it a little. This shocks Azurat. She explains she had always been curious about life behind the city walls. Since childhood she heard there was food in abundance, and that people did not eat one another. For her, such a reality had always seemed impossible. She had lost her parents because of those food shortages. Yet she did not feel sad, believing it was the natural order of things. To die feeding a stronger demon. She then asks Azurat if he never thought the same, mentioning his brothers. Sergei points out that the city is poor, yet people do not devour each other. She recalls a starving father feeding his child first. She imagines that if she had been born here, perhaps she would have been happy with her family. Azurat stays silent and notices Sergei's sadness. He then asks if her sentimentality made her lose her alpaca accent. She answers that she simply grew used to the pronunciation. Azurat extends one of his wings, shielding Sergei from the rain. He says that maybe now demons might have a chance to live in a happier era. Suddenly Kratos appears, drawing both of their attention. Azurat quickly clears a possible misunderstanding, saying Sergei was being rude. Sergei defends herself and tells Kratos to kill Azurat for bullying. Ignoring them, Kratos grabs both under his arms and carries them inside to a strategic meeting. Inside the room with the meeting underway, Azurat questions the monopoly of the company. Sergei does not understand the reason for such actions. Azurat also asks why they would do this in a land that seems abundant. Kratos replies that scarcity is not the issue. Their only goal is wealth. Bahal steps in, reasoning that once basic needs are secured hierarchies emerge and individuals seek notoriety. Kratos mocks him, asking what kind of pseudo-intellectual nonsense that is. Azurat argues back, saying it is not notoriety but greed. He insists it is unjust, having lived through famine himself. Sergei adds that this greed is a problem, reminding them there are still people starving, recalling her past as well. Bahal begins to feel uneasy at the injustice. Kratos then declares that even if they are disturbed by it, this is how humans are. All they can do is calm down and play by the rules. But not by human rules. Demons are demons. Their goal is to raid the human stockpiles. Meanwhile in the wastelands, a whirlwind of wind stood out among the mountains. The demons watched with strangeness at all that effort. Hartok was endlessly creating several whirlwinds, and the reason was not entirely clear. The workers talked, explaining that Hartok had requested gigantic stone pots and then began to create whirlwinds without stopping. Everyone watched while Hartok carried on with his secret plan. Finishing one whirlwind, Hartok collapsed from fatigue into a puddle of water. He realized the satisfactory result of what he had been doing. Lifting his head, he noticed that the people were idle. He shouted for everyone to get back to work, irritated that they were watching him as if it were a private show. Zephyros approached, saying Hartok was pushing himself beyond his limits. Looking at the broader picture, countless pots were holding the water generated by the whirlwinds, but the purpose was still unclear. Hartok then stated that there were many demons under his care, and there was a risk of them starving due to the low amount of chunos available. So, the plan was to feed everyone by cooking the chunos. Determined and wearing an expression similar to those of Kratos, Hartok would not allow any of the demons to go hungry. Zephyros and Tbone observed Hartok's determination. Zephyros wondered why there was a need to make a killer face after explaining such a charitable goal. Zephyros reflected on how everything had changed since Kratos had given the order to start cultivating. Now he saw a former cruel companion giving his life to provide food for others. He also wondered what could have driven Hartok to act with such intentions. But Hartok had only one thing in mind: the amount of praise and gratitude he would receive for his idea. Zephyros then decided to ask how Hartok intended to generate enough fire for so many pots without wood. Hartok admitted that even if he used the wood from everyone's houses, it would not be enough. And that was why the next part of the plan was to capture the predator of fire, heading to the sealed volcano for it. The information left Zephyros stunned. The scene shifted to the merchant city. A group of merchants walked, with Richmond himself leading them. They arrived at the place where Kratos was staying, with Ruslan confirming that Kratos was indeed there. Richmond told Ruslan that he was disappointed in him. Richmond declared that he had not expected Ruslan to be intimidated by some ignorant fool, putting his fate in question. He then went on alone, telling Ruslan to wait, and the subordinate obeyed, completely embarrassed. Richmond proceeded to the meeting, confident that it would not be a negotiation but rather a lesson in how to negotiate with ignorance. Kratos was waiting and heard someone knocking at the door. Richmond announced that it was him, saying he was there because his presence had been requested. Kratos allowed the merchant to enter, and Richmond asked for permission before opening the door. The fact that Kratos had let Richmond in so easily made the merchant think they were careless when faced with people who used refined language. But the scene Richmond saw the moment he stepped inside completely shattered any perspective he had been building on the way to the inn. Richmond was terrified by the posture of the demons. Kratos was fully aware of the setup there and told Richmond to sit down. Richmond obeyed and evaluated the group's posture, saying they looked like demons. He turned his attention to the pelican and the alpaca, who looked like beasts but had human expressions. Each one was frightening in their own way, including Bahal, who was drooling. Kratos asked if Richmond had been informed about the offer made. Richmond replied yes, the cost would be 200 per potato. Kratos denied it and stated the price was 300. Richmond froze for a moment, horrified. He tried to argue, saying 300 was too much. But Kratos ignored him and revealed he was part of the Azrahan group. Richmond was stunned to hear that. Kratos reinforced the information, belonging to the group that took direct orders from the royal family. He argued that it would be a good idea to negotiate and stand on the side of the royal family. The scene then shifted to Richmond already outside, meeting Ruslan and informing him that the deal had been closed at 300. Not only that, he had also arranged for Kratos' group to be escorted to the mansion, with individual accommodations, even for the alpaca and the pelican. Ruslan asked why he had shown such generosity to ignorance. Richmond grew irritated, saying that small losses in the short term always bring great profit in the long term. The truth was Richmond had closed the deal because he was afraid of Kratos' group. Inside the room, Bahal asked if it would not be easier to eliminate everyone and take the supplies. Kratos replied that if that happened, there was a chance their disguises would be undone, which could end in a war between humans and demons. The better option was to avoid fights and drain everything possible from them before disappearing. Kratos explained that Richmond needed 3 things to maintain a monopoly. The first was strong backing, someone to cover and support him. The second was a large warehouse, which Kratos still needed to investigate. Sergei interrupted, asking how he knew so much about negotiating with humans, almost as if he had lived in that world for a long time. Kratos paused for a moment. The answer he gave was simple. He knew because it was obvious. He was the Demon King. The 3 received the information and quickly accepted it, impressed. Outside the room, Kimchi overheard everything. He understood the plan to take everything from the humans. That was Kratos' initial plan all along. The scene then shifted to Richmond's palace. Azrahan and Diol were pleased with the accommodations Kratos had secured in the palace, but Azrahan questioned how it had been possible. Kratos explained that Richmond was very grateful for the sale of the potatoes and had granted not only the lodging but also gifts. Azrahan did not believe the potatoes could have such value because of their size, while Diol reminded him that the potatoes were not just big, they were enormous and should have been given to the king. Azrahan joked upon realizing that Diol really considered the potatoes valuable, going beyond the fact that they looked like Diol's face. Diol then asked Kratos if he had sold all the potatoes to Richmond, and Kratos replied yes. The information drove Diol mad. Until Kratos revealed that he would get the potatoes back because he intended to steal them. Diol, without questioning anything, simply replied that he would help Kratos in the theft. Azrahan, on the other hand, reacted as a normal human being would. He asked what Kratos meant by stealing. Kratos answered that he would steal not only the potatoes but also everything Richmond had stocked. Azrahan protested, saying he was an honest man and such crimes were unacceptable. Kratos agreed, but explained that Azrahan could also accept the fact that Richmond was taking all the city's food supplies and destroying the local economy. Azrahan was left in shock by this revelation. The scene shifted to Ruslan driving the carriage loaded with potatoes toward the warehouse. He was then interrupted by Kratos, who approached praising how hard Ruslan had been working. Kratos knew Ruslan was heading to store the cargo, but asked casually. Ruslan replied yes and reflected that he could no longer stand the sight of Kratos' face. Kratos asked Ruslan to let him take a look at the warehouse, claiming he wanted to make sure they would store things properly. Ruslan refused, saying it was a secret location, but Kratos began insisting, wanting to go. Ruslan revealed that the method of storage was a trade secret, and Kratos retorted that a trade secret is my ass. The Demon King then threw himself on the ground like a spoiled child and repeated endlessly for Ruslan to let him go. Tired of the scene, Ruslan ordered the man to keep driving the carriage. Kratos noticed the command and ran to the front of the carriage, blocking the man's path. Everyone gathered to try to drag him out of the way, but Kratos resisted with all his strength. From a room window, the generals watched with disgust at what they saw. Sergei revealed he never wanted to call Kratos the Demon King again. Azrahan also watched as Kratos was lifted up, singing an improvised song whose lyrics begged to be taken to the warehouse. Azrahan was ashamed of being associated with that creature. Diol, however, said that Kratos was a true man, leaving his companion confused. Diol reasoned that throwing away all dignity for the sake of the city's residents was something of value and should be taken as a lesson. Azrahan reflects on how confident Kratos once was, yet now he is being driven away. He recalls the conversation where Kratos explained that he wanted to punish the merchants by giving Azrahan evidence of their crimes, so he could take it to court. But that would take far too much time. And during all that time people would go hungry. That is something he cannot endure. For this reason, Kratos needs Azrahan to understand and help him return to the people what belongs to them. Remembering this, Azrahan decides to keep believing in Kratos' plans. He places his hope in him, trusting he will find the warehouse and provide support at the right moment. Even if it is embarrassing that the method used to locate the place is something so ridiculous. In the final moments of the commotion, the men begin counting to 3 before throwing Kratos away. The Demon King even tries to return to his position, but the men have already moved. Even though they are now relatively far, it doesn't matter. The plan has already been carried out successfully. Kratos has made Ruslan furious, and because of that, the blood eye could be used. Now Ruslan can be tracked for 7 hours. With this, the location of the warehouse is revealed, hidden within the Dutskirt's mines. Kimchi also watches everything through a window. He recognizes that Kratos could have solved everything by force, and this makes him question whether all of this was truly for justice. The doubt now lingers, is Kratos a demon or a hero? Meanwhile, the Demon King walks calmly, preparing for the next stages. In another place, Hartok enters the lair of the fire demon. Zephyros is with him and knows the flame devourer is powerful, which is why they should be joined by an entire army. Hartok disagrees, saying that precisely because the creature is so powerful, he cannot risk so many lives. That would go against the duty of generals, which is to protect everyone. Hartok's words echo with emotion, leaving Zephyros and Tbone shaken. He notices that Zephyros did not write down his words, so Zephyros quickly records them. Hartok then walks proudly, convinced that Kratos will be pleased with the intellect and good character of his general. Hartok then delivers an expository speech, recounting the story of the flame devourer. The creature was sealed in this place because of its overwhelming power. And it was that very power that spared it from execution, despite consuming its own people. Now standing before the seal, Hartok observes. He calls the creature by name, Ikrit, telling it he has a mission for it. The lava begins to shift, and a massive flaming tower rises. From it emerges Ikrit, a dragon. The dragon's size is colossal, far beyond what Hartok expected. The general, once confident in his plan, is now completely frozen, unsure of what step to take next. Outside the volcano, T-Bone lay on the ground, rolling and laughing so hard that his deep voice echoed across the rocky landscape. The reason was simple. Zephyros was rubbing his belly. T-Bone looked absurdly delighted, grinning from ear to ear, while Zephyros seemed genuinely entertained, smiling as he rubbed harder, finding the moment oddly wholesome. Then, without warning, Hartok's furious roar shattered the calm like a blade cutting through air. Zephyros froze mid-motion, blinked and turned around. Behind them, the sealed lava split apart, and from within, the predator of fire erupted, an enormous dragon unleashing torrents of flame as if it had been holding them back for centuries. Zephyros dashed away, shouting questions toward the charging beast, wondering what happened to Hartok's earlier confidence. Hartok, jaw tight and eyes blazing, snapped back that the monster had been consuming fire for too long, it was too strong. Even as they ran, Zephyros scribbled furiously in his notes, documenting the event in real time. Hartok barked at him not to write that, but Zephyros only kept going, jotting down that the supposedly fearless warrior had turned tail in retreat. Hartok's temper flared, veins pulsing at his temples, yet his thoughts drifted to the starving demons relying on him. He skidded to a stop, clenched his fists and muttered under his breath. Energy began to surge around his hands, his aura bursting outward. The dragon drew in breath, fire swirling in its throat, and Hartok bellowed his name and title, one of the 4 heavenly kings, vowing to fulfill the mission even at the cost of his life. Before the clash could reach its peak, T-Bone puffed his cheeks and spit a freezing skill. In moments, the dragon was encased in solid ice, turned into a towering frozen sculpture. Hartok, caught mid-attack, lost all momentum and crashed awkwardly to the ground, fists still glowing, frozen in a pose that looked straight out of a paused cutscene. Zephyros remained silent, while T-Bone stood proudly with his chest puffed out, satisfied with his work and silently demanding more belly rubs later. Zephyros quietly noted in his journal that Lord Hartok, one of the 4 heavenly kings, was deeply embarrassed. Hartok nearly exploded in rage, shouting at him not to write that down. Later, back at the mansion, Kratos gathered the group and issued clear orders. The 3 were to stay behind and await his signal while he investigated the enemy's warehouse. Javier nodded in agreement, assuring him they would handle things. Kratos thumped his chest with exaggerated pride, striking a pose that made him look like a hero from a cheap play, declaring it was all for the citizens' food. Javier couldn't help but soften at those words. He considered that Kratos Gengchiol genuinely seemed like a decent person. Then, after a brief pause, another thought slipped out, something about his face. Kratos instantly whipped his head around, demanding an explanation. Javier retreated faster than a startled horse on ice, muttering that it was nothing. Still, his curiosity lingered, pushing him to question why Kratos kept everything hidden from Kimchi. Kratos exhaled heavily, his tone dropping as if confessing something burdensome. He claimed Kimchi stood out too much in too many ways. According to him, just the 2 of them plus their small party was the perfect balance. Javier said nothing, the air around him growing heavy. His gaze wandered toward Ball, then Sergi the llama, and finally Azurat the pelican. He forced a faint grin, deciding it was better to stay quiet. Any comment would only start a pointless argument. Moments later, Kratos launched himself out the window and began darting across rooftops. Each leap was deliberate, his mind racing through plans. This was part of his strategy, to protect the citizens and, at the same time, finally dispose of that cursed Kimchi. A quick glance over his shoulder reassured him no one was following. He urged himself to move faster and complete the reconnaissance before anyone noticed. At the entrance of the cave, 2 guards stood motionless, gripping their spears like living statues. From above, Kratos clung to the rock face, crawling downward with silent precision, resembling a knockoff spider sneaking into danger. He slipped past their vision without a single sound and ducked behind a crate once inside. His eyes scanned the area. The place was packed with guards. Sweat beaded on his forehead as the thought hit. One wrong move and this could turn into a full-scale fight. Then his lips curved into a sharp grin. The real threat wasn't them, it was himself, the one carrying the elixir of transformation. If he took even a scratch, the disguise would vanish. And if Kimchi discovered that secret, everything would collapse instantly. The moment he thought that, a cold shiver ran through his spine. He turned his head slowly, and nearly dropped dead on the spot. Standing right behind him was Kimchi, staring at him like he'd been there from the beginning. Shock hit him so hard he almost screamed. Kimchi tilted his head, unfazed, pointing out that Kratos' terrified face looked even scarier than his own. Then, with eerie calm, he mentioned that Kratos planned to share food with the citizens, and offered to help. Kratos could barely breathe as he stammered out a question about how Kimchi even knew that plan. The answer came casually. Kimchi claimed to have sharp hearing, sharp enough to catch every word even from different floors. The color drained from Kratos' face as realization hit. Did that mean he'd heard everything? Even the part where the 4 heavenly kings called him Demon King? His expression twitched in disbelief. No, impossible. If Kimchi had actually heard that, he'd already be long dead. He couldn't have, he didn't, right? Forcing a shaky grin, Kratos agreed and told them to follow for now. They needed to map the route. Kimchi, brow furrowed in real confusion, wondered why they had to sneak. Killing everyone would be easier, that was how he was taught. Kratos froze as memories of his gaming sessions replayed. Kimchi always solved problems with violence like pressing a tutorial button. He slapped a hand to his forehead and waved the other in panic, insisting life was valuable and it was better to finish things without bloodshed if possible. Kimchi stared long and then, almost silently, bowed his head and accepted it if that was Kratos' wish. Kratos let out a breath as if he'd just escaped an execution. A tunnel yawned ahead, wide and dark and too quiet. Kratos slowed, scanning the passage, puzzled that security thinned the deeper they went. Mechanical clanks rose from the shadows and hulking shapes stepped forward. Kratos' eyes widened, Golems. Gamer instincts kicked in. He recalled them from journals as man-made weapons from a magic tower that had been wiped out in the game timeline. How strong were they here? He didn't finish thinking before Agent Kratos smashed through them like empty cans. Kratos almost lost it, stunned at the sight. He argued against smashing everything, reminding that the plan was to be peaceful. Kimchi, all seriousness, shrugged that they weren't even living things, so what was the issue? While scanning the area, Kimchi muttered that the voice sounded familiar, then casually decided that clearing the place was simply faster. Kratos' protest died on his lips as a sly grin crossed his face. He had to admit, clear was faster. Kratos ducked low, peeking past crates at 3 massive golems patrolling the area. He noted there were 3 and worried that if they were spotted and an alarm sounded, the whole plan would fall apart. Before he could finish, Kimchi cut in with a method. Observe their pattern until a blind spot appears, then take them out one by one starting from the farthest. He turned toward Kratos for confirmation. Kratos nodded stiffly, but inside his head a short circuit sparked. Hadn't Kimchi just said he learned this? A cold doubt crept in. The plan felt alarmingly familiar, like the times Kratos had controlled him in the game. Kimchi narrowed his eyes at the golems and decided there was almost no opening. Kratos' mind raced. If there was no gap, simultaneous strikes were the only option. The thought of waiting for them to separate and attacking individually surfaced, then recoiled as risky. Doubt hummed. Could he drop a golem in one clean hit? He couldn't judge their strength, nor his own in this transformed state. Kimchi rummaged through his cloak and pulled out a weapon, speaking with casual certainty as he handed it over, saying it would make the holder feel stronger. Kratos froze when recognition struck. He knew this weapon. It was one of the game's hidden overpowered items, mocked at first as a gag weapon, only to later be revealed as an absurdly broken cheat tool. A system message blinked before his eyes. Brescia's pretty hard hammer, an unidentified weapon radiating a suspiciously dangerous energy despite its harmless appearance. Tightening his grip on the ridiculous yet lethal hammer, Kratos felt a rush of power surge through his body. His stats had jumped by roughly 30% just from holding it. For a moment, his confidence soared, until Kimchi dug through his cloak again. Out came a massive sword. He announced he would handle it with that. Kratos' mind reeled in disbelief. How did this guy have his entire in-game inventory in real life? It was beyond unfair. He wasn't a warrior, he was a walking storage glitch. Before Kratos could even form a proper complaint, Kimchi locked onto the golems ahead and declared the attack. Kratos panicked, raising a hand to stop him to suggest timing their strike properly, but Kimchi was already charging in, sword raised, shouting the signal. Kratos had no choice but to sprint after him, cursing under his breath. They were supposed to attack together, not one racing ahead before the other even inhaled. Then he noticed Kimchi had stopped, waiting. That brief pause sparked something faint but real. With a fierce yell, Kratos swung the pretty hard hammer. The weapon connected with a crushing impact, and a golem exploded into fragments. At the same instant, Kimchi's sword carved clean through another, splitting it like soft clay. Then the third one twitched, its head jerking with unnatural motion as glowing eyes locked onto them. Kratos' stomach dropped. It had noticed. He dove low, rolling across the dirt as the golem's burning gaze swept inches above his back. He sprang from the roll, muscles burning, and smashed the hammer down with everything he had. The blow crushed the golem in a single hit. Kimchi followed through instantly, his blade slicing the remnants into dust. Panting, Kratos turned toward him, and it struck him hard. This wasn't just speed. Kimchi was mirroring him, moving step for step, strike for strike as if they shared the same body. Moments later, 2 soldiers wandered into the tunnel. One frowned, realizing something was off. 3 golems were supposed to be standing guard. Before either could react, Kratos and Kimchi burst from the shadows. Both soldiers dropped instantly. Without hesitation, their bodies were shoved into a crate like unwanted shipments. Without missing a beat, the 2 of them dove back into action, dismantling another golem in perfect sync. Kratos' mind raced. What was going on? He and Kimchi moved as one, perfectly in sync. Another golem crashed down with a heavy thud. Kratos cast a quick look at Kimchi's and wondered why he matched so well with such a terrifying figure. A short, involuntary chuckle slipped out, and he found himself puzzled by how happy the other looked while they fought. Inside Kimchi, a storm churned. He had taught Kratos how to kill and then told him not to. He had named humanity the enemy, yet now he sought peace. The contradiction pulled him both ways, twisting his thoughts. Still, fighting side by side brought a weird, almost joyful feeling. A question tempted him. If he asked, would the man reveal his true self? Kratos checked himself, warning his own reckless impulse. Don't push too hard, someone could die. Kimchi only tilted his head, unreadable. Kratos pressed on mentally, insisting not everyone in the world deserved death. Many simply worked to survive and didn't merit being slaughtered. The words hung between them, soft and low, as Kratos admitted he didn't want to deepen any existing pain in Kimchi's heart. Silently they slipped deeper into the cave. Kimchi noted they'd come far with no guards or golems in sight. Kratos smirked, thinking their stealth had surprised whoever put this place together. A massive door loomed ahead, flanked by golems large enough to cause serious trouble in a tight space. Kratos' grin widened. This had to be the warehouse. They moved to retrieve the supplies they'd prepared when Kimchi tensed and signaled a halt. Someone approached. Richmond materialized. The nearest golem's eyes flared red as its mechanical voice boomed a warning that no one was allowed to enter and to leave on a 3 count or be attacked. Richmond raised a hand. The golem's eyes shifted to blue, and after a pause it stepped aside, apparently recognizing him by blood. Kratos blinked at the convenience and allowed a wicked grin to spread. Things just got a lot easier. Inside, rows of crates stretched endlessly, bread, vegetables, seeds, all preserved perfectly. Kratos' eyes lit up at the sight. They'd really stocked up. He signaled a small change of plan to Kimchi. With 3 golems together, take them out in one strike. Kimchi gave a faint nod, and with a crash the golems collapsed. Kratos darted forward, seized Richmond by the shoulder and drove a punch straight into his face. Richmond sputtered in confusion, not even sure who had hit him. Kimchi stayed quiet, remembering Kratos' earlier line about not wanting to hurt those who already carried wounds in their hearts. He shook his head, thinking the man was completely unhinged. After a while Richmond groaned awake, dazed and lost. Kratos glared down at him, demanding to know where he thought he was, the very torture chamber he had built himself. His tone tightened as he demanded an explanation for why a supposed warehouse had such a room at all. Richmond scrambled for an excuse, calling it a gym. Kratos scoffed, muttering to himself that he was the type who would eat spicy malatang, get stomach pain, and still claim it was tomato curry. Meanwhile, Kimchi stood nearby, quietly turning a crowbar in his hands like he was admiring a piece of art. Kratos grabbed Richmond's mouth with both hands, eyes wide and glistening, tears threatening to fall. Richmond's pulse spiked. The man looked like a killer who cried before striking. A sudden system message flashed in Kratos' vision. Richmond planned to capture you during kimchi season, scare you into revealing your giant potato stash and steal it. Kratos' tears slipped down his cheeks, but a dark grin twisted his lips. He thanked Richmond for clearing up the issue that had been bothering him. Richmond trembled, terrified. The tears, the grin, the gratitude, it wasn't human. It was demonic. Kratos rose and told him to stay put, promising to show him something spectacular. Richmond lowered his head for a moment, then smirked. He warned Kratos not to underestimate his security system. The ground shook with a heavy impact as a massive golem appeared in the doorway. Richmond shouted a command for his classist security golem destroyer to attack. The golem's fists rose high, but Kratos simply held up a blood-soaked cloth. The machine's sensors detected Richmond's blood and allowed passage. Kratos and Kimchi walked right past it. Without even pausing, Kimchi shattered the golem with a single strike. Richmond watched in horror, trapped with a swordmaster who could break golems like twigs and a crying demon whose emotions switched like lightning. He knew there was no escape. Meanwhile, Kratos and Kimchi vaulted through the roof, heading for the city center. Kimchi frowned, pointing out that even if Richmond was restrained, security would still be heavy. Kratos' grin turned sharp again. He said it wouldn't matter. They could guard the place for 100 days, it would all be meaningless before the power of sheer numbers. His eyes flicked toward Kimchi and his thoughts darkened. Yes, even the old man was part of this storm. Far away, Sergi the llama, Azurat the pelican, and Ball danced around like it was festival day, shouting gleefully about the Richmond Merchant Association warehouse clearance grand bargain sale. Meanwhile, Javier banged on a pot with a spoon, shouting at the top of his lungs that the Richmond Merchant Guild had gone bankrupt. Not to be outdone, Lloyd yelled back that everyone could take whatever they wanted from the warehouse. 2 nearby NPCs froze mid-step. One whispered uncertainly if it was true, if they could really just walk in and claim things. The other shrugged, saying there was nothing to lose. They decided to check it out. Kratos jumped onto a rooftop, calling out to everyone. With his arm raised high, he declared that they could take as much as they wanted. The crowd erupted, thousands of voices roaring in agreement, ready to reclaim everything they'd lost. Outside the cave, soldiers formed a defensive line, spears ready, with massive golems towering beside them like living statues. One soldier paled at the sight ahead, stammering in shock. Soon, panic spread through the ranks as they screamed that the citizens were advancing. At the very front was Kim, grinning like the villain of his own story. A soldier pointed his spear and demanded they stop, calling the area private property. Kratos raised an eyebrow at the claim, questioning how anything could still be private property when the owners were already bankrupt. Another soldier barked an order for the golems to intercept. The crowd hesitated briefly, murmuring that Richmond was exactly the type to cling to everything even in ruin. Then Kratos pulled out the blood-stained cloth. He reminded them that Richmond had already given permission. The golems scanned the cloth and in a mechanical tone confirmed, "Mr. Richmond, blood test, pass granted." Like obedient guards stepping aside for their superior, they let the group through. The citizens surged forward, sweeping past the soldiers like a flood. Kratos turned to Kimchi and ordered him to move ahead and silence the loud ones. Kimchi nodded once and launched forward like a human battering ram. Kratos' grin sharpened as he muttered under his breath, calling him an innocent fool who at least knew how to listen. Then he turned toward the four heavenly kings, shouting for them to prioritize loading all the seeds first and to proceed according to the plan. The orderly plan immediately descended into chaos. The warehouse turned into a scene straight out of a festival. Crates ripped open, people shouting, food and goods flying everywhere. It looked more like the apocalypse version of a Black Friday sale than a mission. Baal, Ajarat, and Kratos were hauling sacks of seeds onto a wooden cart while Sergi stood atop a crate waving his arms wildly, yelling for everyone to move faster. Suddenly, Ruslan burst into the room, shouting for Richmond. Richmond's eyes flew open in shock as he begged to be freed. Ruslan fumbled with the ropes, gritting his teeth and cursing that the country bumpkin had brought the citizens to loot everything. Richmond's expression twisted in rage, but before he could speak, Ruslan's voice turned cold. He said it was time to activate the master golems. At that, Richmond broke into a cold sweat. His voice cracked into a furious yell as he shouted that he wanted profit, not a massacre. Ruslan dropped his head like a scolded child, but when he lifted it again, his eyes burned with defiance. He snapped back that nothing was different from what Richmond had done before, questioning why he should follow a man who'd lost everything and sunk to being a beggar. Richmond's jaw clenched, his teeth grinding as words failed him. Outside, the citizens hauled food and supplies with tearful smiles, overjoyed that they would finally eat and not starve. But the moment was cut short when the ground began to rumble. All the golems moved at once, their mechanical voices booming that theft would not be tolerated. A panicked cry rose from the crowd as someone shouted, wondering if the golems had malfunctioned. Before anyone could react, Kimchi stepped forward like a one-man army and sliced a golem clean in half. Kim, still tossing bags of seeds into the cart without even looking, figured Kimchi must be busy escorting civilians. He thought back on how those two had run off so diligently when told to protect them. Now that the nuisances were handled, his grin turned fierce. If they escaped through this gap, everything would fall perfectly into place. He spun around and called out for everyone to run, but before the words could echo, a deafening crack split the air. The cave ceiling started to collapse. Kratos' head shot upward just in time to see massive stone chunks breaking loose and crashing down toward a mother and her daughter. The two clung to each other, trembling, bracing for the end. But nothing struck. When they opened their eyes, they saw Kratos and Baal holding the boulder above them with sheer strength. Even Sergi strained beside them, forearms shaking under the weight. Poor Ajarat, however, had been completely flattened under Sergi like a cartoon character smashed into the ground. Kratos narrowed his eyes toward the top of the cavern. There stood Ruslan, expression cold and sharp, surrounded by towering master golems. His sneer dripped with contempt as he declared he would kill every last thief and reclaim everything. Far away, deep in demon territory, the Chinyos were being tossed into a giant pot. A fire dragon had been tied down like a kitchen appliance, its wings restrained while demons climbed all over it. One perched on its head, shouting for preparations, while another swung a bat down on the creature's skull, yelling for ignition. The dragon released a furious blast of fire straight into the pot, instantly boiling the stew. The surrounding demons jumped and cheered like children as the mixture bubbled over. The so-called Chinyo porridge was finally cooking, and they celebrated wildly. Elsewhere, Zephyros turned toward Lord Hartok and told him to proceed as planned. But instead of pride, Hartok's face was long and sulking. Zephyros smirked inwardly, realizing the old man was sulking because he hadn't been the one to catch the fire predator himself. Just to twist the knife, Zephyros began scribbling in his notebook. T-Bone caught the fire predator, and Lord Hartok was discouraged by his unsightly failure. Hartok's eye twitched, his pride taking a fatal hit. He snapped that emotions didn't need to be recorded, his whole frame trembling in irritation. But Zephyros wasn't finished. Calmly, Zephyros remarked that everything had succeeded thanks to Hartok's brilliant plan, the masterwork of the demon race's great genius. Perched on his shoulder, T-Bone gave Hartok a quick thumbs up and casually added that he'd make sure to include him in his next video. Hartok blinked, completely lost, until one of the demons suddenly shouted that it had all been Chief Inspector Hartok's idea. That single line flipped a switch inside him. The slumped, defeated figure instantly straightened his back like someone had just handed him a crown. The demon continued praising him, saying that because of Hartok, their food stores had multiplied several times over. The entire crowd erupted, cheering, stomping and chanting elite, elite like fans in an arena. Hartok tried to stay composed, but the trembling of his lips gave him away. He turned his head aside, sniffed, and muttered that anyone could have come up with such a plan if they'd just thought a little. But his voice cracked mid-sentence and tears betrayed him anyway. He wiped at his eyes and grumbled that everyone was being embarrassing. Back in the collapsing cave, Kratos strained beneath the massive stone overhead. Sweat streamed down his face as his muscles screamed from the weight. It was too heavy, far too heavy. His eyes darted toward Ball, Sergi and Ajurat, who were also struggling to hold it up with him. They wouldn't last much longer. Then a familiar chime echoed in his head. If you keep holding strong, Kratos can awaken a new skill. Kratos' eyes widened. Another message followed, Thorn of Fear, HP required to awaken, 500. His heart pounded. This was exactly what he needed. A skill that summoned spears of blood from the ground, strong enough to hold the ceiling in place. But the next line shattered his hope. Current HP, 325. He almost screamed. They didn't have enough. Desperation filled his lungs as he yelled for everyone to run, but fear locked the citizens in place. Before anyone could move, a towering golem stepped in front of the exit, blocking the path completely. Ruslan's cold voice rang out from behind it, dripping with scorn. If they tried to crawl out, the golem would crush them. If they didn't, they could just die where they stood. He spat that they were nothing but vulgar beggars about to be robbed. Kratos' rage snapped. With a roar, he forced the stone up higher, his body trembling under the strain. His face twisted as veins bulged across his forehead, looking like a man trying to burst a rock with his bare skull. Ruslan sneered down at the chaos, voice heavy with contempt. He cursed Richmond, calling him a sloppy fool. Because of his softness, these people had gotten bold enough to challenge them. His gaze shifted toward a trembling citizen, and his smirk deepened. Ruslan's voice cut through the chaos, seething with contempt. They should have crushed these fools so completely that none of them would ever dare to rise again. Then, without hesitation, he stomped down hard on a citizen's hand. Kratos' eyes widened. Rage surged through him like fire igniting in his veins. The massive stone above them shuddered violently as he tried to push upward, his body trembling from the effort. But the weight threatened to crush everyone beneath it. Panic spread. The citizens screamed as the cavern echoed with chaos. Then, cutting through the noise, a familiar chime from the system rang out. Members of the Demon King's army feel delicious happiness. HP +1. Another notification followed, then another. Numbers started climbing rapidly. Kratos blinked in confusion, unsure what was happening. Whatever those demons were doing down there, they were enjoying themselves, and it was helping him. He didn't know why, but he wasn't about to question it. Another message appeared. Members of the Demon Lord's army feel an outpouring of delicious joy. His HP rose faster and faster. Perfect timing. Back in Demon Land, the plant demons and seafood demons were shoveling down steaming bowls of chinyo porridge like starved beasts. Hartok stood proudly with his chest puffed out. Zephyros allowed a grin, and T-Bone strutted like a puffed-up bird showing off its feathers. The system flashed again. Current HP, 15,761. Kratos bellowed the command. Thorns of Fear awaken. The system responded. Thorn of Fear awakened. But another warning appeared immediately after. Using HP would cancel the Elixir of Transformation's effect. With a sharp poof, his human form dissolved, replaced by his demonic body, horns, fangs and all. The text continued, level up the skill to increase the number of spears. He roared for the 4 heavenly kings to lift together, and they all heaved the massive stone upward as one. Kratos' mind raced. He ordered the system to raise the skill to its maximum. consuming 15,100 HP. Thorn of Fear upgraded to level 13. Ruslan's eyes went wide. The weight lifted. His words caught in his throat as he stared at the impossible sight before him. That strength, no human could manage that. Then realization hit. These weren't humans. They were demons. The crowd froze in silence, staring in disbelief. Kratos raised one clawed foot and slammed it into the ground. A surge of red light exploded outward as blood spears burst from the floor like a forest of crimson spikes, piercing into the collapsing stone above and locking it in place. Across the chamber, Kimchi was still cutting down golems like they were paper, but his sharp eyes flicked toward the sudden change. The crowd had stopped screaming. They were staring at the forest of blood spears holding up the ceiling, and at the figure beneath them. A demon. Definitely a demon. That's what they whispered. But when the crowd's eyes shifted to Kratos' back, a different thought surfaced. But it saved us. Kratos moved forward slowly, shoulders hunched, a dark aura pulsing off his body in waves. Ruslan jabbed a finger toward him, shouting that he was a demon, a human-eating monster that needed to be destroyed. Kratos' gaze sharpened, his voice rising with fury. "You humans?" The words burned in his throat. "Who's really been eating humans in this place?" As his anger surged, something strange began to form in his hands. A weapon, heavy and alive with power. Ruslan's voice cracked as he stammered in disbelief, unable to identify what he was seeing. Kratos gripped it firmly with both hands and spoke its name, Bragia's pretty hard hammer. But his tone shifted, darker now. No, its true name is... The weapon trembled violently. An enormous ancient eye opened at its center, glowing as raw energy gathered deep within it. Kimchi froze mid-swing, the color draining from his face. The weapon twisted and stretched, its shape morphing until the hammer became a sword, long, dark, and radiating crushing power. Kratos spoke again, voice steady as stone, Bragia's holy sword. His next words fell like a judgment. The man who hoarded food while others starved, such a person could never be forgiven. His grip tightened. The golems charged forward, their metallic steps pounding like thunder. Kratos raised the sword high and swung. At first nothing happened. The golems kept coming. Then the air split open with a sound like the world itself being torn apart. A wave of destructive energy burst from the blade, obliterating everything in front of him. The golems didn't just shatter, they vanished, erased before their remains even touched the ground. The shockwave ripped through the cavern, stopping right in front of Ruslan, leaving him pale and motionless. A broken fragment of golem crashed beside his foot with a dull clang. Kratos slowly turned his gaze toward Kimchi, still clutching his weapon. His tone was quiet, almost cold as he spoke. He accused him of trying to kill a human. A pause hung between them. Then Kratos' eyes hardened. "You really are a demon after all." Kratos' hands shook uncontrollably, sweat streaming down his face. The sword in his grasp vibrated, humming sharply before dropping with a dull clank. It hit the ground and reverted into that absurd, bulky hammer again. His legs almost gave out, panic flooding him. He was convinced death was coming, breath shaking as he silently begged for at least his men to be spared. Bahal froze mid-motion, stunned beyond reason. Azurat stared, jaw slack, unable to process the scene. Sergi's eyes widened, disbelief written all over her. Aged Kimchi watched in silence, unmoving, studying Kratos for a long, tense moment. Then he let out a slow exhale, lowered his head slightly, and drew his blade with quiet finality. A bitter sense of regret crossed his face, as if disappointed he wouldn't learn more about this trembling fool in front of him. Kratos shut his eyes, already surrendering to whatever came next, until Sergi suddenly yelled for Azurat to drop the disguise and kicked him straight in the face. Azurat snapped in fury, smacking her right back. Their scuffle crashed into Bahal, heads clashing as chaos exploded around them. Azurat snarled to the pink-haired one that if he wanted a piece of the demon lord, he'd have to cut through the heavenly kings first. 3 of the 4 heavenly kings squared up, ready to throw themselves into the fight. Kratos panicked, shouting for them to stop, but it was pointless. Aged Kimchi surged forward, blade flashing, the heavenly kings bracing for impact, until a trembling voice sliced through the chaos. Everyone froze. A villager stood there, shaking, pointing at the group. The man spoke to the pink warrior, saying that the group might look like demons but they spared lives. Humans harmed humans too, not only demons. Aged Kimchi hesitated, eyes shifting from Kratos to Ruslan, who still knelt seething, barely holding himself together. Then Ruslan's face hardened with ugly resolve. Instead of accepting loss, he yanked a small device, hissing that he'd rather wipe everything out. Credos' stomach dropped as Richmond sprinted forward in panic, yelling that it was a self-destruct device, but Ruslan had already pressed it. Silence hit the hilltop for a heartbeat, and then the world detonated. A deafening blast tore the cave apart, fire rushing outward, swallowing everything. The ground roared, the sky lit up blood red. Lloyd stumbled back, stunned. Javier's voice cracked in horror, certain there were still people inside. Then he froze. From the flames, figures emerged. 4 shapes walked through the inferno like survivors clawing out of hell. Javier's voice shook, unable to believe what he was seeing, calling one of them a demon. Credos led the way, smoke trailing behind him, Richmond slung over one arm and a bag full of seeds clutched in the other. Behind Credos, Ball, Sergi, and Azurat trailed him, each hauling sacks of seeds as well, bruised and scraped but wearing wide, reckless grins. They hit the ground hard after escaping the blast. Credos suddenly barked a command to keep running all the way back to their territory without stopping. They'd been found out. Richmond, still being yanked along by the collar, protested in panic, wondering why he was being dragged too. Credos shot him a sharp look mid-sprint, claiming he'd seen his talent in managing food supplies and declaring him the demon faction's warehouse keeper from now on, calling him a crooked merchant like it was both a promotion and a punishment. Richmond went pale, looking like he'd just been given a job and a death sentence at the same time. The rest of them didn't bother reacting. They just yelled to keep moving and bolted as if death was sprinting right behind them. Back at the burning hill, panic had overtaken the humans. People screamed for their family, husbands, friends, voices breaking as smoke thickened the air. Then someone shouted for everyone to look. Heads whipped toward the cave entrance just in time to see aged Kimchi step through the flames. His arms sliced through the air, scattering the fire in one sweeping motion, splitting the blaze open like tearing heavy drapes. Out staggered surviving villagers, charred, filthy, shaken but alive. The hillside erupted into crying and relieved laughter as people crashed into each other, clinging to loved ones. Javier rushed over, gasping, demanding to know what happened. He'd just seen demon-looking figures run out. Suspicion laced his voice as he asked whether those so-called demons caused the blast. Aged Kimchi shook his head slowly. His gaze drifted toward the horizon where Credos and the others had fled. He muttered that those ones didn't really feel like demons at all. His thoughts flashed back to Ruslin's crazed final moment, screaming that if he couldn't have everything, he'd destroy everything. When that detonation triggered, chaos erupted. Massive stones began tumbling down toward terrified villagers trying to escape. Credos had roared for the heavenly kings to protect the people from the explosion. They reacted instantly. Bahal lunged forward first, wings spread wide, shielding the crowd with his own body like a wall of living metal. Sergi's twin blades ripped through falling stone and burning debris, sparks and embers scattering everywhere. Azurat planted himself like a fortress, cutting down everything threatening to crush the fleeing civilians, every swing thundering through the air. Meanwhile, Ruslan spiraled into madness, cackling like it was all some grand finale, until a collapsing boulder slammed down and ended his laughter permanently. Aged Kimchi's voice cut through the chaos with calm authority, calling Credos by name. Credos stopped, startled, eyes wide as he turned back. Aged Kimchi told him he would save the people. Credos' job was to take the seeds and return quickly. Then, with a faint, almost gentle smile, he gave one last command: take them to Demon Land and plant peace. Credos froze for a breath, shock hitting him as the meaning of those words settled in his chest. He clenched his teeth and ran. Everyone ran. Flames roared at their backs while Credos thought that aged Kimchi had known everything from the beginning. He balled his hand into a fist, but there was no time for that. What mattered now was the mission. Credos shouted at the top of his lungs that the seed procurement was complete and vowed that once they returned they would start fresh farms at once. A massive harvest. The others threw their arms up and shouted together, half prayers, half victory cries. Sometime later, Lloyd tore through the wreckage like a man possessed. Javier watched him and turned to aged Kimchi, wondering how far someone would go to hide something, enough to rig a self-destruct, even. Aged Kimchi exhaled, voice steady but heavy, suggesting that the group had probably looted some wealth and chose annihilation to erase evidence. Javier, still uneasy, asked about Sir Credos and why he had left so abruptly. He'd handed out food to villagers and might have earned favor in the capital, so why run? Aged Kimchi offered a small, knowing smile, guessing Credos might have panicked after wrecking another's property. Javier snorted at that. Credos didn't look like a man who feared much. Then his eyes sharpened as the thought of demons crossed his mind. Aged Kimchi met his stare calmly and repeated there had been no demons. Villagers hadn't seen any either. If Kratos were a demon, why would he have risked himself to protect them? Javier had no answer, and aged Kimchi added a single suspicious note that snapped Javier back to the present. His gaze slid toward Lloyd. Aged Kimchi grimaced and muttered about the scavenging servant Dwairo, noting the man was picking through what was left now that the place had no owner. Javier followed the look and grumbled that the greedy fool would have made a fortune if born a noble. At that moment Lloyd's voice cut through the smoke, triumph ringing in it as he hoisted up Chunos with both hands, grinning like he'd found treasure. He declared they could present it to His Majesty the King. Javier and aged Kimchi stood frozen, expressionless. Elsewhere at Magra Fortress, the lake's calm surface began to bubble. Kim emerged and considered the fortress's defenses. The side facing the abandoned lands was tight and impassable, but the kingdom-facing side was looser. He planned to slip through the blind spots on that weaker flank. Each one of them carried power on the level of a sword master. Crossing a no-path zone meant nothing to them. It was basically a casual morning jog. Up on the fortress wall, a drowsy sentry lazily peered through a telescope. He spotted movement heading from the direction of the abandoned lands. He blinked, saw no alert flag, shrugged it off and assumed it was just some wild beast. Kratos clutched his chest, lungs burning. His heart hammered so hard it felt like it might explode. Even with the demon lord's body, he couldn't understand why he was this winded. At dawn inside Flute's home, the little girl ate with sparkling eyes. She and her father sat there full for the first time in ages, happiness lighting their faces. Her father smiled softly and offered her more. Flute tapped her belly, satisfied. She was full, truly full. Then she glanced at the empty bowl and whispered that they needed to conserve food now. If the demon lord failed to bring back seeds, that Chunos porridge might be their final meal. Her father froze, smile dropping. He quietly encouraged faith in the demon lord, saying he would surely return with seeds. Flute giggled and said that even if he didn't, it was fine. They had known the feeling of being full and she was grateful. That sentence shattered her father inside. A child shouldn't have to speak like that. Right then a shout tore through the streets. The demon lord had returned. Flute's father shot to his feet. He brought back the seeds. Flute's eyes shone, a huge smile spreading across her face as everyone rushed outside. Excitement filled the fortress as demons roared in celebration. Flute spotted a familiar silhouette and sprinted toward it. She called out to Azurat, voice ringing loud in the crowd. Nearby, Richmond looked like death itself was breathing on his neck. From his perspective, this wasn't a warm homecoming, it was a nightmare festival. Demons everywhere, smiling way too wide, every one of them looking like they might marinate him on the spot. Flute launched herself into Azurat and hugged him like she had been waiting forever. She missed him. Azurat puffed up proudly, chest out, boasting like it was his birthright to be admired as one of the 4 heavenly kings. Even tiny T-Bone clung to Kratos, rubbing his cheek like a loyal pet desperate for affection. Kratos laughed, acknowledging him with casual fondness, calling him his little T-Bone. Zephyros stood firm, posture noble, declaring that everyone had worked hard and that all demons were grateful. Beside him, Sergi did her usual act, arms crossed, scoffing, pretending none of this mattered to her. She claimed she hadn't done it for anyone's sake, voice sharp, though the little twitch in her ears ruined her tough front. Kratos turned to Hartok, saying he'd heard everything from T-Bone. Hartok blinked in confusion, only for Kratos to praise him as the brains of the demon side, the reason things turned out well. Hartok tried to brush it off with a cool tone, saying he only did what needed to be done. But the second he turned his head and covered his mouth, tears spilled anyway, the elite strategist, transforming into a crying potato on the spot. Kratos scanned the area. Sergi was being thrown into the air by cheering demons. Azurat and Bahal smiled in satisfaction. And Richmond? Well, Richmond still looked like he'd woken up inside a horror film surrounded by monsters. Kratos lowered his head a little, a soft smile tugging at him. So that pounding earlier, now he understood it. Not adrenaline. That warm, fulfilling feeling. The quiet contentment like a father coming home with fried chicken after work. Simple happiness. Then he suddenly shot his arm up and declared it was time to start the next farming phase. Kim slipped into full Professor Farmer mode, thinking aloud. The largest seed haul from Dapharacia had been rice, but prepping it was too much and the climate wasn't ideal, so they'd skip that for now. They still had corn, pumpkin, and beans. Back at their newly claimed Nothatch Castle, Kratos sat with seriousness and announced they would cultivate those 3 crops together, using minimum space for maximum yield. He named the method, the 3 Sisters. 3 crops planted together, each supporting the other. beans would climb up the corn stalks. Hartak's eyes lit up and he guessed the beans would help shield the corn from strong winds and outside threats. Kratos blinked at him, wondering if Hartak had been some kind of agriculture professor before. Hartak tilted his head, thinking professor meant a short form of execution. Kratos groaned and gave up on that conversation entirely. Kratos waved the comment away, telling himself to forget he said anything. He went on, explaining how broad pumpkin leaves would spread across the ground. Hartak nodded thoughtfully, noting they would keep the soil moist and block weeds. Kratos mumbled, baffled at how Hartak hadn't been farming already. Hartak answered flatly, because he was a demon. Kratos blinked. Fair enough. Sergi clapped sharply, impatient. She wanted to get started. Kratos smirked, pointing out she clearly couldn't wait to see everyone fed. Sergi snapped back, cheeks burning, denying it with all the grace of someone absolutely caught. Kratos pressed her, asking if she found it funny or not, demanding she pick a stance already. Nearby, Azurat held Flute's hand like an overprotective sibling. Kratos squinted. When had she gotten here? And since when were those two suddenly close? Azurat panicked immediately, insisting she was just a subordinate. Kratos sighed, unimpressed. Demons trying too hard to look ruthless, they really made no sense. He then raised his voice with confidence, saying there was no rush. All demons present, plenty of muscle, the work would finish fast. But Zephyros stepped forward, uneasy, saying marshalling demons from other regions might not be so simple. Kratos frowned, confused. Why not? They had Chunos porridge to hand out, wasn't that enough? Zephyros exhaled, saying food wasn't the issue, then motioned for Kratos to step outside. Outside, chaos unfolded instantly. A tree demon swung a wild punch at a plant demon, only for the plant demon to chomp his head off in one bite. Before the shock settled, a massive tree demon burst in, seized both of them by the neck and slammed them into the ground. The earth split, leaves scattered, and the towering brute bellowed that he was the new two-star lord. He barely had time to enjoy his moment before another demon sprinted in from behind and drop-kicked him square in the back, roaring that he was the rightful lord. Zephyros let out a tired sigh and motioned at the mess unfolding. With no lord in place, every demon present fought to claim the seat. Kratos slapped his face so hard the sound echoed. Of course this was happening. Zephyros continued with a grim tone. The three-star Lord Raster was technically still alive, but only barely, and chaos there looked just the same. Kratos groaned into his palms. This was demon culture in its raw form, but times had changed and they needed to change with it. Zephyros nodded, admitting strength alone no longer defined the world, even if these idiots refused to move on. A wicked grin spread across Kratos's face. In that case, he announced boldly, the demon lord Kratos would introduce a fair dueling system. Outside the fortress, demons were already pounding each other senseless. Two traded blows like caffeinated boxers, until a third dove in from behind and knocked one out cold. Elsewhere, two massive crab demons wrestled in a brutal claw-to-claw death duel, like some violent ocean documentary gone wrong. Nearby, plant demons whipped vines around wildly, turning the battlefield into a dangerous jungle playground. Hartak stood among the madness, silent and dead-eyed, like the only sane one at a dysfunctional family reunion. Without a word, he simply turned and walked off. Inside, Flute spotted him returning and pointed him out. Her father confirmed it, wiping sweat away. She wondered why Hartak never tried breaking up the fights. Another demon nearby finally snapped, yelling about how they did all the real work while those lunatics brawled every day and expected to be fed. Flute's father insisted the demon lord must have a plan. The four heavenly generals couldn't command hordes like this by themselves. Maybe Kratos was waiting for a new star master to emerge naturally. The demon argued anyway. Until then, the strong would keep killing each other and the weak would just die in the crossfire. Right on cue, a fighting demon crashed straight into a tent and crushed it flat. A tiny crab family peeked from the wreckage, squealing in terror. Their tent was gone, wiped out completely. They scuttled away in tears, wailing about what to do now. Up on a hill, Azurat stood watching the chaos unfold, arms folded and face stone still. Flute rushed up beside him, breathless and confused. She asked why the demon lord allowed this madness to continue. Azurat answered flatly, if they stepped in now they wouldn't be able to see. See what? Flute pressed. He stared down at the battlefield, eyes sharp, saying they needed to know which demon actually held the nature of a leader. Right as he said it, a deafening roar cut through the noise. Everything paused. A massive demon loomed over a tiny crab child, ready to crush it under his heel. The crab parents screamed for their kid. Flute froze, panic gripping her chest, yelling a desperate no. Azurat moved without thinking, sword half drawn, body tense to leap in. But before he could even step forward, someone else shot out of the crowd. A figure crashed into the attacker, only to be sent flying backward instead, smashing into the ground so hard dust blasted up in a wave. The giant demon snarled, demanding to know who dared interrupt his duel. As the dust cleared, an old turtle demon stood firm, voice shaking yet steady, declaring they had fought enough. There was farm work to do, the damage was spreading through the village, and this stupidity needed to stop. Azurat blinked. Everything happened so quickly he could barely register it. The demon being lectured twitched, rage bubbling up. He exploded, screaming that a low-ranked weakling had no right to command him. Then both he and another fighter launched themselves at the old turtle, ready to tear him apart. The elder didn't even flinch. He simply tucked into his shell. Then a blinding flash. Light burst out, overwhelming everything in sight. The two attacking demons shrieked in pain, clutching their faces, crying out as if their eyes were being burned from their skulls. Screams echoed they couldn't see. Vision gone, chaos rising. Azurat accidentally stared straight into the flash and staggered back, gripping his face, cursing in shock. Flute bolted to him in a panic. He dragged in a breath, blinking rapidly, and despite the pain, a smirk crept across his face. He'd found exactly the kind of strength they were looking for. The old turtle slowly peeked from his shell, visibly worried. Across the field, a rare moment of gentleness cut through the insanity. A graceful plant demon woman healed another demon, glowing vines knitting torn flesh back together. The injured demon looked guilty, pointing out her home had been destroyed because of him. She simply acknowledged it and still chose to help, saying weakness made her understand pain too well to ignore someone else's. Perched above in a tree, Surti silently watched, eyes narrowed, analyzing everything. Then a timid little demon stepped forward and faced Hartok. Voice trembling, he asked to learn farming, begging for guidance. The entire area stilled. Even Zephyros glanced over. T-Bone tilted his head, curious about this tiny creature daring to step up. Hartok stared him down from head to, well, stump. Short arms, small body, no legs, and he bluntly questioned what the little guy could possibly contribute. The tiny demon clenched his fists, declaring he could plow fields. The farmers worked hard to till them, and he could help speed up the harvest so everyone could stop fighting and start living peacefully sooner. Hartok's face stayed unreadable. Then he coldly dismissed him, saying he'd be useless and should leave. The little demon froze, crushed, shoulders sinking and eyes dropping. Hartok turned away, walking off like stone. Left alone, the small demon trembled, holding back tears, then suddenly inhaled deeply and yelled to himself that he could still do it. Then he spun like a frantic drill machine, launching forward across the ground, plowing earth as he spun. T-Bone froze in surprise. Flute stared wide-eyed, dazzled. That tiny lizard was incredible. Hartok, halfway through walking away, halted. For a split second his mouth twitched, the smallest hint of a smirk, before he composed himself again. Kratos silently watched the scene, thoughts heavy. In the wilderness, the strongest naturally becomes ruler, power sets the hierarchy. But this place, this demon territory, needed something different now. A system built on unity instead of raw violence. A leader who could unite others with empathy, patience, and understanding. A leader who could lift others up, not just crush them. His resolve sharpened. He raised his voice, calling out praise to the 4 heavenly demon generals. Then he announced his next command with full force: gather every demon. They were holding a tournament. Hartok frowned immediately. He reminded Kratos that all potential Star Master candidates were weak. None could realistically win a duel. Kratos's grin stretched like a villain in a children's play. He asked if Hartok even understood the glorious concept of match fixing. He stepped to the edge of a high cliff and roared to the land. His voice rolled like thunder, summoning every beast, plant, and monster to attention. Fists froze mid-swing, claws paused mid-slash, even crab claws stopped clacking. He declared he knew the vacant Star Master seat was the source of all this chaos. Traditionally, a demon's worth was proven only through force, power determined rank. But now, with farms to build and food to grow, they could no longer afford broken bones and crushed skulls every sunrise. They needed workers alive, not splattered across fields. So he announced a new rule, one requiring heightened awareness, lightning reactions, and strategic thinking. A duel of pure instinct and insight. A contest without physical violence. He let the tension stretch, voice steady and dramatic. The name of this ultimate trial. Rock, paper, scissors. 1 out. And just to ensure the audience followed along, the explanation surfaced. It's a Korean variant of the classic game, each player using 2 hands, revealing both shapes after the shout. One player calls take 1 out, both pull back a hand and the remaining hand decides the winner. Basically the classic game, but louder, messier and full of theatrics. Kratos folded his arms, voice booming as he announced the sacred duel would now commence. The uproar stopped instantly. Azurat and Sergi stood before him, ready. He laid out the rules again, rock, paper, scissors -1. Each hand could be treated like a different weapon. He raised 3 fingers and declared there were 3 forms. Azurat clenched his fist, energy flaring. The closed fist represents rock, a hammer capable of shaking the earth. Sergi lifted 2 fingers, energy slashing through the air, 2-finger scissors, a guillotine sharp enough to cut the sky. Kratos opened his palm wide and proudly proclaimed the open hand paper was. Then he stalled. His power fizzled. It was just cloth. Silence. A lizard demon tilted his head, confused, wondering why that one sounded pathetic. Before Kratos could snap, the system chimed in with its usual attitude, mocking science types and their vocabulary. Kratos twitched, furious. The system claimed it wasn't arguing, just stating facts. Kratos snarled that both paper and cloth smash things fine, then threatened to kill it. He turned back to the crowd like that awkward moment never existed. He explained the 3-way superiority cycle. Hammer crushes guillotine, guillotine slices cloth, cloth counters hammer. He threw his hand up dramatically, asking if he explained it well. Half the demons raised their hands anyway, confused. One even muttered they still didn't get it. Kratos' face turned bright red. Anyone who raised a hand was instantly disqualified. Stupidity meant no entry. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Somewhere, a crab demon quietly muttered that this felt like discrimination. Kratos ignored it and continued explaining. At the call of rock, paper, scissors, go, both contestants form shapes with both hands. Then at take 1 out, they reveal only 1 hand. The faster, more precise reaction decides the winner. He motioned for Azurat and Sergi to demonstrate. Azurat chose rock, Sergi chose paper. Sergi lit up like she just won her entire life. She grabbed Azurat's hand, celebrating wildly, spinning with him still in her grip. Halfway through her victory dance, she suddenly realized she was holding his hand and froze. Both flushed red. Romantic atmosphere activated, petals, music, the whole thing. Then Kratos ruined it all by kicking their hands apart like a bitter older sibling. The system instantly clowned him, calling him an unloved man ruining romance. Kratos snapped at it, furious, accusing it of acting like it understood art while being nothing but a glorified messenger. He tried to regain authority, shouting again for anyone who still didn't understand to raise hands. A few hesitant claws and paws lifted. Instant disqualification. He then announced that the remaining contenders should prepare to fight. In the corner, a plant woman stared at her leafy hands in silence. Even with all the noise, her quiet thoughts drowned everything else. Her leaves drooped slowly. Kratos marched like he was running a grand operation. They would start from the 3-star territory, bring in the remaining candidates. An old turtle demon timidly raised his shriveled hand. Since everyone else was disqualified, he was apparently the only one left. Kratos didn't blink. He snapped his fingers and appointed him the new 3-star lord on the spot. The turtle blinked in disbelief. He hadn't even fought yet. Raster erupted in outrage, demanding a fight since he was still alive. Before he finished the sentence, Kratos fried him with demon lightning like a burnt snack. The next match kicked off, a lizard demon versus a tiny demon barely teacup-sized. The arena roared. They chanted the command rock, paper, scissors, go. The lizard snarled, getting ready. The tiny demon squeezed his eyes shut, shaking like a leaf trapped in a storm. The crowd shouted the chant, rock, paper, scissors, go. The lizard proudly formed scissors and called take 1 out. Panicking, the tiny demon hurled out paper at random, praying to anything listening. He peeked, and instantly saw he'd lost. Before despair landed, the lizard leaned down with irritation, squinting hard. He couldn't even see the little opponent properly, that's how tiny he was. Kratos stomped down on the lizard's back like he was smashing an annoying bug. He inspected the tiny demon like a dramatic judge and pointed at him. Tiny wins. The tiny demon blinked in shock. Kratos repeated, flat and unimpressed, tiny wins. Another demon complained about what the tiny one even threw. Kratos barked for silence, tiny wins. Then again louder as if refereeing a toddler tournament, tiny wins. He lifted the tiny demon above his head like a championship trophy. And declared him the Star Lord. The tiny demon burst into tears, waving his little arms in pure disbelief and joy. Kratos turned smugly, thinking the ceremony was handled. Then he noticed the plant beauty, graceful, shimmering, facing a huge tree demon. The crowd chanted again, ecstatic. Rock, paper, scissors, go. Rock, paper, scissors, go. The tree demon laughed darkly, confident. She was never meant to fight, couldn't even duel right. The plant beauty's leaves trembled. And just as doubt set in, a system ping echoed in Kratos's head. Ah. Then another, so this was the legend. The viewpoint snapped to the human's land. Marnika Kingdom, where everything smelled like polished marble and smug nobility rather than sulfur and chaos. Inside a grand castle, aged Kimchi stood alone in his chamber, staring at the Bragius' pretty hard hammer. He lifted it, gazed distant, memories stirring. He'd seen this weapon before, somewhere across lifetimes. Back when he wasn't nearly this strong, even then, it radiated frightening power. He frowned, thoughts twisting. How did the demon lord manage to bring out its real form? He began swinging the weapon like a baseball bat, then swiped it through the air like a badminton racket. Eventually he stopped, sighing, disappointment heavy in his eyes. Back then he had been nothing more than a puppet. No will, no direction of his own, moving only according to fate's pull. He stared down at the weapon, his expression softening with quiet frustration. Even now he felt unable to stand fully on his own. If he could draw out the weapon's true form by his own strength, perhaps then he would finally stop being nothing more than a controlled tool. Just as that thought settled, a voice called from outside his chamber. Javier politely requested entry. Aged Kimchi allowed it, and Javier stepped in with a bright smile. He reported that the king was delighted with the arrival of the Chunios. Aged Kimchi gave a slight nod, relief, nothing more. Javier bowed and expressed gratitude for Kimchi joining the mission, crediting him for the success. But aged Kimchi denied the praise, claiming Kratos' efforts were far greater. His eyes drifted back to the hammer again, as if searching for answers in its silent metal. After a moment he quietly asked Javier for a favor. Then the scene shifted to the royal palace. The king of Marnika sat gleaming like someone who just found out the universe owed him money. He slammed his hand on the armrest, thrilled. Envoy Elbia's journey proved it. The demon lands held countless wonders still unknown to humankind. He stood, voice booming with excitement. He declared a royal command. Branda Magenteno would lead a grand expedition to scour the demon territory, top to bottom, leaving no stone unturned.